Chapter 306. When Yushu got home, she didn't go to Zhao Hui's room to greet her. Instead, she went back to her room to change her clothes so that Zhao Hui wouldn't be worried if she smelled the alcohol on her. Yu Xiaoxiu was doing his homework in his room. When he heard the noise next door, he put down his pen and went out to Yushu's room. "Sister, you're back." "Yeah, come in." Yushu fastened her belt and came out in her soft shoes to open the door for Yu Xiaoxiu. Yu Xiaoxiu knew that Yushu went to the Supreme Court to listen to the trial today. When he entered the room, he asked her anxiously, "How was it? Did the trial finish? What was the verdict?" Yushu closed the door and pulled him to the wall. She whispered to him, "The Ji family's old master committed suicide to escape punishment." Yu Xiaoxiu was stunned. He didn't think that the high and mighty old master of the Ji family would die just like that. "Don't tell Godfather and Godmother about this." Yushu patted his shoulder. "I'll find a way to get Mother out of the Ji mansion as soon as possible." After reminding Yu Xiaoxiu, Yushu didn't care what he thought. She pushed him back to his room to read. She went to Zhao Hui's room and sat for a while before going back to her room to rest. It was a quiet night. The next morning, after the family ate breakfast, Yushu went out with Yu Xiaoxiu, who was going to school. "Sister, where are you going?" Yu Xiaoxiu didn't believe that Yushu was like what she said to Zhao Hui at the dinner table. She was going to look at feng shui for someone. Yushu said, "I'm going to the Ji family to ask around and see how Mother is doing there." When Yu Xiaoxiu heard this, he hurriedly said, "Then I'll go with you." Yushu patted his head and said, "Where are you going? Focus on your lessons." Yu Xiaoxiu said anxiously, "How can you go alone? They must be mad at you right now. If they see you, they'll definitely arrest you." Yushu thought that the Ji family wasn't just annoyed with her. They probably wanted to skin her alive and break her bones. "It's okay. No matter how angry they are with me, they won't dare to do anything to me. Go to the academy obediently. I'll talk to you when you come back in the afternoon." Yushu is afraid that Yu Xiaoxiu will not listen to her and secretly follow her. Thus, she sent him to the 100 Rivers Library and watched him enter, turning his head back twice with every step before leaving. Yushu didn't turn in any other direction and walked straight to the right magistrate's manor. Half an hour later, Yushu came to the street in front of the Ji mansion and saw the white cloth hanging in front of the gate from a distance. When he got closer, he saw that the tall door was lit with a white lamp, and the plaque on the door was draped with a layer of black muslin. The corners were not even. The decorations were a little hasty. Unlike the previous days when the door was locked, both doors were open. It was probably because Ji Huaishan died outside, and the door couldn't be closed for the first 7 days, in case the soul couldn't come back and wandered outside. There were only 2 servants in mourning clothes guarding the door. There were no visitors. Maybe the news of Ji Huaishan's death hadn't spread, or maybe his relatives and friends were afraid to visit. Yushu paused for a moment outside the door and then walked forward. When she reached the door, she was stopped by the servants. "This, Mrs.?" Yushu wore a full set of clothes, long trousers and short boots. She didn't wear any hairpin or jewelry, and only used a plain silver buckle to tie up her hair. The servants of the Ji mansion almost mistook her for a man. Yushu lived in the Ji family a while ago, but there were many servants in the right magistrate's mansion. Not all of them had seen her. Today, the 2 guards didn't know who she was. In order to enter the door, Yushu acted according to the situation. She immediately put on a worried face and said, "I am your 4th Miss classmate in the Taisher Library. I heard that there was an accident in her family, so I came to visit. I don't know what happened. Why did you hang up a funeral? Which one passed away?" The 2 servants didn't know that she was talking nonsense. They just thought that she was Ji Xingxuan's friend, so they told her with a sad face, "Our great master passed away." This. Yushu pretended to be surprised and speechless. Then what about your miss?" Yushu saw Lu Hao take Ji Xingxuan away yesterday. She didn't know if he sent her back. The servant said, "Miss is kneeling in the morning hall. I will take you there. Miss, this way, please." Yushu didn't plan to go to the morning hall of Ji Huaishan, so she hesitated and said, "This." "Thank you, little brother. My mother is sick. It's not convenient for me to mourn. Can you help me ask your miss to let me see her alone? The two servants didn't think too much about it. It was rare for a guest to visit. They didn't dare to neglect her. They nodded and took Yushu in. Ji Huaishan died yesterday. The Ji mansion was in a mess. The affairs of the family were not strict. There was no order for the time being. Therefore, the guards didn't know the rules. They didn't know how to accept the invitation when they saw a guest. They didn't ask for the guest's name before letting her in. Yushu smoothly entered the Ji mansion. On the way, she saw the servants in the mansion were in a hurry. They were holding things for the memorial in their hands and looked flustered. The servant of the Ji mansion took her to a tea room on the west side. He remembered to ask for her name. "Miss, please wait here. I will go and inform them. May I know your surname?" "My surname is Zhou." Yushu made up a surname. She watched the servant leave, leaving her alone. Yushu turned around and left the tea room. She looked for the way and avoided the servants. She walked to the backyard. The Ji family must have gone to the front yard to keep vigil. There was no one in the backyard. Yushu didn't get recognized along the way. She found her way to the small courtyard where Aunt Shui lived. This was the only advantage of living in the Ji family. At least she knew the way to the mansion. The door of the courtyard was unlatched. Yushu gently pushed the door, and it opened. She looked in through the gap of the door. Seeing no one, she walked in. The women living in this small courtyard were the concubines of the third master of the Ji family, Ji Hyotani. Aunt Shui's room was in the corner. Yushu followed the corridor to the door. She saw the door was not closed. It was slightly open. She didn't knock on the door and went in. There was no one in the outer hall. The room was cold and deserted. Yushu didn't say anything. She quietly walked to the door of Aunt Shui's bedroom. She gently pushed the door open. As soon as she went in, she walked around the screen and saw a figure curled up on the bed with her back facing the door. Yushu thought it was Aunt Shui. She was bewildered. She wanted to ask why she was lying here and sleeping at this time. She hadn't been tied up and thrown into the woodshed. Who would have thought that when he went up to take a look, he would see that the person sleeping soundly on the bed was none other than concubine Shui's maidservant, Xiang Sui. He did not know where concubine Shui went. Swayer, wake up." Yushu directly patted the maidservant's shoulder and woke her up. The maidservant was in a daze. When she heard someone calling her, she quivered and rolled up from the bed. She squinted her eyes and saw that the person who came was Yushu. She was so shocked that her mouth opened wide. She stuttered. "Gugu, Mississippi," Yushu asked her. "Why are you sleeping here? Where's my mother? Where is she?" At the mention of Aunt Shui, Xiang Sui suddenly woke up. Her mouth flattened and tears fell down. She told Yushu while crying, Yesterday afternoon, third master came. He slapped Aunt twice when he entered the door and scolded Miss and Aunt. He said that Miss is a scourge. Great master is dead. Sob, sob, sob. Third master ordered people to tie Aunt up and lock her in the woodshed. This servant is very scared and doesn't dare to leave the room. I've been starving since yesterday. I don't even have water to drink. Sob. Yushu frowned and thought for a moment. She lowered her head and saw that the maidservant was still wiping her tears. She reached out and pinched her shoulder. She asked in a low voice, "Don't cry. Let me ask you, do you know where my mother is locked up?" Xiang Sui nodded and stuttered, "I know. It's in the woodshed behind the main kitchen." Yushu nodded. She touched her chin and pondered for a moment. Then she sat next to Xiang Sui and asked her seriously, "Swayer, let me tell you. Ji family's great master committed a crime and committed suicide by biting his tongue in the court. The right magistrate's mansion is going to be gone soon. It won't be long before all of you have to move out. Third master has always hated me. What he did to my mother is a light punishment. If you're lucky, you'll find a good family. If you're unlucky, you'll be sold to a brothel. Don't even think about climbing out of the fire pit in this life. I have a way to save you now. It's up to you whether you listen to me or not." Xiang Sui shivered when she heard her words halfway. She was so scared that her face turned pale. When she heard that there was a way to save her, she hurriedly grabbed her sleeve and begged, "Miss, please save this servant." Yushu's eyes flashed. She held her hand and comforted her softly. "Don't be afraid. Listen to me. Whatever I tell you to do, you'll do it. I guarantee that you'll be saved. Later on, you'll still be able to serve my mother. You'll live and eat well with me. It'll be much more comfortable than staying here. After listening to Yushu's coaxing and scaring, Xiang Sui nodded her head again and again. She was very obedient. How could she not listen to her? Chapter 307. Yushu came to the Ji mansion today to find out about Aunt Chui's situation and find a way to get her out. However, seeing that the Ji family was in chaos because of Ji Huaishan's death, and no one was in charge of the mansion, she felt that she couldn't miss this opportunity. She didn't need to wait for tomorrow or the day after. She could take advantage of this time to steal Aunt Chui out. There was no time to lose. When Ji Xingxuan went to the Ji mansion and listened to the servant's description, with her intelligence, she might guess that it was her who came. If she didn't get Aunt Chui out today, it would be more difficult in the future. With Xiang Sui leading the way, Yushu quickly found the place where Aunt Chui was locked up. This was a remote courtyard in the west courtyard. There were 2 or 3 rooms neatly lined up. The front was the kitchen, and the back was where livestock and firewood were kept. It was morning, and it was past breakfast time. There was no one in the kitchen. Yushu and Xiang Sui stuck close to the tree and went around to the back of the house without being discovered. A laborer was stacking firewood in the backyard. There were 2 doors behind him, one open and the other closed. There was a copper lock on the closed door. It was obvious that concubine Chui was locked inside. She must not have expected that someone would dare to steal her, so there was not even a guard. Yushu looked around and bent down in the grass. She whispered in Xiang Sui's ear, "You go there and lead this worker away. Tell him that there are few people carrying things in front, and the housekeeper called someone to help. Lure him away. You think of a way to the back door in the west corner. I saved your yin-yang, and I will wait for you there." Because Yushu had prepared this maidservant in advance, Xiang Sui only hesitated for a moment and whispered, "Miss, you won't abandon this servant, right?" Yushu slapped her head and scolded in a low voice, "If I abandon you, I will be reincarnated as a tortoise in my next life. All right, go quickly." Perhaps Yushu's promise worked. Keiho gritted her teeth and handed the small bag in her hand to Yushu. He walked out from behind the tree and pretended to come from the front yard. He called out to the woodcutter with a bluff and bit his tongue when he lied. Only then did he manage to trick her away. As soon as they disappeared, Yushu stood up from the bushes. He trotted to the tightly shut woodshed, pulled the lock on the door, and pressed his ear against the door to listen inside. He did not call out to Aunt Chui. Firstly, there were still people in the kitchen in front. Secondly, Aunt Chui was not reliable. If she got excited when she heard her voice, she would not make a fuss and attract people. Yushu was sure that there was someone inside. She stepped back and picked up the axe that the worker had used to chop firewood. She hung the bag on her elbow. She returned to the front and inserted the axe between the lock and the door knocker. After a few forceful prying, the lock loosened and he pulled it down. Yushu caught the lock with one hand and did not let it fall to the ground with a loud sound. She gently placed the axe on the ground, and Yushu pushed the door open. She looked around and effortlessly found a woman with disheveled hair, curled up at the foot of the wall. Yushu closed the door behind her and strode forward. She squatted in front of Aunt Chui and reached out to shake her shoulder. She whispered, "Mother, mother." Aunt Chui was sleeping in a fog, having a nightmare. She suddenly heard someone calling her. She opened her eyes and saw a figure in front of her. Her face was a little dazed as she asked, You're also locked in here?" Yushu saw that the woman's dirty face had a few purple finger marks on it. There was even a dried blood scab under her nose. Even if she could not stand the sight of her, she could not help but get angry. She scolded Ji Hyotani, who loved to hit women. She reached out to untie her and whispered, "Mother, I'm here to bring you out. You can't stay in the Ji family anymore. You have to come with me." Aunt Chui woke up from her dream. She looked at Yushu, and in a blink of an eye, tears streamed down her face. Her hands and feet were tied, and she used her head to hit Yushu. She cried and scolded, "You damned girl, you want to kill me. How dare you kill Master Ji? Why don't you let me die? Do you want me to die?" Yushu heard her shouting and quickly covered her mouth. She scolded softly, "Shoo, if you want to attract people, you will really die here. When that time comes, I will accompany you to the underworld. You will be happy." Fortunately, Aunt Chui had been hungry all night and did not have much strength. Her voice was not loud. After being frightened by Yushu, she obediently closed her mouth. However, her tears fell even more fiercely. She stared at Yushu like an enemy and did not let go for a moment. "Don't stare at me. Master Ji committed a big crime and wanted to die. Why are you blaming me? You should leave with me quickly. Otherwise, you will die sooner or later if you stay in this family." Yushu complained as she untied Aunt Shui. She hastily tied up her hair and tied it with a hairpin. She helped her to stand up. Aunt Shui's leg softened. She took a deep breath and said, "Ouch, it hurts." Finding that she had sprained her ankle, Yushu frowned. She picked up the bundle on the ground, put one of Aunt Shui's arms around her neck, and carried her out. "Bear with it. You'll be fine when we are outside." What else could Aunt Shui say? She pursed her lips, put her weight on Yushu, and limped out. At this point, even a fool would know that she could not stay in the Ji family any longer. It was said that her daughter killed Master Ji. Wouldn't she have to pay with her life if she stayed? Yushu half carried and half dragged Aunt Shui out of the woodshed and moved towards the back door in the west corner. Along the way, she hid from people and ran into bushes. Aunt Shui complained that her ankle hurt and wanted to throw a tantrum. She was scared by Yushu and held it in. Fortunately, Yushu had some strength and pulled the woman like a sandbag. Hiding behind an old tree near the back door, Yushu let Aunt Shui squat. She panted and rotated her sore arm, looking back at the way they came. "Why are you not going?" Aunt Shui tugged at Yushu's trousers and asked, "Why are you not going?" "Wait for Xiang Shui. She will be here in a moment." Hearing this, Aunt Shui hurriedly said, "Why are you waiting for that heartless thing? Yesterday, she saw me getting beaten up and she didn't even dare to stop me. Let's go. Let's see how you can run when someone chases after us." Yushu rolled her eyes at her and did not explain. Anyone with enough brains would not leave their accomplice behind after doing something bad. Wouldn't it be a waste to leave a witness? Late last night, Lu Hao sent Ji Xingxuan back to the Ji mansion. She fainted after being stimulated in the court and slept for several hours. If she didn't insist on going back, Lu Hao would not have sent her back. All the families in the capital were kneeling in the morning hall, crying and grieving. Ji Huaishan's body was placed in the coffin at the back. The coffin had not been closed for 7 days. She heard from a servant that someone was looking for her in the front yard. Although Ji Xingxuan was not in the mood to see a guest, she heard that it was a classmate of Taisher Library. Thinking that it was most likely someone with ulterior motives who came to visit at this time, it was not good to be neglectful. She suppressed her grief and told her parents. She went back to her room to freshen up and go to the front yard to receive the guest. Who would have thought that when she arrived at the tea room, she would not see a single person? "Oh, strange. This humble one asked Miss Zhou to wait here." The servant touched the back of his head in confusion and looked at Ji Xingxuan. He was afraid that she would scold him, so he said, "Miss, this person probably couldn't wait to leave." Ji Xingxuan looked at the empty living room and was also confused about who the person was. There were several Ms. Zhou in Taisher Library, and 2 of them were friends with her. One was the daughter of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, and the other was the sister of the general of the Yulin Royal Guards. She didn't know who it was. "What does that miss look like?" Ji Xingxuan asked. Looks. The servant was speechless and didn't know how to describe the person's appearance. After a long time, he said, "Looks like a son of a rich family." Ji Xingxuan turned her head and became suspicious. "A son of a rich family?" The servant nodded. "Yes, dressed like a son of a rich family." But this humble one almost mistook her for someone else. Hearing this description, Ji Xingxuan suddenly thought of a person and asked in a low voice, "Is her left hand wrapped in gauze? Is she taller than me?" This humble one didn't notice if she was wrapped in gauze or not, but her height is similar to mine. Chapter 308. Ji Xingxuan sensed that the intruder was Yushu. By the time he and his servants rushed to the woodshed in the backyard, Yushu had already rescued Aunt Shui. The axe that was thrown on the ground and the door lock that was pried open proved this. However, by the time they reached the back door, Yushu and the others were nowhere to be seen. Even Ji Xingxuan did not expect that Yushu would come so brazenly the day after her grandfather's death. Ji Xingxuan sent a few retainers out to chase them away, then walked towards the morning hall with a gloomy face. Halfway there, she bumped into Ji Xiaogu, who had rushed over after hearing the news. Xingxuan, what's going on? I heard that some random person has snuck into the Fu. Ji Xingxuan sneered. It's not some random person. It's that Yushu who came to rescue Mother. Ji Otani turned pale with fright. What? She broke in? Where's she? She saved that ant and ran away. Ji Xingxuan was unusually calm. Ji Otani's face darkened. He hesitated for a moment before turning to the steward who had followed him. Go and report to the authorities. Say that someone broke into the Fu and kidnapped a family member. Third uncle, it's better not to do this. Ji Xingxuan stopped the steward and turned to speak to Ji Otani with a serious expression. Such a big matter has just happened in the family. Grandfather's body is not cold yet. If we go to the authorities because of such a scandal, won't it be a disgrace? Ji Otani frowned. But we can't just let them go like this. What do we do even if we don't let them go? Ji Xingxuan lowered his eyes that were red from last night's crying and said calmly, Third uncle, don't you know that Yushu has the Shui family's eldest son to stand up for her? Now, she has Daozi as her shield. She has nothing to fear. That's why she dares to break into our house. What could he do to her? Don't forget, grandfather has already passed away. This right magistrate's office exists only in name. In the capital, it has no power or influence. You can't even straighten your back. You say you won't let them go, but you have to see if they'll let us go first. After listening to Ji Xingxuan's honest words, Ji Otani's expression changed again. Indeed, the Ji family was such a big family, and they were all supported by the old man above them. Now, Ji Huaishan was dead. It was difficult for them to gain a foothold in the capital, let alone make things difficult for others. After understanding this, although Ji Otani was unwilling, he knew that it was not the right time to cause trouble. He could only suppress his anger and waved his hand to let the steward leave. Ji Xingxuan looked at him and persuaded. Third uncle, you don't have to be angry. Yushu's birth mother was just a servant in our family. The contract is with you. Even if she runs away to the ends of the earth, this can't be changed. She was born a member of the Ji family, but she died. If she dies, she will be a ghost of our Ji family. Ji Otani's expression became better. He sighed and sorted out his emotions. Then, he said to Ji Xingxuan with some shame, You're so thoughtful. I'm already so old, but I can't control my emotions. I almost lost my mind. Ji Xingxuan shook her head expressionlessly and said to him, Third uncle, I'll go back to the morning hall first. Okay. Ji Otani looked at Ji Xingxuan's departing figure with a complicated expression. He noticed that his obedient and sensible niece seemed to have changed since she returned to the mansion last night. He didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. Yushu and Xiang Sui each carried Aunt Shui and ran out of the Ji mansion through the back door. They followed a small road to the south, crossed 2 streets, and rented a carriage in front of a courier station. They helped Aunt Shui into the carriage and ordered the driver to head east of the city. Aunt Shui leaned on Xiang Sui, half dead. She massaged her legs and panted, Look, see if anyone is chasing us. Yushu touched her little finger, which was starting to hurt again, and said, Don't worry, no one is chasing us. She calculated the time. Ji Xingxuan should know that she had been here by now. If Ji Xingxuan hadn't been blinded by hatred, she wouldn't have sent people to chase after them since they had run away. Ji Huaishan was dead. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The few people in the Ji family couldn't do anything to her. Moreover, there was such a big mess waiting to be cleaned up. How could they have the energy to deal with her? Yushu knew this, so she dared to take Aunt Shui away. If it was before the collapse of the Ji family, she wouldn't have thought that it would be so easy to get Aunt Shui out. Miss, where are we going? Xiang Sui asked Yushu timidly. She used all the courage she had in the past 10 years today. She ran out with Yushu and became a fugitive slave. Yushu said, Find an inn in the east of the city to stay. I will find a place for you to stay in these 2 days, and then you can settle down. Yushu didn't intend to take Aunt Shui back to Zhao Hui's house. Firstly, Zhao Hui was pregnant. She didn't want to leave Aunt Shui, a woman who didn't know anything, with her. Secondly, it was in case the Ji family didn't know what was good for them and came to fight with her. When the carriage was far away, Aunt Shui knew that she was safe. She wiped her tears again and scolded Yushu. It's all your fault, you wicked girl. What did you do to make me end up like this? Which god did I offend to give birth to a bastard like you? You come to kill me. Sob, sob, sob. Yushu hated seeing people cry. She endured it when she ran away from the Ji family. Now her fingers were hurting. Hearing Aunt Shui's words, she pulled a long face and said coldly, "If you cry again, I will send you back. Anyway, I have broken off the relationship with the Ji family." Mother, you are still a member of that family, aren't you? Concubine Shui had been in contact with Yushu for the past few days and found that her daughter had a bad temper. Moreover, they were not close to each other. She was afraid that Yushu would really abandon her, so she immediately pursed her lips and swallowed her tears. Yushu looked at her with satisfaction and thought that it was a good thing to let her suffer this time. At least she had taught this woman how to be sensible. The carriage took them to the east of the city. Yushu stopped the carriage on the way. She got off the carriage and helped Aunt Shui to walk for a while. They found a remote inn and found the best guest room to settle Aunt Shui and Xiang Sui. You stay here first. I will ask the waiter to send hot water and food, Yushu said and was about to go out. Seeing that she was leaving, Aunt Shui was afraid that she would not come back, so she hurriedly stopped her. Where are you going? Yushu turned her head and looked at her expression. She guessed what was on her mind. She smiled and said, I'm going out to buy something. I will be back in a while. Aunt Shui said embarrassedly, then come back quickly. Yushu went downstairs and called the waiter. She walked around the nearby streets and bought what she needed. At the same time, she asked if there were any rented houses nearby. After an hour, she returned to the inn. The door was closed from the inside. She knocked on the door. Xiang Sui asked twice before opening the door carefully. It was obvious that she was afraid that someone from the Ji family would chase after her. Where's my mother? Yushu did not see Aunt Shui outside. Xiang Sui pointed to the inner room and whispered, Aunt went to sleep after eating. Yushu nodded her head. She put the big and small bags on the table. She picked out the medicine for bruises and injuries and put it inside. Aunt Shui was lying on her side on the bed, facing inwards. She was still snoring. She did not sleep well yesterday. Once she relaxed and filled her stomach, she fell asleep. Yushu sat at the end of the bed. She lifted a corner of the quilt and pulled up Aunt Shui's trousers. She looked at the condition of her ankle sprain. She poured out the medicine and rubbed it on Aunt Shui's foot. Concubine Shui groaned a few times in her dream, but did not wake up. She subconsciously wanted to withdraw her foot, but Yushu firmly held it down. She twisted her foot a few times and then became obedient. Xiang Sui looked at Yushu's actions. She could not help but feel touched. She thought, Aunt Shui has always treated Miss badly, but Miss is still so filial. After applying medicine with great difficulty, Yushu heaved a sigh of relief. She used her sleeve to wipe the sweat on her forehead and pulled the quilt over Aunt Shui. She stood up and led Xiang Sui outside. She instructed, I bought a change of clothes. Tonight, help my mother wash and change. Swayer, look after my mother. Don't leave this room. If she's hungry, call for the waiter to send food up. I'll come back tomorrow. As she spoke, Yushu patted the young maidservant's shoulder and left. Yushu left in the morning and only returned when it was almost dusk. When she arrived at the entrance of her house, she saw the luxurious-looking carriage that was parked at the side of the road. Her footsteps paused for a moment, and only then did she recall that Shui Rui had mentioned last night that Jing Chun had gone to Wang Ji Tower afterward and said that he would look for her again today. After hesitating for a moment, Yushu lifted her feet and walked through the door. She immediately saw the two guards guarding outside the living room in the front yard like door guards. When the two guards saw her, they turned around and said something. Yushu took a few steps forward and saw Jing Chen's figure appear in front of the living room. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, he was still dressed in clean white robes, untainted by even a speck of dust. He was still the same person, but Yushu couldn't tell what was different about him. Because when she saw him now, her heart was not filled with joy but helplessness. Xiaoyu. Jing Chun saw that Yushu looked tired and forgot about yesterday's unhappiness. He asked with concern, "Where did you go?" Yushu was not in a hurry to answer him. She walked forward and saw that Zhao Hui and He Fangji were not in the living room. She then said to Jing Chun, "Come in and talk." The two sat down in the living room and faced each other. Yushu took a blanket and poured a cup of tea. She took a sip and said, "I went to the Ji mansion today." Jing Chen's expression changed. He asked, "You went to see your mother?" Yushu nodded and looked at him meaningfully. "The Ji family thinks that I killed Ji Huaishan. Yesterday, they beat my mother up and locked her in the woodshed." Jing Chen frowned and said, "Is there anything I can help with?" Yushu laughed self-deprecatingly. "Why would you help me? Aren't you the same as them? Aren't you convinced that I killed old Ji?" "When did I say that?" Jing Chun was stunned. "Even if you don't say it, isn't that what you're thinking in your heart?" Yushu stared straight at Jing Chun as if she wanted to see through his thoughts. She went straight to the point. Chapter 309. Haven't you thought about it? Aren't you the same as them? Don't you think that I killed old man Ji? The reason why Yushu and Jing Chun parted on bad terms yesterday was because of a disagreement and a moment of anger. However, they were not 5 or 6-year-old kids who would cut ties with each other just because of a quarrel. Yushu had gotten drunk yesterday and was angry. Originally, she had planned to find a chance to talk to Jing Chun after Aunt Shui settled down. Since he was already here, there was no reason for him to go back without making things clear. Yushu's question was straightforward. She was still brooding over the apology that Jing Chun had said to Ji Xingxuan in court yesterday. She was a narrow-minded person who could not tolerate even a grain of sand. If Jing Chun was a passerby, it would be fine. However, he was a person whom she had wholeheartedly treated well. In the end, he was blaming her for the death of an outsider. "Little you, I've never had such a thought." Jing Chun, on the other hand, felt a little wronged. Being questioned by Yushu, he tried his best to express his thoughts clearly. "I feel guilty because of the death of the Ji family's master, but I don't think you killed him. You've misunderstood me. I'm blaming myself, not you." Hearing Jing Chen's words, Yushu's expression did not improve. On the contrary, it became darker. In fact, what happened yesterday had made her realize that the Jing Chun who had regained his memory was different from the one who had lost it. Jing Chun, who had lost his memory, did not remember who he was. He did not know any rules or rules. Among the people he knew, she was the only one who knew who he was. At that time, she was the most important person to him. Thus, he could understand her lies and tolerate her different personality from ordinary women. However, after regaining his memory, Jing Chun was no longer alone. Other than her, there were other important people to him. The Taoist priest from Mount Longhu who had changed his fate for him, the emperor who was kind to him in the palace, and his junior sister who had traveled thousands of miles down the mountain to find him. It was because of these people that he could not even fall in love with himself in case Ji Du-Xing acted up. Not only would it implicate the people around her, but it would also bring disaster to the people around him, including why he felt guilty about Ji Huaishan's death this time. Even if Jing Chun did not say, Yushu had guessed it. It was not just because of his lies that caused the grandfather and grandson to go to prison. More importantly, it was because of Ji Du-Xing. That night, when Ji Xingxuan went to Huaixing Street to find people and saw Jing Chun, he did not have a mascot like the 10,000 birthday oration on him. Ji Xingxuan did not have a yellow frost stone to protect her. It was very likely that she had been swept into the tail of the typhoon and shown on by Ji Du-Xing. Yushu had long known that Jing Chun was a very responsible person. Otherwise, he would not have secretly protected her and helped her escape several times in Yang City when he sensed that Ji Du-Xing had attacked her. This had not changed from the beginning to the end. The difference was that when he lost his memory, he only had a sense of responsibility for her. However, after he recovered his memory, his sense of responsibility had become a burden. Just like now, Ji Huaishan's death, in her opinion, was completely his own fault, and he couldn't blame anyone else. But Jing Chun still felt guilty, even though he knew that the grandfather and grandson pair didn't have good intentions towards her. On one hand, he felt that they were in the wrong, but on the other hand, he felt that they didn't deserve to die. After a night, Yushu could now guess what Jing Chun was thinking calmly. However, she would rather not know what he was thinking, so she would not make things difficult for him. Xiaoyu. When Jing Chun saw that Yushu did not say a word for a long time, he thought that she was still angry. He began to feel a little anxious. Then, he thought about her distant attitude when she got out of the car yesterday, as well as what Shui Rue had told him about her drunkenness yesterday. He immediately stood up from his chair and walked in front of her. With his head lowered, he said, "If I said something wrong yesterday and caused you to misunderstand and be unhappy, I apologize to you. Please don't be angry, okay?" Sigh. Yushu sighed and raised her head with mixed feelings. Looking at his face, she revealed a bitter smile. "You really are a fool." She was not angry at him now. Instead, she did not know what to do with him. It was not that Yushu had not been in love in her previous life. She had dated a few people, but Nan Nan had been busy earning money and taking care of her brother. Every relationship did not last long before it ended. As a normal woman, she had had one or two people she liked. Every time, she would tell them directly. This was because she did not like to be ambiguous. If she liked someone, then she liked them. There was nothing to hide. Even if the other party rejected her, she would accept it calmly. To her, Jing Chun was a complete accident. From the start, she had never thought of developing a romantic relationship with him. She had only treated him as a good brother who had gone through thick and thin with her. However, a man who was willing to take on a blade barehanded for her and said that he would protect her, as a woman, how could she not be moved? Thus, she naturally did not suppress her feelings. When he had lost his memory, she had explained it to him and used a few tricks to communicate with him. From then on, they had decided on their relationship. Originally, she had thought that after she helped him find the person who had broken his life, if the two of them could persevere, they would naturally get married. Who would have thought that the secret he was hiding was 100 times more complicated than she had imagined? As his memory recovered, the two of them returned to how they used to be. They had just become boyfriend and girlfriend, but they had become good brothers overnight. According to Yushu's character in the past, if they worked together, they would get together. If they didn't, they would break up. She would never have any ideas about Jing Chun. However, this time, she was stubborn. She was not willing to let the meat that was in her mouth fly away. Perhaps it was because she had paid too much and received too much. The days when they went through thick and thin together were unforgettable. Therefore, she could not give up on Jing Chun. She always thought that there was still a long way to go. Maybe one day, this piece of meat would fall in her bowl again. However, before that day came, she suddenly realized that this piece of meat was not meat, but a bone that was very difficult to chew. This made her feel conflicted. She wanted to let go as soon as possible. She was not willing to give up. She wanted to continue staring at this bone, but she felt that it was not right. In the end, how should she treat Jing Chun? This became a problem that gave her a headache. Unable to think of an answer, Yushu decided not to waste her brain. In any case, this was a matter between a man and a woman. Since she could not force it, she would let nature take its course. At this moment, Yushu's mood relaxed again. She said to Jing Chun, "It's fine if you don't want me to be angry, but you have to promise me one thing." She did not intend to be at odds with Jing Chun. She was not really a little girl. She was almost 30 years old. How could she be so pretentious? Jing Chun nodded without thinking. "I promise you." Yushu raised her eyebrows. "I haven't said anything yet, and you already agreed. What if I asked you to kill people and burn things down? Would you do it?" Jing Chun shook his head. "You won't ask me to do those things." He had calculated her correctly. Yushu curled her lips and lectured him resentfully. "You can't just casually agree. Let me tell you, although you have the 10,000 life memorial text to protect you, and you're not afraid of coming into contact with people, you still have to be careful. Not everyone is as good as me. If you are sold, you still have to help the person earn money. Jing Chun heard the concern in her words. Seeing that her expression had cleared up, he obediently replied with an "in." If possible, the last thing he wanted was to make her angry and sad. Last time, he did not protect her well and made her suffer. He already blamed himself. This time, he made her sad because of his stupid words. It was not his intention. The fourth miss of the G family. If you see her in the future, stay away from her. Don't say a word to her. Do you understand? Yushu made a request. It sounded random, but in fact, she had her concerns. Although Jing Chun did not understand why Yushu wanted him to agree to this, he habitually did not question it and nodded. Then he asked tentatively, "Are you still angry with me?" Yushu shook her head with a smile. She waved her hand and said, "Forget it." She was narrow-minded, but she was not stingy. Jing Chun was pardoned, so his expression relaxed. He looked down at her left hand and asked, "Did you change the medicine I gave you yesterday? I heard that you drank. This is not good. Before your bones heal, you shouldn't touch alcohol." Yushu touched her finger and said, "It's not a problem. I drank osmanthus wine yesterday. That wine is good for qi and blood circulation." Yesterday, she wanted to drink strong wine, but she was stopped by Shui Rue early in the morning. "You should pay attention to yourself." Jing Chun then asked, "You just said that your mother is locked in the G mansion. What do you plan to do? How about I go with you and bring her out?" "There's no need." Yushu calmly told Jing Chun about her visit to the G mansion during the day and how she conveniently took Annie Chui away. Jing Chun did not know much about worldly affairs. He did not have any concept of the relationship between a concubine and a servant. Thus, he did not know what was wrong with Yushu's actions. If Shui Rue was here and heard that Yushu was doing this, his expression would certainly be very interesting. "Daozi, it's getting late. You should return to the palace." The guard outside reminded Jing Chun. Only then did Yushu realize that the sun had set and the sky was dark. She got up and said to Jing Chun, "Okay, you should quickly return. Then I will come see you tomorrow." "Don't. I still have something to do tomorrow." Yushu avoided the eyes of the two guards and whispered to Jing Chun, "I have to find a place for my mother to live and settle down. In a few days, when the princess mansion is ready, you can come out and we can meet again. At that time, I will call Shui Dage and His Highness Gio. Oh, and also your shimmy, to add some liveliness to your new residence." "Okay." Yushu sent Jing Chun to the gate. When the carriage turned around and went to the gate, she watched him get on the carriage. Two guards rode on horses and escorted him away. Just as she was about to turn around and go in, she saw from the corner of her eyes a carriage hurriedly coming over and stopping in front of her house. She had never seen this carriage before. She was wondering what kind of guest it was when she saw an anxious youth jump out of the carriage. The youth looked up and saw Yushu. He panicked and said, You Jiejia." Chapter 310. After taking care of Yu, Xiaoxiu's head injury, Fangji heaved a sigh of relief and gently covered him with a blanket. He turned to the ashen-faced Yushu and said, "Don't worry too much. He did bleed a lot, but the injury isn't deep." Yushu touched Yu Xiaoxiu's forehead and asked worriedly, "Is he really fine? Why didn't you wake him up?" Fangji said, "He lost too much blood. He just needs to stay in bed for a few more days to replenish his qi and blood." Yushu's heart skipped a beat, but her expression became better after hearing this. She said, "Godfather, look after him for a while. I'll ask him what happened." After saying that, she waved at Hu Tian'er, who had brought Yu Xiaoxiu back, and called her outside for questioning. "What happened to Xiaoxiu? Did he fight with someone?" Yushu held back her anger, afraid that she would scare the delicate boy in front of her. When she saw Yu Xiaoxiu being brought back with his head and face covered in blood, her heart almost jumped out of her throat. Hu Tian'er pouted and told Yushu what had happened. This afternoon, during riding class, Little Redeemer and I were learning how to ride a horse when a madman came up to him and taunted him. Little Redeemer seemed to know the madman, and he warned him that he was going to expose the madman's dirty deeds. Little Redeemer got into an argument with Little Redeemer and pushed him off the horse. Little Redeemer knocked his head on the ground. Needless to say, she knew who the madman was. Yushu gritted her teeth in anger and asked again, "Where did that person go?" Hu Tian said disdainfully, "Humph, that coward." When he saw Xiaoxiu bleeding all over the ground, he was so scared that he ran away on his horse. If Xiaoxiu hadn't asked me to send him home to find his uncle before he fainted, I wouldn't have let that madman go. What the hell is this? Yushu suppressed the anger in her heart and said gratefully to the young man, "Young Master Hu, thank you for sending Xiaoxiu back. It's already so late. Go home quickly and don't let your parents worry." Yushu had only recently heard from Yu Xiaoxiu that this young master was his companion at Baichuan Academy. His father was a fourth-rank official in the Ministry of Rights. Her maternal grandfather was the one she had just met in court yesterday. He was Shui Rui's current immediate superior, the official of the Supreme Court, Guo Huaiyan, who was known as the White King of Hell. Hu Tian'er looked at the sky and saw that it was already dark. However, he felt awkward and didn't want to leave. "Elder sister, what about that madman who beat up Xiaoxiu? We can't just let him go, right? Xiaoxiu hasn't woken up yet. When he recovers, I'll take him to the academy and ask him about it. I'll have to trouble you to go to the academy tomorrow. Tell your academician song that Xiaoxiu is recuperating at home. He won't be going to the academy for a while." Yushu looked amiable on the surface, but she was secretly angry. She thought that no one could beat up their Yu Xiaoxiu for nothing. That bastard Shui Wenjia, she would teach him a lesson later. Yushu sent Hu Tian'er away and returned to her room. Yifangji asked her how Yu Xiaoxiu got injured. Yushu said he was playing with a classmate when he was riding a horse in class and fell down. As for what happened, we'll have to wait until he wakes up to ask. Yifangji thought that it was caused by the children playing with each other. She only complained a little and didn't pursue the matter further. Yushu took over Yifangji's place to take care of Yu Xiaoxiu. She asked him to go to Zhao Hui's room to take a look. In the evening, Yu Xiaoxiu was carried back. When Zhao Hui entered the room and saw it, she was so shocked that she fainted. Fortunately, Annie Shen held her so that she didn't fall. Otherwise, it would be no laughing matter for her 7-month-old belly to fall. Yushu didn't eat dinner. She stayed by Yu Xiaoxiu's side to feed him soup and water, and wipe his sweat and tuck him in until midnight. Kim Bao, who was always gluttonous and sleepy, didn't have an appetite like her. He lay at the end of Yu Xiaoxiu's bed with his tail tucked between his legs. Just like that, Yushu only felt relieved when Yu Xiaoxiu's fever went down. She stood up and stretched. Listening to the crackling of her bones, she turned around and went back to her room to get a pen, paper, and other tools. Then, she spread out the paper in Yu Xiaoxiu's bedroom and started to calculate. Out of habit, Yushu would calculate the time of calamity for this family every once in a while. She would calculate the time of calamity for the next 10 days. If there was a calamity, it was better to avoid it. If there was no calamity, it was better to avoid it. Logically speaking, she should have predicted that Yu Xiaoxiu would have a bloody calamity today. She wouldn't have let him go out today. But the truth was that she didn't predict this calamity at all, so she didn't take any precautions in advance. Yushu thought that she had miscalculated today and blamed herself. So, she made a new formula and used the time of calamity law to check on Yu Xiaoxiu's calamity for the past few days. The result surprised her. She carefully calculated the 4 pillars and 8 characters of Yu Xiaoxiu 3 times. The divination showed that Yu Xiaoxiu should be safe and sound today, without any calamity. It wasn't that she had miscalculated, but the truth was that Yu Xiaoxiu was injured and bleeding. Ever since Yu Shu mastered the time of calamity law, she had never encountered such a situation. In the past, because of the lack of data, she would often encounter elusive numbers, and she couldn't determine what calamity it was. But like this, the result of the divination about the calamity was obviously none, but in reality, there was yes. This was the first time. It wasn't that she couldn't calculate it accurately, it was that she couldn't calculate it. This discovery immediately gave Yu Shu a headache. Honestly speaking, she was very clear that there was a loophole in her time of calamity law. The results of her calculations were too general and not detailed. She had yet to make up for these shortcomings, and now there was a new problem, which was also what she was most afraid of. To use a word to describe it, it was blind areas. Places that could not be reached by the line of sight were called blind areas, and the answers that could not be calculated using mathematical symbols were also called blind areas in mathematics. Take the simplest example, 0 divided 0. The answer to this formula could be any number, so it could not be established. This was one of the blind areas in division, and when faced with such a blind area, one could only ignore it. There was no way to solve it. In other words, the appearance of the blind areas of the time of calamity law meant that from now on, Yushu could no longer completely rely on this method to ensure the safety of the people around her. Otherwise, something like today would happen again. Perhaps the next person to be in trouble would be He Fangji or Zhao Hui. Yushu crumpled the messy paper into a ball. Looking at the unconscious Yu Xiaoxiu on the bed, she forcefully scratched her itchy scalp. She did not want to see her loved ones get hurt. She wanted the people around her to be able to live a peaceful and stable life. She wanted to know more. She wanted to accurately judge what would happen in the future. But right now, she could not do it. She still had a long way to go. She needed to learn more. She needed to learn more about the study of E. Only then would she be able to continuously improve her abilities. It was easy to say, but it was hard to do. All of the exquisite study of E were owned by the study of E. They were not passed on to outsiders. How could she learn in such a short time? If only Master Qingzheng was here. Up until now, the thing that Yushu regretted the most was that she did not learn more from Taoist Qingzheng. Now, no one knew where he had run off to, and it was impossible to find him. Then, Yushu thought of Jing Chun, but she wasn't sure. But she was not sure if Jing Chun could teach her the mysteries of Mount Longhu Taoism. Moreover, what she lacked the most right now was more systematic learning. For a self-taught Iku, her foundation couldn't compare to those children of aristocratic families who had been exposed to Iku since young, not to mention Ji Xingxuan, who had read a lot of books. Even Xia Mingming was more knowledgeable than her. Yushu clasped her hands together. She knocked her forehead lightly and kept repeating a place, Taishu Library, Taishu Library. It had 4 libraries that were open to the public. 13 great E-masters taught her everything they knew. It was a place where all the study of E-families gathered under the name of the Celestial Commissioner. She really wanted to enter the Taishu Library. Yushu took care of Yu Xiaoxiu last night. In addition, she was thinking about something else. She did not rest much all night. The next morning, He Fangji came to examine Yu Xiaoxiu. She took the opportunity to go back to her room to freshen up. She changed her wrinkled clothes and rummaged in the wardrobe. She found an old robe and put it on. She tied up her long hair in front of the mirror and wrapped a scarf around it. She dressed up like the day when she set up the stall in Autumn Osmanthus Lane. Aunt Shui and Xiang Sui were still living in the inn in the east of the city. She had to find a house for them as soon as possible. She could not let them stay in that crowded place for too long. Yushu brought enough money. She went next door to see that Yu Xiaoxiu had not woken up yet. She told He Fangji that she was going to Baichuan Academy and went out. She rented a carriage pulled by a mule in the market. Yushu sat in the shed that was full of a strange smell. She thought about when she would go to Pei Jing's place to get the horse he gave her for her birthday to train. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient to go back and forth in a sedan chair. Yushu first went to the inn to see Aunt Shui. The master and servant got up late and were still eating breakfast. They had a basket of steamed buns, porridge, and pickles. It was not that Aunt Shui was thrifty. It was just that the inn was remote and there was nothing good to eat other than that. Aunt Shui was still angry that Yushu had implicated her to this extent. She ignored everyone who saw her. She kept a straight face and let Xiang Sui pass the message. Sui asked that unfilial daughter how long she plans to let us stay in this inn. Xiang Sui carefully turned her head to look at Yushu. Miss, Aunt asked me to ask you. Yushu was not in the mood to play with her, so she sat down opposite concubine Shui and said, I'll go out in a moment and rent an empty house for you to stay in. Buy some bedding and bedding, as well as some daily necessities, then you can move in. Hearing her arrangement, Aunt Shui slammed the table and glared at her. You want me, a woman, to live alone outside? I only have a useless servant girl. She doesn't even have someone to boil water and cook. How do you want me to live? Yushu said, I will find an old maid to cook for you later. Aunt Shui was still unwilling. She said acidly, "How much money do you have? What kind of good house can you rent? I won't live in that broken-down place. Didn't you say that you found a godmother to live with? It just so happens that Xiao Xiao is also there. I want to live with Xiao Xiao. I will pack my things now. Take me there." Yushu rolled her eyes and said grumpily, "Mother, you should at least think about it. That's my godmother's home, not yours. It's perfectly justifiable for me to live there. What's the point of you going there? You don't even know them. Aren't you ashamed to live in someone else's home?" Aunt Shui's face reddened. She said angrily, "Why would I be ashamed? You can abandon your biological mother to live a good life and make me suffer. Why would I be afraid of being ashamed?" "Fine. You don't think it's embarrassing?" Yushu continued. "Then aren't you afraid that the Ji family will send people to capture you? Let me tell you first. Third Master knows where my godmother's home is. Who knows? There might be people waiting at the door for you. The moment you show your face, they will capture you." Chapter 311. Yushu found a small courtyard in the east of the city. It was originally for the students who were going to the capital to take the exam. Because the students who live here moved out before they could take the exam in February, the house was empty. The furniture was ready-made. The kitchen fire was only sealed for a few days, so there was no problem with the feng shui. The landlord was an Annie who was over 50 years old. Her husband's surname was Yan. Her family had a vinegar business. She was very straightforward. When she saw Yushu dressed up and heard that she was an examinee of this year's Dayan examination, her widowed mother came to the capital with her maidservant. She immediately agreed to rent the house to her. She took her to the village head's house on the next street to sign the lease and set the rent at 8 taels of silver a month. Yushu paid 30 taels of silver in advance. Auntie Yin also warmly helped her with the trivial things such as unpacking the quilt and making the bed. She asked her to bring people to live here the day after tomorrow. Yushu gave her another ingot of silver and left after thanking her. Yushu went out early in the morning. When she finished these things, it was almost dusk. She didn't have time to eat lunch. On the way back, she bought a roll on the street and ate it while walking home. This place was remote and there were no carriages, so she could only rely on her feet. At this time, Yushu misses her last life's carriage very much. It couldn't fly, but at least it had 4 wheels, so it was convenient to go anywhere. Fortunately, Zhao Hui's house was also in the east of the city, not too far away. When Yushu was about to walk to the door, a carriage passed by her and stopped. The coachman, Lao Chue, smiled at Yushu. The curtain behind the carriage was opened. Shui Rue, who had changed into casual clothes, jumped out of the carriage and walked to her. "Brother?" Yushu was a little surprised to see Shui Rue. She thought he was busy with work these days. She didn't expect that he had time to come to see her. "Where have you been?" Shui Rue looked at her loose robe and remembered the day he met her in autumn Osmanthus Lane. He remembered her appearance when she was setting up a stall on the roadside. Seeing her changed into a man's dress, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "It's a long story. Let's go. We'll talk about it when we get back." Yushu didn't intend to hide the fact that Shui Rue had gone to the Ji family to steal someone, but it was inconvenient to talk on the street, so she led him to her home. There was still a long way to go. Shui Rue waved his hand and signaled Lao Chue to drive the car first, then slowly walked back with Yushu. Shui Rue was about half a foot taller than Yushu. The two of them walked side by side. One was tall and the other was slender. From the back, they looked like a pair of brothers who had a good relationship. "Why are you free today? Aren't you busy at the yamen? What about the Ji family's case? Is there a statement?" Yushu kept asking. It was true that Ji Huaishan had committed suicide, but the case had not been resolved yet. Yushu was very concerned about how to convict him. "This is what I wanted to tell you. The case was just decided this afternoon." Shui Rue tilted his head and looked at Yushu's expectant eyes. He hesitated for a moment. He said, "Ji Huaishan was stripped of his post as the right judge of the Celestial Commissioner for leaking the Dayan examination questions. He was demoted to a clumsy commoner. His whole family was sent to Gunzhou. He died because he was afraid of punishment. considering that Ji Huaishan had made great contributions during his tenure as the Celestial Commissioner. The emperor showed mercy and allowed his family to bury him. They were fined 1,000 taels of silver, but they were not sent out. As for Ji Xingxuan, due to insufficient evidence and junior eunuch run as a guarantor, she was not convicted of cheating. She was released from her home and will no longer be arrested. Even though Yu Shu was mentally prepared, when she heard the verdict, she still couldn't help but curse her grandfather in her heart. They really let their whole family off the hook. It wasn't that Yu Shu was heartless and wanted to see their family ruined to be happy. But this Ji family didn't have any good people. Now that they had formed a death grudge with her, staying in Jing City and not leaving would be a disaster for her. Shui Rui was also very clear on this point. When he saw Yu Shu's depressed face, he comforted. The right magistrate has already been defeated. The Ji family doesn't have a deep foundation in Jing City. Without Ji Huaishan, they can only tuck their tail between their legs. You don't have to worry about them finding you for revenge for the time being. Just a few steps away from the door of the house, Yu Shu stopped. She asked him worriedly, "Isn't there still Ning Wangyi?" She wasn't afraid of the current Ji family. She wasn't afraid of Ji Xingxuan, a defeated opponent. What she was worried about was Ning Wang, Lu Hao, who had come out at the end of the court to save the beauty. She wasn't arrogant to the point where she considered everyone beneath her. In front of true power, she was just an ant. Shui Rui's eyes flashed. He smiled slightly as he said, "Even though Ning Wang has feelings for Ji Xingxuan, he isn't stupid enough to openly support them. Also, the Twin Yang gathering of the second month is coming. He's busy recruiting talents and doesn't have the extra energy to manage other matters. Also, I'm here, what are you worried about?" Hearing the protectiveness in his words, Yu Shu laughed dryly as she scratched her neck. She didn't want to see Shui Rui go against Ning Wang because of her. "Right, what's going on with the Twin Yang gathering? That day at the restaurant, I heard you and the Ninth Prince talking about it. Didn't you say that the participants are all traitors? Why do I hear that there are also matters of the princes?" Yu Shu asked curiously. Last time, Shui Rui had told her that the Twin Yang gathering would start from the Dragon Festival on the second day of the second month and would last for 49 days. All the major trading halls in Ling City would participate. The traders of various families would gather here to compete for a golden plaque that was bestowed by the emperor with the title of #1 hall in the world. "Oh, it's like this." Shui Rui stood at the door of Zhao Hui's house and explained to Yu Shu, during the period of the Twin Yang gathering, it is during the release of the results of the Great Yin examination. It is also the time when the imperial examinations are held. Ling City is home to the talents of the world. It is a grand occasion that only occurs once every 3 years. Other than the gathering of traders, there were also scholars and martial artists competing with each other in the realm of knowledge. Because these traders, scholars, and martial artists have not yet entered official careers and have nothing to do with the state, they are not involved in forming factions for personal gain. Therefore, with the tacit consent of the emperor during the period of the Twin Yang gathering, all the nobles in the capital, the powerful families, the trading halls, the academies, and the martial halls will participate and select talents for their own use. Hearing this, Yu Shu came to a sudden realization. Wasn't this dual Yang society just a talent exchange meeting? It was just that it was only held once every 3 years, so there were a lot of high-quality human resources accumulated. It was no wonder that all the princes were rubbing their hands together. After all, how could they miss this opportunity to openly recruit talents? So that's how it is. I understand. Yu Shu nodded and said, half-jokingly, then I can also participate in this Twin Yang gathering. If I don't get into the Taisha library, at least I have a way out in the future. To be honest, if she couldn't enter the Taisha library, it was not bad to find a backer in this Twin Yang gathering. Shui Rui glanced at her and said lightly, "I have already booked you. Where else do you want to go?" Yu Shu was stunned for a moment. She muttered with a strange expression, "What are you talking about? When did I become yours?" Shui Rui frowned. "You forgot so quickly? You signed a contract with me. If you can't enter the Taisha library, you have to obediently stay in my Wangji Tower to manage for 3 years." After his reminder, Yushu finally understood the meaning of his words. She coughed awkwardly. She had almost forgotten about this. If she couldn't enter the Taisher library, she had to obediently work for great young Master Shui. Seeing the displeasure on Shui Rui's face, Yushu hurriedly giggled and said, "It's not that I didn't remember it in a moment. It's written in black and white, so it's useless even if I forget it." Shui Rui relaxed his brows and looked at her sensible appearance with satisfaction. He warned with a stern face, "The Twin Yang gathering is indeed lively, but it is also very chaotic. There are crooks and honest people mixed in, and there are people from the Jianghu. If you want to go take a look, follow me. Don't run around alone. Do you hear me?" "Oh," Yu Shu answered as she counted the days in her heart. Today was the 25th, and there were only a few days left until the 2nd of February. The grand examination's results were released by subjects. If she remembered correctly, the first subject, Li, would be released on the 4th day of the 2nd month, which was the 3rd day of the dual Yang gathering. When the results were released, there would definitely be a lot of excitement to watch. It was easy to imagine how many nobles would fight for the top 3 of each subject. It was a pity that she was too bad at Li and was destined to not make it on the list. Otherwise, she could go and show her face. The two of them talked for a while in front of the door. He Fangji happened to come back from the medical center with a medicine box. Seeing Shui Rui, she politely walked up to him and asked, "Sir Shui is here. Why are you standing outside the door and not going in?" When Yushu was taken away by the Celestial Commissioner's officers in broad daylight, He Fangji was so anxious that she went around asking for help. It was Shui Rui who sent someone to inform them. Later, he and Jing Chun sent Yushu back. Seeing that his identity could no longer be hidden, Yushu asked for Shui Rui's opinion and told Zhao Hui, her husband, and Pei Jing that Shui Rui was the eldest son of the Shui family. She also specifically told him not to leak the fact that Shui Rui had stayed in Yang, so He Fangji changed her story. "I was just about to go in and have a seat. Did Dr. He just come back from the medical center? How's business?" After He Fangji invited Shui Rui in, he put on an amiable and approachable face. Yushu curled her lips. Even she had to admit defeat at this person's ability to change his face. He Fangji sighed. "As a doctor, of course, I hope that the fewer patients, the better. But I have to support my family, and I'm afraid that no one will come to see me and get medicine. It's really difficult." Haha. Shui Rui smiled in understanding. Humans eat grains, and they also have emotions. Falling sick is a very common thing, and it follows this logic. There's no need for a physician to be too concerned about it. You just have to treat the patient well. Listening to his opinion, He Fangji nodded repeatedly. "You're right." As they were talking, they arrived at the entrance of the hall. He Fangji stopped and said to Yu Shu, "Take Mr. Shui to see Xiaoxiu first. I just made a prescription this afternoon. Go to the kitchen and tell them to brew it." He Fangji thought that Shui Rui was here to see Yu Xiaoxiu. After he finished speaking, he took the medicine box and left. Shui Rui turned his head to ask Yu Shu, "What happened to Xiaoxiu?" Yu Shu's face darkened. He was pushed off his horse in the study hall and hit his head. Shui Rui furrowed his brows and looked angry. What happened? Did someone bully him in the academy? Shui Rui knew that Baichuan Academy only accepted children of high officials in the capital. So, he personally went to Academician Song early in the morning and asked him to take special care of Yu Xiaoxiu. He was afraid that Yu Xiaoxiu didn't have a family background and would be bullied in the academy. Chapter 312. It's a coincidence. It's your old Shui family's brat who bullied our Yu family's child. Shui Rui was puzzled. What do you mean by that? Yushu didn't want to say more. She said angrily, "I'm not sure either. Let's ask Xiaoxiu later." Yushu took Shui Rui to the room to see Yu Xiaoxiu. Yu Xiaoxiu, who had been unconscious for the whole night, had already woken up. He was lying on the bed, leaning over to reach the cup of water on the coffee table. The white gauze wrapped around his forehead was soaked in red, which was a bit shocking. "Xiaoxiu." Yushu stepped forward and supported him with one hand. She let him sit on the bed first. She frowned. "Where is Shun Ma? Why are you left alone in the room?" Xiaoxiu panted slightly. He leaned on Yushu's shoulder and whispered with his eyes closed, Go. Go and boil some water for me to wash my face. Shui Rui came over and bent over to take a cup from the coffee table. He poured some water and handed it to Yushu. He motioned for her to feed Yu Xiaoxiu first and said, I see that there are only a few servants in your house. You can't even move your hands away from doing things. Now that you have enough money, why don't you buy a few more servants? At least, you can add a book boy for Xiaoxiu. Yushu thought about it. There were indeed few servants in the house. In the past, she and Xiaoxiu were used to doing things by themselves. They didn't need anyone to pour tea and water for them. But recently, it seemed a bit rushed. Yindo had to take care of the pregnant Zhao Hui, and the gatekeeper had to be responsible for cleaning the courtyard. Shenma was originally a servant who washed clothes, and she was arranged to do things in the room. In case there was an emergency, she couldn't make time for her. Thinking of this, she nodded and noted down the matter of buying a servant. Then she looked at Yu Xiaoxiu in her arms, pulled up the quilt on him, and said gently, Xiaoxiu, Brother Shui is here to see you. Yu Xiaoxiu opened his eyes and stretched his neck. Only then did he see Shui Rui standing beside the bed. He obediently called out, Brother Shui. Shui Rui gently stroked his hair and said, I heard from your sister. Someone pushed you off the horse, and that's why you fell. Tell Brother Shui, who did this? Yu Xiaoxiu pursed his lips, turned to look at Yushu, and said in a muffled voice, It's that Shui Wenjia. Shui Wenjia. Shui Rui murmured the name. It sounded familiar. Then he thought that Yushu said that the person was from the Shui family, and he knew who it was. The Shui family did not have many branches and leaves, but in his generation, there were even fewer descendants. But there were few people in the branch family. If he remembered correctly, this Shui Wenjia was the son of a cousin of his grandfather, which was the youngest son of his uncle. It seemed that he was raised in the southern water area. He only saw him at a family banquet a few years ago. It seemed that he had returned to the capital and happened to be studying with Yu Xiaoxiu. Shui Rui looked at Yu Xiaoxiu's injured head. He felt a little distressed. Compared to a cousin that he didn't know, Yu Xiaoxiu was more like a younger brother in his eyes. Why did he push you? Did he do it on purpose? Shui Rui asked. It didn't matter if it was an ordinary fight between kids. But if someone deliberately bullied Yu Xiaoxiu, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Yushu was also waiting for Yu Xiaoxiu to explain. She guessed that Shui Wenjia made trouble for Yu Xiaoxiu because of Ji Xingxuan's family. But she didn't know why they quarreled. Yu Xiaoxiu touched the gauze on his head and recalled what happened in the academy's shooting range yesterday afternoon. His face darkened, and he said, I don't know what happened to him. When I was riding a horse, he rushed towards me and said sarcastically that you were ungrateful and framed Miss Ji family and killed Old Master Ji. I said that Ji family deserved it, and it had nothing to do with us. I even warned him that if he talked nonsense again, I would tell others that he was taken to an altar to worship heaven. Yu Xiaoxiu took a deep breath and endured the headache. He continued, Then he suddenly came up and hit me. I was unprepared and fell off the horse. Sister, is there something wrong with Shui Wenjia's brain? It has nothing to do with him whether Ji family is good or bad. He doesn't need to stand up for them and bite people like a mad dog. Was he struck by lightning that night? He hasn't recovered yet. Yu Xiaoxiu didn't like to talk before because he felt inferior. In fact, he had a sharp tongue. Yushu and Shui Rui listened to the story. The former was furious, while the latter looked at Yushu in confusion. Why did Shui Wenjia? Yushu knew what he was confused about. She explained, This young master of the Shui family used to live in Yiyang City and studied in Sandu Study House like us. He has a good relationship with Ji Xingxuan. When I sent Xiaoxiu to the academy a while ago, I happened to meet his mother who was taking him to school. He should have just returned to the capital city. Ji family has a funeral these 2 days. He might have gone there and heard someone gossiping about him, so he vented his anger on Xiaoxiu. Yushu's words were vague, but it didn't stop Shui Rui from understanding. He thought for a while and said to Yu Xiaoxiu, Did he come to apologize for hurting you like this? Yu Xiaoxiu shook his head slightly and said disdainfully, I fell off the horse. He ran away faster than a rabbit when he saw what happened. I heard from Hu Tianer that he went to school as usual today, as if nothing had happened. He didn't feel anything wrong at all. During the day, Yu Shu went out to run some errands. Hu Tianer came to visit Yu Xiaoxiu at noon and told him about Shui Wenji's current situation. Shui Rue glanced sideways and saw Yu Shu's sneer. His eyelids twitched. He knew that Yu Xiaoxiu was the apple of her eye. She couldn't touch him, and she couldn't do anything to him. Now that he was hurt by someone maliciously, he didn't know how she would vent her anger. So he said to Yu Xiaoxiu, "You should recuperate first. When you're better, Brother Shui will accompany you to the academy and let him apologize to you in person." Yu Shu heard his words and raised her eyebrows. "Brother, you don't have to worry about this. I will teach that guy a lesson." She told Shui Rue the truth, but she didn't want Shui Rue to stand up for him. She had already thought about it. After 2 days, when Yu Xiaoxiu could get out of bed, she would find 2 ruffians in the suburbs and take them to the north of the city. Then she would lure Shui Wenji out of the academy and cover his head. At that time, she would let Yu Xiaoxiu beat him with a stick to vent his anger. Then she would take off his pants and throw him at the gate of the academy. Shui Wenji loved his face very much. He wouldn't make a big deal out of such a shameful thing. Even if he suspected something, he wouldn't be able to get any evidence afterwards. Yu Shu had done this kind of shady business when she was in school. As long as she knew the severity of it, there would be no worries. Shui Rue said with a smile, "How is it none of my business? Didn't you just say that my Shui family's people bullied your family's child? Shui Wenji is my younger cousin. As his elder brother, of course, I have to control him. He must apologize to Xiaoxiu." Yu Shu thought, "What's the use of apologizing? It doesn't hurt. I have to beat him. Shui Wenji is itching for a beating." Shui Rue noticed Yu Shu's disapproval with a single glance, and he intentionally said in the blink of an eye, "There's something you don't know. That uncle of mine is a strict person, and he has an upright temperament. If he finds out that Shui Wenji has injured someone, he'll surely bring out the clan's discipline. After this incident, he can't avoid having to lie on the bed for a few days. After that, he won't dare to act arrogantly and cause trouble again. What's important is to let little Xiu study in the academy peacefully." He didn't say that because he was worried that his cousin would suffer a loss at Yu Shu's hands, but he was afraid that she would be too heavy-handed and make things worse, making it hard to clean up. Moreover, he didn't want Yu Shu to be entangled with these grudges all day long and not be able to rest for a day. Hearing his words, Yu Shu hesitated for a moment. She looked down at Yu Xiaoxiu and asked coquettishly, "What do you think? Do you want him to apologize to you, or do you want me to teach him a lesson for you?" After all, Yu Xiaoxiu was a good boy, unlike Yu Shu, who could not be offended. Although he was angry at Shui Wenji's behavior, he didn't want Yu Shu to make things difficult for others because of him. After following Yu Shu for so many days, he knew his sister's temper. If he really let her teach others a lesson, she might be very angry. So he said, "Shui Wenji is a lunatic. I don't want to lower myself to his level. I just want him to apologize to me. There's no need to teach him a lesson. Let his parents take care of him." Shui Rue saw that the boy was sensible and liked him. He laughed and scolded, "What, Shui Wenji? You even scolded Brother Shui." Yu Xiaoxiu hurriedly said, "I'm not talking about you. Brother Shui is a good man. How can that bastard be compared to him?" Shui Rue laughed and stopped teasing him. He turned to look at Yu Shu. Yu Shu was not a fool. After a while, she also understood what Shui Rue meant. At this point, if she insisted on teaching Shui Wenji a lesson, she would be making things difficult for Shui Rue. Well, that's it. Let him apologize to Xiaoxiu later. Yu Shu thought for a moment and added, "By the way, let him pay for the medical expenses." He Fangji treated Yu Xiaoxiu. Of course, the prescription was good. This morning, Yu Shu also urged him to break a piece of the cloud Ganoderma and add it to the prescription. Shui Rue nodded and said, "That's right." After talking for a long time, Yu Xiaoxiu felt dizzy and hissed. Yu Shu hurriedly helped him lie down and coaxed him. He Fangji just came in and checked his pulse. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, Yu Shu left Xiaoxiu in his care and took Shui Rue to the next room to talk. Yushu told Shui Rue that she went to the Ji family yesterday to rescue Aunt Shui. After Shui Rue heard this, he actually didn't know what to say to her for a time, and he wanted to scold her for acting rashly and rashly. It just so happened that besides this, there was no better way to allow his mother to escape, and he could only feel fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, she wasn't caught on the spot. I went out today to find a house for my mother to live in. My godmother is pregnant, and the G family might come at any time. It's not convenient for her to live here. I've already taken a look at the house. After 2 days, I'll clean it up and let her and the maidservants move in to avoid the limelight for a while. Shui Rue never doubted Yushu's efficiency. He had just talked to her about this the night before yesterday, and she had already settled the people in today. She said that she didn't need help, and she didn't need help. Even a man like him couldn't help but be impressed by her nimbleness. Eldest brother, are you staying for dinner? The sky was dark. Yushu looked outside and asked Shui Rue. No, I have an appointment with Zhao Miao and the others tonight. I'm going over now. Shui Rue rushed over from the Supreme Court in the evening. He wanted to tell Yushu the verdict of the Ji family's theft case. He also wanted to meet her and have a chat. Seeing that she didn't continue to be depressed because of the separation with Jingshan the day before yesterday, he was relieved. In the end, he didn't ask Yushu if Jingshan came to see her yesterday. Although he really wanted to ask, he was patient. Chapter 3:13. Shui Rue went to visit Yu Xiaoxiu. When he was free the next morning, he asked the steward to prepare a visiting gift and took some time to visit that uncle of his. Without beating around the bush, Shui Rue directly mentioned that Shui Wenjie had injured someone in the academy. He said that Yu Xiaoxiu was his friend's younger brother, but he didn't say much about Yushu. He just deliberately said that Yu Xiaoxiu's injury was more serious. In fact, Yu Xiaoxiu's head was bleeding and bedridden. To tell you the truth, although my friend doesn't have a strong family background, she is stubborn and doesn't fear the nobles. She insisted on going to the magistrate to ask for an explanation, but I happened to see her and stopped her. Otherwise, if this matter was blown out of proportion, people would gossip and say that our Shui family took advantage of our power to bully others. This bastard. Someone, go to the academy and call the second young master home. Just as Shui Rue had expected, this cousin uncle of his that had a bad temper exploded into rage, and he sent people to the academy to get Shui Wenjie back on the spot. Shui Rue tried to persuade him, don't be angry. Wait for him to come back and ask him. Maybe he will hurt someone. Shui Rue knew the reason why Shui Wenjie fought with Yu Xiaoxiu, but he didn't say a word. Baichuan Academy was not far from the mansion, so a carriage was sent to pick him up. Shui Rue sat down and drank 2 cups of tea before he came back. Master, the second young master is back. Let him in. Shui Rue turned around to look outside the door, and he saw a young man around the age of 15 or 16 walking in. The young man wore a pair of bright red boots, and he wore a brown and gold-colored cotton shirt. His complexion was white like jade, and his appearance was extremely good. However, his expression was impetuous, and he didn't seem to be someone great. Seeing this good-looking cousin, Shui Rue vaguely felt that he was familiar, as if he had seen him before, but he couldn't remember where. Father, are you looking for me? Shui Wenjie was in the middle of class when he was called back. He heard the scolding at the door and knew that it was not a good thing to come back. So he lowered his head as soon as he entered the house, afraid that he would make his father unhappy. Bastard, can't you see that your eldest cousin is here? Hurry up and greet him. Uncle Shui reprimanded unhappily. In the past, his son had been raised in his father-in-law's hometown, and he had only seen him a few times a year. Now that he had been brought to his side, he was afraid that his son would be spoiled by his loving mother, so he was very strict with him. Eldest cousin, Shui Wenjie, stared blankly for a moment, then his face stiffened. He hadn't forgotten that last summer his eldest cousin had gone to Yiyang City to propose to the Ji family. At that time, his mother had even brought him to a guest house to pay a visit. When he found out about this, he had made a big fuss, but in the end, he hadn't been able to see his eldest cousin. Although he later heard that the marriage didn't go through, he still didn't have a good impression of this eldest cousin. In his impression, the other party was a hedonistic son of rich parents who wanted to lay his hands on the person he liked. Shui Wenjie raised his head and saw a young man dressed in brocade sitting on the left side of his father. The young man looked a few years older than him, and he had a smile on his face. He looked like a hypocrite, and he even looked a little familiar. Shui Wenjie ignored the familiarity and secretly felt disdain. He thought that this eldest cousin of his had a flirtatious look on his face, and he didn't look like a good person at all. Why are you still in a daze? Under the pressure of Uncle Shui, Shui Wenjie reluctantly called out, "Eldest cousin." Wenjie. Shui nodded his head. His tone was intimate, and he did his best to put on a good show. "You've been living away from home in the past, and we haven't seen each other often. In the future, if you have the time, let's visit each other more often. There aren't many children in the Shui family to begin with, and we should take care of each other even more." Uncle Shui nodded his head repeatedly. Although he was in a fit of anger, he didn't forget to take the opportunity to get closer to the Buddhist library. "That's right. A while ago, I wanted to bring him to visit your grandfather, but I heard that the old man was unwell, so I didn't visit. Is he all right now? If it's convenient, I'll bring this little rascal to see you later." Grandfather is in good health. There's no need for fourth uncle to worry about him. Shui he pointed at Shui Wenjie, reminding him of the important matter. "Let's get to the bottom of this matter first." Uncle Shui then turned his head to look at Shui Wenjie, his face darkening as he questioned him. "Tell me honestly, did you cause trouble at the academy the afternoon before yesterday and hurt someone?" Shui Wenjie was staring at Shui Rui, cursing in his heart. When he suddenly heard his father's question, he was dumbfounded. In an instant, the image of Yu Xiaoxiu falling off the horse and falling with his head covered in blood appeared in his mind, and his expression began to panic. No one knows a son better than a father. Looking at his son's expression, Uncle Shui knew that it was true and angrily slammed the table. "You dare not say a word after hurting someone. How dare you? Do you know that you almost killed someone? He's lying unconscious on the bed right now, and he's about to report you to the authorities to arrest you. Do you know that?" Shui Wenjie was frightened by these two sentences, and his face turned pale. He stammered, Father, I didn't do it on purpose. He fell off the horse himself. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't push him." Shui Rui frowned. Yu Xiaoxiu would not lie about this matter. It was clearly the Shui Wenjie who pushed him off the horse, and now he's still trying to quibble. Why does fourth uncle have such a disappointing son? Fourth uncle. I heard from that child's classmates that many people saw with their own eyes. It was Wenjie who hit him first and pushed him off the horse, Shui Rui said to Uncle Shui with a face of embarrassment. On the surface, it was obvious that he was worried for Shui Wenjie, but in reality, he was trying to expose his lies. "You're talking nonsense." As soon as Shui Wenjie saw Shui Rui, his fear disappeared, and he said angrily with a red face, "It was he who fell off the horse himself." "Shut up," Uncle Shui roared, and he glared at Shui Wenjie. "You unfilial son, you have no respect for your elders. Not only did you hurt someone, but you also dare to lie in front of your father. If I don't teach you a lesson today, sooner or later, you'll do evil things like murder and arson. Go get the family punishment. I'm going to teach this bastard a good lesson today." Shui Wenjie had seen the power of the family punishment. Seeing that his father was going to get serious, he was so scared that his legs softened, and he almost knelt down, but because Shui Rui was present, he didn't want to lose face in front of his rival in love, so he braced himself to resist. Fourth uncle, calm down. Don't get angry." Shui Rui pretended to persuade a few words, but in fact he was waiting for Shui Wenjie to be beaten so that he could report to Yushu later. Not long after, the steward came with the family punishment, a horse stick as thick as 2 fingers. At the same time, Shui Wenjie's mother, Lu, also rushed over. "Master, why are you so angry? If there's anything, can't we talk it out? Why do you have to be a child?" Wenjie, quickly kneel down and apologize to your father. Lu must have known the temper of her Uncle Shui, who cried as soon as he came over, so she hugged Shui Wenjie, hit him twice, and pushed him to kneel down. However, Shwe Wunja was stubborn, and he didn't lower his head no matter what, and he even said with grievance, "What kind of father is he? He left me outside for more than 10 years, and as soon as he came home, he beat me and scolded me. If he wants to beat me, then he can beat me. If he beats me to death, I want to see how he can have another son." His attitude was tantamount to adding fuel to the fire. Uncle Shwe was originally putting on a show in front of Shwe Rue to teach his son, but at this moment, he was truly enraged. He took 2 steps forward and grabbed the riding stick before hitting Shwe Wunja's body, and he cursed as he hit Shwe Wunja. Mrs. Lu cried as she tried to stop him, and the servants were at a loss of what to do. They didn't dare to pull their master back, and the room was instantly in a mess. Unfilial son, unfilial son. Master, master, please stop. Mother, don't stop him. Let him beat me to death. Seeing the situation, Shwe Rue didn't rush forward to stop Shwe Wunja. He silently counted how many times Shwe Wunja was hit by the stick, and after he fell to the ground, he coughed and went forward to pull Uncle Shwe back. He used a bit of strength to take the horse stick away and gave it to the steward to take away, lest he really hurt someone, and that would be boring. Under Shwe Rue's dissuasion and Lu's tears, Uncle Shwe angrily stopped and looked at his only son with love and hate. "Tell me, why did you hurt people? Wunja, hurry up and tell me. Don't make your father angry." Lu pushed his son and urged him. Shwe Wunja sat on the ground, clutching his shoulder in pain. His eyes were full of tears, and he said tremblingly, "It is their fault. I didn't do anything wrong. They killed Xingxuan's grandfather and made her suffer." After listening for a long time, Uncle Shwe still didn't understand what he meant, but Lu somewhat understood. A few days ago, the old master of the Ji family passed away, and someone was sent to their mansion to inform them. She remembered their old friendship, and the day before yesterday, she took Shwe Wunja to the right magistrate's residence to mourn. She also heard some inside information. It seemed that the Ji family was in trouble today, and they were framed. His son also liked the 4th miss of the Ji family, so he must have gotten into an argument with someone because of this. "Stop talking." Lu was quick-witted and quickly interrupted Shwe Wunja, lest his feelings for Ji Xingxuan be revealed, so she wiped her tears and said, "Master, it's this child's fault. Tomorrow, let him go to the family to apologize and apologize. It's my fault for not disciplining him strictly. If you want to punish him, I will listen. But Nephew Gu is here. Don't let him laugh at you." Shwe also said, "Fourth uncle, don't be angry. I have already persuaded my friend not to report to the authorities. As long as Wunja apologizes to the family and prepares a generous gift, this matter will be over." Uncle Shwe glared at Shwe Wunja fiercely and sighed to Shwe Rue, "Thank you for coming here, otherwise I would have been kept in the dark. If this matter is blown up, it will be shameful. Tomorrow, I will let this bastard go to apologize to the family. Of course, it will be the best if it can be reduced to a small matter." It wasn't that this cousin, Uncle Shwe, was afraid of trouble. If it was an ordinary person, then Shwe Rue would just beat him up, and he would actually not go to the extent of taking it to the extreme. But Shwe Rue had stood out after all, and he knew that Shwe Wunja wouldn't let the matter rest if he didn't give an explanation. So he forcefully caught Shwe Wunja and beat him up. After the agreement, Shwe Rue bade farewell and did not stay to meddle in other people's family matters. Before he left, he looked at Shwe Wunja on the ground and shook his head inwardly. With this temper and style, even if he used the name of the Shwe family, he would still be at a disadvantage when he walked in Ling City in the future. He could only hope that he would learn a lesson this time. After Shwe Rue left, Uncle Shwe sent him out, leaving only Shwe Wunja and his mother in the room. Lu called for servants to carefully help Shwe Wunja up and back to the room. She called for someone to call for a doctor, and after dismissing the servants, Lu Shi asked her son alone, "Wunja, tell Mother, the day before yesterday evening, Mother brought you to the Ji family to mourn. Who told you that old Master Ji was killed by someone? Was it that girl Xingxuan who told you?" Shui Wenjie avoided the wound, grimacing in pain as he lay on the bed. He said unhappily, "Mother, it was not Xing Xuan who said it. She doesn't like to speak ill of people behind their backs." "Then who?" Chapter 314. On the morning of the 27th day of the first lunar month, Lu took Shui Wenjie and followed Shui Rue to the Yu family to apologize. Uncle Shui didn't show up in person for the sake of his reputation, but he warned Shui Wenjie to apologize to them before he left. Shui Wenjie was beaten yesterday. Although he was very unwilling, he knew that he had to go, so he could only go with Lu with his head drooping. Yushu had received a notice from Shui Rue yesterday afternoon. Knowing that someone would come during the day, she put off the matter of picking up Aunt Shui and specifically waited for Shui Wenjie. He Fangji went to the medical center early in the morning. Zhao Hui went back to her room to sleep after breakfast. Yu Xiaoxiu drank his medicine and lay in bed. At this time, Yushu was in charge of the family alone. She didn't tell Zhao Hui and her husband about the inside story of Yu Xiaoxiu's broken head, so she could solve this matter without them. The sun had just risen. An ray of light shone through the door of the north-facing south living room. Yushu was wearing a loose robe, and her hair was tied up in a bun. She sat on the master seat and looked coldly at the mother and son standing in front of her. Shui Rue, on the other hand, stood at the side and acted as a peacemaker. He stated the purpose of his visit today, and Mrs. Lues pushed Shui Wenjie's shoulder and asked him to apologize and admit his mistake. Shui Wenjie's eyes reddened the moment he saw Yushu, and there wasn't a trace of guilt on his face. Instead, he looked like a fierce dog that couldn't wait to pounce and bite her. Her son refused to speak, so Lu said awkwardly, "Miss you, Wenjie didn't hurt your younger brother on purpose. It was a mistake. He is still young and ignorant. I hope you don't take it to heart. I heard that your younger brother was seriously injured. How is he now? Is it convenient for me to see him?" Yushu stood up and glanced at Shui Wenjie. She said in a deep voice, "My younger brother was lucky to escape this disaster. Now he's lying in bed and can't move. If Madam wants to see him, please come with me." After that, she took them to Yu Xiaoxiu's room in the backyard. Lu was originally doubtful about Yu Xiaoxiu's injury, but when he saw Yu Xiaoxiu lying on the bed with a pale face and the shocking red gauze on his head, his face turned pale on the spot. He thought that his son almost died, so he was shocked and scared. Shui Wenjie also had a guilty look on his face. Yushu only let them look at the door for a while, and then she took them out to the outer room to talk. She didn't want to disturb Yu Xiaoxiu's rest. "Madam, you can see that my younger brother has been unconscious and bedridden since he was sent home the day before yesterday. If it wasn't for my godfather's proficiency in medicine, he might have died. I won't hide it from Madam. I am very angry. I originally wanted to go to the officials to seek justice. Your Shui family is a big and powerful family, and I can't afford to offend them. However, I lost my father when I was young, and I only have this younger brother to rely on. If something really happens to him, I won't have anything to live for. What's there to be afraid of?" Although he knew that Yushu was putting on an act, Shui Rue couldn't help but frown when he heard the end of her story. As a woman, Lu was naturally more soft-hearted. When she heard Yushu's sorrowful words, she felt a bit of sympathy. She blamed herself even more. She reached out and hit Shui Wenjie twice and scolded, "You evil creature, you still haven't apologized to Miss Yu." Shui Wenjie stammered and reluctantly said, "I didn't mean to hurt him. I'm sorry." Seeing his attitude that was asking for a beating, Yushu's eyes flashed and she coldly snorted, "My younger brother is lying in bed right now. Do you think you can get away with just an apology?" Shui Wenjie's face stiffened. Just as he was about to get angry, Lu hurriedly interrupted, "Miss Yu, I brought a lot of medicinal herbs and tonics today. I hope you can take them and take care of your younger brother's body. If you need anything in the future, just send someone to our residence to get them." Yushu had a disdainful expression. "Madam, you look down on our family too much. My godfather is a doctor and has been given the title of Magical Hands and Loyal Heart by the Emperor. My maternal uncle is the deputy manager of the Tai Hung Chamber of Commerce. Our family doesn't lack medicinal herbs. Hurry up and take the things you brought. Our family doesn't lack these things." When Lu saw how stubborn Yushu was, he awkwardly turned his head and cast a pleading look at Shui Rue, indicating for him to help. If it was an ordinary person, as the wife of the Shui family, she wouldn't beg others in such a low voice. However, on the way here, she had heard Shui Rue talk about Yushu's background. She knew that the young girl had a good relationship with the outside world, but she couldn't fall out with her. She could only use the soft approach and not the hard approach. Shui Rue coughed and persuaded in a timely manner. "Shu, big brother knows that my little cousin brother is in the wrong in this matter. With little Shu's current state, it's natural for you to be angry and hateful in your heart. But can you give me face and not pursue this matter any longer? We'll deal with it as we should in private." Yushu looked at him and said to Lu, "For the sake of my eldest brother, I cannot argue with you. However, there is something that Madam must tell me today." Seeing that she had relented, Lu hurriedly said, "Miss Yu, please speak." Yushu turned her gaze to Shui Wenjia and asked with a frown, "I heard from Xiaoxiu's classmate that your son had an argument with my younger brother the other day. He claimed that we were ungrateful and that I was the one who killed Lord Ji of the Right Magistrate's estate. I want to ask your son who was the one who talked nonsense in front of him and urged him to seek revenge on my younger brother." Yushu dared to guarantee that this matter had something to do with Ji Xingxuan. Otherwise, how could an outsider like Shui Wenjia know about the private affairs of the Ji family? Shui Wenjia kept a straight face and didn't say anything. Lu was annoyed that his son was muddle-headed. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Miss Yu, please don't blame him. Wenjia grew up in the south. Because his maternal grandfather's family has a good relationship with the Ji family, they usually get along better. 2 days ago, I went to the Ji estate to pay my respects and brought this child with me. He probably heard the gossip of the servants in the estate, which is why he had this misunderstanding." This Lady Shui's words were watertight, and Yushu couldn't find any flaws. However, at this time, Shui Wenjia muttered, "What misunderstanding?" She was obviously the one who framed the good guy. His voice wasn't loud or soft, so both Shui Rue and Yushu heard it. The latter immediately pulled a long face and sneered. "What is Sir Shui saying? Why don't you speak louder? I didn't see you being polite when you were hurting people, but now you're acting like a turtle hiding in its shell." Shui Wenjia's face turned red. After enduring for a long time, he finally broke down because of Yushu's insult. "I said that you were the one who killed him. You're an ungrateful person. What's wrong with that?" After Shui Wenjia shouted, the room became quiet. But before Mrs. Lu could reprimand Shui Wenjia, she raised her hand and fiercely slapped his face. Slap! Slap! One slap wasn't enough. So how could Yushu let go of this opportunity? While they were still in a daze, she slapped Shui Wenjia's face again. She had a lot of strength in her hands, so the 2 sudden slaps stunned Shui Wenjia. He tilted his head and covered his burning cheek, not knowing how to react. The corners of Shui Rue's mouth twitched a couple of times as he helplessly looked at Yushu. He knew that she wasn't willing to suffer even the slightest loss. "Wenjia!" Lu cried out in alarm and hugged his son. As he looked at his son's face, he turned his head and angrily said to Yushu, "Miss Yu, what are you doing? You gone too far." Yushu shook her numb hand and looked at Shui Wenjia's cheek, which had instantly become red and swollen. She felt a lot better in her heart and bluntly said to Lu, "Compared to what your son has done, the 2 slaps I gave him are light. He hurt my younger brother first and then slandered me. How can I tolerate him? These 2 slaps are for my younger brother. Although it's not as painful as what he has suffered, I won't pursue the matter of him hurting my younger brother for the sake of Madam's concern for your son. I hope that Madam will teach him well when you go back, so that he won't cause trouble in the future and harm others and himself. You can leave now. I still need to take care of my younger brother, so I won't see you out." Yushu reached out with one hand to the door and impatiently began to chase them away. She had slapped someone's son's face in front of their mother and still spoke in such a righteous and magnanimous manner. It was likely that only Yushu would do something like this. You dare to hit me." Shui Wenjia finally reacted. His face and ears were red as he glared at Yushu with a pair of ox eyes that were spewing fire. Wenjia, shut up. Lu gritted his teeth and scolded. He grabbed Shui Wenjia and glanced at Yushu with a dark expression. Then, he led the servants outside the door and dragged the furious Shui Wenjia away. Shui Rue didn't leave with them. He stood at the door and watched them leave. Then, he turned his head and said to Yushu, "Why did you do this?" He originally wanted to let this matter be resolved amicably, but she deliberately offended someone, as if she did it on purpose. Yushu sat down and took a sip of tea. Her angry expression changed, and she calmly said, "You also saw it. He asked for it. It's not like you don't know my temper." If it wasn't for Shui Rue's face, she wouldn't have let Shui Wenjia off so easily. She only slapped him twice. Shui Rue shook his head. He didn't know what to do with her. He walked to sit opposite her and said, "My cousin is very insensible. He must have been instigated by someone. That's why he made things difficult for Xiaoxiao." Shui Rue didn't say who it was. Yushu already knew who it was. She sneered. "I was still hoping that he would be peaceful for 2 days. Who would have thought that he would find trouble for me so soon? It seems that if I don't let him go, he won't let me go either." It's not like Yushu didn't suffer from Ji Xingxuan. She was always caught off guard. It really made her angry. Today, she slapped Shui Wenjia twice. Half of it was because of Ji Xingxuan. Shui Wenjia deserved to hit the muzzle. Shui Rue didn't want to see her angry because of this matter. So, he changed the topic. "Oh, right. Didn't you say that you found a house for your mother? Is it ready?" Yushu said, "I want to go and have a look today. When it's ready, I will bring my mother in." "Oh, right. The day before yesterday, you mentioned to me about buying a servant. I asked Godfather and Godmother. They said that it's possible. They want to buy a study boy for Xiaoxiao. They also want to buy a maid and a manservant. But I don't know where to find a maid. I also want to find an old maid to cook for my mother. Big brother, please help me." Chapter 315. Jiang Zhonghua had been working in the traditional Chinese medicine department of Ning County People's Hospital for nearly 30 years. Now that he was an associate chief physician, he was a bit tired. Ning County People's Hospital mainly focused on Western medicine. Due to the relevant regulations, they had to set up a traditional Chinese medicine department, but they didn't pay much attention to it. So the patients who came to see the doctor were basically the old, weak, and disabled who couldn't afford the expensive medical fees. After all, the price of the common medicinal materials of traditional Chinese medicine was much lower than those who used intravenous drips, chemotherapy, and surgery. And the doctor's income depended on the number of patients and the medical fees. So compared to those popular departments, Jiang Zhonghua's life in Ning County People's Hospital was really bleak. So he always hoped that he could be transferred to Ning County People's Hospital or Guan City People's Hospital, but he didn't have a strong connection. Although Ning County People's Hospital was under the jurisdiction of the health system, and Luo Han didn't have a strong backer in the health system, Luo Han's backer was the current secretary of the Provincial Party Committee, who was also a senior official in the health system of the province. Therefore, Jiang Zhonghua had every reason to believe that if he took good care of Grandpa Xin this time, he could successfully build a connection with the Xin family and further gain Luo Han's favor. Maybe Luo Han would be happy and use his own connections to transfer him from Ning County to Guan City. After all, he had enough qualifications, and his medical skills weren't too bad. He was just not as good as Professor Wu. But in the traditional Chinese medicine department of Ning County People's Hospital, he was also a leading figure. Moreover, Jiang Zhonghua clearly remembered that when Luo Han came in, he said that Grandpa Xion's illness would only be treated by Professor Wu from tonight to tomorrow morning. But after that, he still had to rely on Jiang Zhonghua. Grandpa Xion's crooked mouth and nose was a chronic disease. When Professor Wu came, he only carried out the first and most important emergency treatment to suppress the symptoms. But as the saying goes, getting rid of diseases is like pulling silk. This kind of disease couldn't be completely cured in a day or two. After all, Professor Wu was a professor in Shanghai Chinese Medicine Hospital, and he had to see a lot of patients, so he couldn't stay in Ning County for too long. Therefore, Grandpa Xian's recuperation still depended on Jiang Zhonghua. Therefore, as long as he took good care of Grandpa Xian and successfully made friends with Luo Han, there would be hope for him to advance. At this moment, traditional Chinese medicine Dr. Jiang was incomparably glad. He was glad that in front of Brother Bao just now, in order to protect Uncle Liang, who stole the immortal spirit spleen wine, he had done his duty as a doctor and also boldly proved Luo Han's explanation, slightly gaining Luo Han's favor and laying a good foundation for him to get closer to Luo Han. Therefore, after making a promise to Luo Han, traditional Chinese medicine doctor no longer had any scruples. After turning around, his footsteps were more powerful and brisk than before. His old face also became lively, positive, and confident from the original calmness. Sure enough, it didn't take more than 8 minutes. Jiang Zhonghua Medicine doctor led 2 beautiful female nurses to bring the 2 bowls of black, steaming medicine that Professor Wu had ordered. Only then did Luo Han knock on the inner door, informing Uncle Liang that the danger had passed. Perhaps Uncle Liang had already heard the commotion outside from his room, so he immediately opened the MDF door, which wasn't very thick. An embarrassed smile appeared on his face. "Xiao Luo, Xiao Chun, I've really troubled you too this time." Then, Uncle Liang glanced at the 2 young men who were still standing at the door. His eyes suddenly lit up. "Oh, I didn't expect you to have such a unique skill, Xiao Luo." Luo Han felt that Uncle Liang's way of doing things was a little different from Uncle Xian and Uncle Xian. He was quite free and unrestrained, so he immediately smiled modestly. "It's nothing. In fact, it's mainly because they were too careless." He then looked into the room and saw Dr. Wu, who was calmly putting the golden needles into the needle bag. "Uncle Wu, the medicine is ready. Do you want to drink it now?" After putting away all the golden needles, Dr. Wu calmly turned around and nodded with satisfaction. The patient's physical condition is good, so the most dangerous moment has passed. Luo Han subconsciously looked at Big Boss Xian, who was lying on the bed. Sure enough, the crooked mouth, nose, and eyes on the old face had returned to their original positions. There was a serene red color on his face, and his breathing was quite stable. There was no sense of urgency or difficulty like when he first saw him. Last time, when Luo Han delivered medicine to Baifang's father-in-law, he didn't go to the ward after Dr. Wu's treatment, so he couldn't compare. However, just from his serene face and the steady breathing, Luo Han felt that the medicine should be good. However, Dr. Wu looked at Uncle Liang approvingly. "You're quite fast. Let the patient drink the bowl of medicine first, and after a quarter of an hour, when the medicine takes effect in the patient's body, pour a cup full of immortal spirit spleen wine into a small porcelain cup and feed it to him. Then, every 6 hours, drink it according to this method. If there are no accidents, he can be discharged in a week." Hearing this, whether it was Uncle Liang, Uncle Xian, or Second Uncle Xian, they all showed a bit of joy on their faces. Aunt Xian couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, this is really amazing. I heard that there were people in our village who had this disease before, and it would take at least a few days for them to get better and 2 weeks for them to be discharged. Just now, Dr. Jiang also said that it would take about a month." Dr. Jiang smiled at the side. "In fact, if the medicine is right, the normal crooked mouth and nose will obviously get better in a few days, and basically he could be discharged in 2 weeks. However, your father is a little old, and he has been stimulated, so there are other hidden dangers in his body, so I just said a few more days. However, Professor Wu's medical skills are superb, so it's normal for him to be cured in advance." Chen Xiao glanced at him with a faint smile. "I understand what you mean, Dr. Jiang. Logically speaking, a month's recuperation is actually not too long. However, my grandfather is not used to staying in the hospital, so we are naturally happy that there is a better way." Chen Xiao naturally knew that Dr. Jiang must have made a false statement about a month's time. However, when Dr. Jiang was facing the 2 young men, he still did his duty as a doctor, so Chen Xiao only vaguely pointed at him. The Xian family was not a rich family, and their financial situation was just average, even in the village. They were also used to being diligent and thrifty. A month's hospitalization fee in the People's Hospital of Ning County was at least tens of thousands. Even if Grandpa Xin could really afford it, how could he be willing to pay so much? Dr. Jiang just smiled embarrassedly. In the early morning, Yu Shu sat beside Yu Xiaoxiu's bed, holding a bowl to feed him medicine. Yu Xiaoxiu had been lying in bed for 3 days, and his face finally had some color. Except for the occasional dizziness that he couldn't move, it was not a big deal. "Sister, are you still going to see Mother today?" Yu Xiaoxiu asked. Yesterday, he heard from Yu Shu about the process of rescuing Aunt Shui, so he knew that she took her to a house in the east of the city to temporarily live. "Yes, I'm going out today. I have to buy an old maid to send to Mother. Xiang Sui can't do rough work, and they have to eat all day long. Oh, then when you see Mother, tell her that I have been busy with homework recently, and I will visit her later. Don't tell her that I hurt my head." Got it. After feeding him medicine, Yu Shu went back to her room to change her clothes. Just when she was ready, she heard Mrs. Shun's hurried voice outside the door. "Miss, young Master Jing is here." "Oh." Yu Shu stroked her collar and turned around. She walked out with some surprise and went to the front yard to meet someone. She thought that Jing Shun had come at the right time. She was about to ask him for some knowledge on Yishui. When she arrived at the door of the living room, Yu Shu looked inside and saw the person sitting in the living room. Her eyebrows trembled slightly. Jing Chen didn't come alone, and he brought someone with him. "Xiao Yu." As soon as Jing Chen saw Yu Shu, he stood up from the chair. Shui Yun, who was looking around the living room, turned her head and smiled at Yu Shu with him. "Miss you." "Miss Shui." Yu Shu nodded at the little junior sister Shui Yun and said to Jing Chen, "Why did you come to see me today? What's the matter?" Jing Chen said, "I came to tell you that I will be moving to the Princess Estate tomorrow. There will be a banquet at the Princess Estate the night after tomorrow, and I invite you to attend." As he spoke, Shui Yun, who was beside him, took out a letter from Jin Zhanzhan and handed it to Yu Shu. "This is the invitation to enter the estate that day. Miss, you must be there." Yu Shu looked at the invitation that was handed to her, and the corner of her mouth twitched. She didn't know why, but she felt a little uncomfortable. She felt that she and Jing Chun had suddenly become outsiders. Well, it should be like this. Yu Shu laughed at herself in her heart. No matter how close she was to Jing Chun, how could it be compared to his junior sister who grew up with him? In comparison, wasn't she an outsider? "Yes, I will be there." Yu Shu accepted the invitation. The group of thieves who murdered Jing Chun hadn't found any clues yet. Although Jing Chun now had the protection of the imperial family, she was still worried. There must be a lot of people attending the banquet at the Princess Estate. She had to go and take a look. Maybe there were people who wanted to harm Jing Chun among them. "Does Miss you have anything else to do later?" Shui Yun suggested. "If you're not busy, let's stroll around the capital together. Last time we went on a night trip, you couldn't come because you had something to do. You should be free today, right?" Yu Shu looked at her and then looked at Jing Chun. Seeing the latter's expectant face, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. She had a lot of things to do here, so she didn't have the time to go out and play. Moreover, it would be awkward for the three of them to go together. Jing Chun could see that Yu Shu was in a dilemma. He also saw that she was neatly dressed and looked like she was about to go out. So he asked, "Do you have something else to do?" Yu Shu nodded. "There aren't enough servants at home, so I need to buy a few servants. I can't go shopping today. Maybe next time." Jing Chun looked disappointed, but Shui Yun asked with interest, "Where can I buy servants?" Yu Shu was speechless. She didn't know where to find human traffickers. Shui Rui only told her to wait for him at home and said that he would take her there. At this time, a shout suddenly came from outside the gate. "Miss you, is Miss you at home?" When Yu Shu heard that it was old Shui's voice, she turned her head and saw that there was a carriage parked outside the gate not far away. The curtains of the carriage window were hanging, and she could vaguely see Shui Rui sitting inside. "I'm here. Wait a minute, I'll go out now." Yu Shu responded, turned her head, and apologized to Jing Chun. "Brother Shui is here. Yesterday, we agreed that he would take me to buy servants. Jing Chun, you and Miss Shui can go shopping." We'll go together next time. Jing Chun looked at the carriage parked at the gate and also saw the figure sitting in the carriage. He didn't know why he felt a little restless. He turned his eyes back to Yushu's face and said without thinking much, "I'll go with you." Yushu didn't expect that Jing Chun would propose to go with them. She was stunned for a moment, but then she heard junior sister Shui Yun clap her hands and say with a smile, "Yes, let's go together. I haven't seen selling servants yet." Could she say that she didn't want to go with them? Shui Rui's eyesight was excellent. Sitting in the carriage, his sight passed through the small open space in the front yard and directly saw the movement in the living room. He saw that Jing Chun and the junior sister from Dragon Tiger Mountain were there. He didn't know what they were talking about with Yushu. After a while, the three of them walked out together. Big brother. Yushu stood under the window, pointed at the two people behind her, and winked at him secretly. Jing Chun came to send me an invitation. Where are we going later? If it's convenient, can we take them with us? Yushu's original intention was to let Shui Rui find an excuse to refuse. She was going to do business, and she didn't want to play with junior sister Shui. She didn't know whether Shui Rui understood her meaning or not. He looked at Jing Chun and smiled gently. "Greetings, Daozi. How are you these days?" Jing Chun nodded and greeted Shui Rui. He was not good at saying polite words, so he just said in. Shui Rui used one hand as a pillow on the windowsill and said intentionally or unintentionally, "Shu and I are going to the offering house in the west of the city to pick some servants. If Daozi doesn't mind that place being noisy, you can come with us." "Okay." Seeing that they responded, Yushu turned her back to Jing Chun and Shui Yun and stared at Shui Rui. Shui Rui smiled secretly but pretended not to understand. He asked her what's wrong. Yushu said angrily, "It's nothing. If you want to go, then go quickly. Get in." Shui Rui lifted his chin towards the interior of the car and gestured for her to get in. He then turned to look at Jing Chun and said, "The interior of my car is narrow, so I won't invite you to squeeze together. I saw that Daozi also came in a carriage, so you can follow behind us." "Let's go," Yushu and Jing Chun said, and got into Shui Rui's carriage. She thought that since Jing Chun was accompanied by junior sister Shui Yun, she didn't want to join them. Jing Chun looked at the carriage curtain that was put down in front of him, and without saying a word, he took Shui Yun to the palace carriage across the street. "Shi Xiang, what's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Sitting in the carriage, Shui Yun found that there was something wrong with Jing Chun. He was in a good mood when he left in the morning, but now he was obviously depressed. Jing Chun shook his head and didn't speak. He hung up the window screen behind him and looked at the carriage that slowly began to move diagonally across the street. Chapter 316. Probably because of Shui Rui's face, the supply house didn't dare to raise the price. Yushu spent 200 taels of silver to get by Rand's contract. Then she got a maid to serve tea, a guard to watch the door, and a housekeeper to sweep the floor and cook. It was almost noon. Shui Rui intended to go back to Wangji Lu with Yushu. Seeing that Jing Chun and Shui Yun planned to follow them, he invited them together. The two didn't stand on ceremony and agreed. This time, for people were taken away. Except for the housekeeper who was going to be sent to Aunt Shui, the other three were going to be taken home. Yushu thought about it and asked Shui Rui to ask for a carriage from the supply house to send by Ran and others to Zhao Hui's house. After sending them away, Yushu looked at the remaining housekeeper and said to Shui, "Eldest brother, I want to go to my mother's place. You and Jing Chun go to Wangji Lu and wait for me. Let old Shui send me." Shui Rui looked at her and turned to Jing Chun. "Daozi, do you still remember where Wangji Lu is?" Jing Chun nodded his head. He had been to that restaurant several times and knew the way. Shui Rui said, "Then you and Miss Shui go first. I will accompany Shu. Let's meet in Wangji Lu later." After that, he didn't wait for Jing Chun to have any different opinions. He pointed to his carriage and let Yushu get on it first. Yushu hesitated for a moment and then got on the carriage. After thinking for a moment, she opened the curtain and said to Jing Chun, who was standing on the side of the road, "See you later." Shui Rui also got on the carriage. The housekeeper was arranged to sit next to old Shui. The carriage slowly moved. Jing Chun watched the carriage disappear around the corner and then heard Shui Yin calling him. Senior brother, let's also get on the carriage. It's a bit cold outside. Shui Yin pulled Jing Chen's sleeve. The weather was fine in the morning, but now it turned cloudy. The cold wind blew at the intersection, making her face red. Jing Chun turned his head and saw her shrinking her neck. Then he remembered that she had just recovered from her illness, so he stopped thinking. He quickly let her get on the carriage. At the corner of Aunt Shui's house in the east of the city, Yu Shu asked Shui Rui to wait in the carriage while she led the housekeeper to the small courtyard. Aunt Shui escaped from the Ji family for a few days and found that Ji family didn't send anyone to catch her. Now that he was safe and sound again, he had nothing good to say to Yu Shu. He scolded her for being unfilial and blamed her for causing him to live a hard life. Yu Shu knew that this woman was snobbish. The results of the grand examination had not been released yet, so she did not have any scholarly honors. He didn't expect concubine Shui to treat him well for the time being. He left concubine Shui behind and left with a few pieces of silver. He didn't even mention to concubine Shui that Yu Xiaoxiu had been pushed off his horse and was bedridden. She didn't expect her mother to be nice to her for a while. She left with some silver and left. She didn't even mention to Aunt Shui that Yu Xiaoxiu was pushed off the horse and was bedridden. Back in the carriage, as soon as Yu Shu sat down, she heard Shui Rui ask, "How is your mother? Is she used to living here?" Shui Rui was very clear about Yu Shu's family situation. He knew that the relationship between her mother and her daughter was not close. But no matter what, she was still the biological mother of Yu Shu and her younger brother. Shui Rui knew the situation of Yu Shu's family. He knew that she and her mother weren't close. But no matter what, she was still Yu Shu's mother. What's wrong with her? She eats well, sleeps well, and no one beats her. It's much more comfortable than the Ji family's woodshed. Yu Shu ridiculed. Hearing this, Shui Rui cleverly changed the topic. Is Xiaoxiu better today? Is he still dizzy? When Yu Xiaoxiu was mentioned, Yu Shu's face brightened up and she said, "Much better, but he doesn't have much energy. He needs to recuperate for a while before he can recover." Shui Rui nodded and took note of it. The two then talked about the banquet in the Princess Fu the day after tomorrow. This banquet is ordered by the emperor. There will be many guests that day. Why don't I go to Aunt Huai's house to pick you up first, and then we could go together? Shui Rui suggested. Okay, then I will wait for you at home the day after tomorrow. Yu Shu was happy to have Shui Rui accompany her. It was better than being alone. While they were talking, the carriage passed from the east to the north of the city and stopped in front of the backyard of Wangji building. The four of them sat at a table and had lunch. Originally, Shui Rui said that he would take them to a nearby theater to watch shadow puppets. However, Shui Yin seemed to have eaten something and was not feeling well, so Jing Chun had to take her away first. Yu Shu sent them to the backyard. Shui Yin got into the carriage first, while Jing Chun stood outside. Before leaving, he had a chance to talk to Yu Shu. "Xiao Yu, you don't know where the Princess Fu is. I will send someone to pick you up the day after tomorrow." Previously, Yu Shu and Shui Rui had agreed to go together, so she shook her head and smiled. "No need to trouble yourself. I will go together with Shui Dage." Hearing this, Jing Chun subconsciously frowned. He looked at Shui Rui, who was standing behind Yu Shu. Seeing the two of them overlapping each other, he didn't know why his heart felt empty. "We're going back." Yu Shu watched Jing Chen's carriage leave. She couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. She didn't know when she could no longer be as relaxed as before when facing Jing Chun. Shui Rui saw her every move. He was well aware of it, but he didn't point it out. He didn't explain it. He was waiting for Yu Shu to look down on their relationship and wait for the best time to make a move again. "Let's go in. Since we're here, I will check the account." She turned around and said to Shui Rui. The two of them went back to the restaurant one after the other. Shui Rui slowly followed her to the second floor with his hands behind his back. Shui Rui planned to have dinner with Yu Shu and then send her back. But in the middle of the afternoon, his subordinates came to Wangji building in a hurry. Shui Rui was not a person who would forget his private affairs for the sake of public affairs. He immediately said goodbye to Yu Shu and went back to the Supreme Court with his subordinates. Of course, he didn't forget to ask Lao Chue to stay and send Yu Shu back. After reading the account book, Yu Shu planned to go home. But as soon as she went out, she bumped into the waiter Gue Lu. "Miss, there's a letter for you." Gue Lu took out a yellow envelope and handed it to Yu Shu. Yu Shu took it and opened it. She asked curiously, "Who is looking for me?" Gue Lu shook his head. "Nothing. It's a maid. She asked me to give it to you." Yu Shu's mind brightened. She knew what was going on. She opened the letter again and saw that it was written by Xia Mingming. There was nothing elegant in the content. Xia Mingming must know that she was a rough person. "Ashu, si Xinjia. We agreed to meet at the end of the month. I have been waiting for you for a long time. I will see you tomorrow." After reading the letter, Yu Shu patted her head. Things were so messy these days that she forgot about the meeting with Xia Mingming. Since the Lantern Festival, Xia Mingming and Ji Xingxuan went to Wangji Building to make a scene and were caught by her. It has been half a month. They have been writing to each other, but they haven't seen each other in private. She heard from Shui Rue that Xia Mingming was going to be the 9th prince's wife. She was worried about her. She had to see Xia Mingming in person first. "Where is the person who sent the letter?" Yu Shu looked up and asked. Gue Lu said. He put the letter down and left. Yu Shu nodded and folded the letter. She put it in her arms. "Go and ask old Chue to send me home." Gue Lu said. Not long after, he ran back with a dark red food box in his hand. "What is this?" Yu Shu asked while locking the door. Gue Lu smiled. Young Master asked the kitchen to stew it when he came this afternoon. He said that he wanted to bring it back for Young Master to eat. Chapter 317. Shui brought Yu Shu to this place mainly to help Yu Xiaoxiu find a clean page boy to accompany her and find a few servants who knew her through and through. Secondly, he wanted to take this opportunity to take her out for a walk and change her mood. After all, the case of the Ji family had not been settled for a long time. She had a lot of troubles around her. She had nothing to do all day, and he felt tired for her. Who would have thought that they would coincidentally run into Jing Chun and little junior sister, Shui Yun, who came to look for Yu Shu? They followed them and disrupted Shui Rue's plan to travel together. But at the very least, she was now in his carriage and sitting in front of him. "Is the princess mansion repaired?" Shui Rue held his arm and pointed at the banquet invitation in Yu Shu's hand with his eyes. It was the one that Shui Yun had just given her in the living room. Without asking, he could guess what kind of banquet it was. Yu Shu nodded absent-mindedly and said, "Jing Chun will move from the palace to the princess mansion tomorrow. The banquet will be held the day after tomorrow. Why didn't you receive the invitation?" As the only biological son of Yunhua Yi and the late Princess Royal, Jing Chun had gone through many difficulties to reach the capital city. Ever since he entered the palace and met the emperor, he had been showered with love and care. The huge mansion that Princess Liyue had left behind was bestowed to this nephew of hers. Some time ago, it had been renovated and was only waiting for its master. Shui Rue smiled and said, "I wasn't able to trouble Daoist disciple to personally come and invite me. I presume the invitation was sent to the estate early this morning, but I wasn't able to obtain it because I slept in the Forgotten Opportunity Pavilion last night." As he spoke, he reached out his hand and pressed the cuffs of his sleeves, which were embroidered with gold thread, until they were smooth, revealing a small portion of the snow-white lining. Yu Shu understood and gave him the banquet invitation. She came to her senses and asked, "By the way, you haven't told me where we are going today." Shui Rue opened the invitation and answered, "There's a residential house in the west of the city. I think you must have heard of it before." After listening to Shui Rue's general explanation, Yu Shu asked curiously, "According to what you said, this residential house is opened by the imperial court." Although it was said that when in Rome do as the Romans do, Yu Shu had only been an ancient person for a year. She hadn't started from scratch yet. She was still a stranger to the world. She was still very unfamiliar with the world. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been unable to find a servant. Shui Rue nodded. Thinking of what happened in the residential house, he just smiled and didn't elaborate. Yushu saw that he didn't want to say more, so she didn't ask again. She turned to care about other things. Eldest brother, what kind of study companion do you think I should find for Xiaoxiao? Is it someone older or younger? In Yushu's view, this servant was not only a nanny for Yu Xiaoxiao, but also a playmate. She must pay attention to it, so as not to lead the only child of the Yu family astray. Of course, it was better to find someone older and sensible. Yu Xiaoxiao was 12 years old this year, so finding someone 13 or 14 years old was enough. Don't worry, when we get there, you can choose one that you like. Shui Rui took a look at the time written on the banquet card and returned it to Yushu. He then turned around and took a glance through the window that was covered with green muslin at the back of the carriage. A horse carriage was following closely behind them. It wasn't far from Zhao Hui's house to the residential house. It was only a short distance, but Yushu hadn't been here before. On the way, they passed by several bustling streets and saw people selling snacks on the roadside. When the fragrance floated into the carriage, Shui Rui would ask the coachman Lao Chui to stop. He would bring 1 or 2 dishes for Yushu to taste. They also passed by Willowbank Lake. There were spring flowers. Shui Rui would ask the carriage to slow down for Yushu to see, which wasted a lot of time. The journey that was supposed to take less than an hour had not even arrived after 2 hours. It was unknown whether Shui Rui did it intentionally or unintentionally, but he did not pay much attention to the people following behind him. Thus, along the way, the 2 carriages were separated by each other. Jing Chun only sat sideways next to the window, relying on his hearing ability to faintly hear a few conversations and laughter in front of him, but he did not see anyone. Shi Xiang, the weather is getting warmer and warmer. It's a good time to go out and explore the spring. I heard from Chongyun that there are several Taoist temples outside the city. Why don't we find a day to visit them? Yes, Jing Chen answered. Shui Yun held her snow-white face with her hands and looked at the scenery outside the window. She then looked back at Jing Chun and smiled brightly. Now that you have the Ode of Longevity to protect you, you don't have to be careful anymore. You don't have to be afraid that Kada Xing will attack you all the time. Hee, Shi Xiang, it's so good to sit face to face with you like this. These words inadvertently revealed Jing Chen's strange and unknown secret. This sister apprentice who had been looking for him all the way from Dragon Tiger Mountain actually knew it. Hearing her sigh and thinking of the time in the mountain, a smile appeared on Jing Chen's handsome face. He turned his head to look at Shui Yun and slowly said, Sure Shu allows you to go down the mountain to cultivate. Don't always think about playing around. After the banquet at the Princess Fu, I will ask His Majesty to send you to the Celestial Commissioner. Cultivating is the right thing to do. I know. Shui Yun pouted. Her black and white eyes turned half a circle. She whispered, Of course I remember the right thing. As they were talking, the group finally arrived at the Celestial Commissioner's courtyard. The 2 carriages stopped on the opposite side of the street. Jing Chun got off the carriage and turned his head to see the carriage in front. Shui Rui was standing outside the carriage with one hand protecting the side of the carriage. Yushu didn't need anyone to help her. She jumped down and stood firmly. She raised her head and said something to Shui Rui before turning to look at him. There was still a smile on her face. It was obvious that she was in a good mood. The main gate of the Celestial Commissioner's courtyard opened to the north. There was a row of old poplar trees in front of the gate. 2 neat and tidy manservants stood inside the gate, welcoming people in and out. Is it here? Jing Chun and Shui Yun walked forward and asked. Shui Rui nodded and led the 3 who had not seen the world into the main gate. He waved to a manservant who followed and walked towards the east courtyard with familiarity. The outside of the Celestial Commissioner's courtyard looked like an ordinary, luxurious residence. There were no pavilions or pavilions on the inside. There were long corridors that led to flower halls and tea rooms. Along the way, Yushu saw several people dressed as stewards leading 2 or 3 or 5 clean and tidy people into different rooms. But because there were flower curtains hanging in front of the doors, she couldn't see what was going on inside. At the corner, there was a tea room with a bamboo curtain hanging in front of the door. It seemed different from the room they had seen along the way. Shui Rui stopped and reached out to push the curtain open. He first invited Jing Chun and Shui Yun to enter before walking in with Yushu. There was no one in the tea room. It was spacious, but the windows were bright and clean. There were no furnishings except for tables, chairs, and 2 paintings on the wall. Shui Rui gestured for them to sit down. Shui Yun sat next to Jing Chun. Yushu walked around the room before sitting on the empty armchair next to Shui Rui. She asked in confusion, "We're just sitting here. Don't we need to call someone to greet us?" Chapter 3:18. Yushu's group of 4 sat and waited for a while in a tea room in the consecrated courtyard. 2 cups of tea were exchanged before a middle-aged manager with hair and a brown fur collar walked in hastily, and he swept the room with a calm and collected expression before wiping off the sweat on his forehead. He felt strange in his heart that there were so many people here, yet he didn't know that the other 2 were here to join in the fun. He bowed towards Shui Rui and apologized. "I'm late. Lord Shui, please don't take offense." Shui Rui waited for a while, but he didn't look unhappy. He raised his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. How is it? Do you have a count of the people I asked you to choose?" Yushu often heard people calling Shui Rui First Young Master Shui, respectfully. Of course, there were also people calling him Lord Shui. It could be seen that Shui Rui preferred the latter. "Of course. Lord Shui asked someone to tell me yesterday. I dare not neglect it." The middle-aged steward hurriedly took 2 steps forward and took out the booklet from under his armpit. His fingers were sticky with saliva. As he flipped through the pages, he said, "There aren't many boys in the courtyard these days. There are only 4 who are well-educated, sensible, and well-behaved. I've picked them out. In terms of family background, the best is the grandson of the former Jiangzhou provincial governor, Bai Wei. He just turned 12 last month. He is good at painting and is good at both literature and martial arts. His family has a set of long boxing. His birth date is good, and he is beautiful. He has been disciplined in the courtyard for a year and has a gentle temperament. If there is anything wrong with him, he just doesn't talk much." Listening to the steward's report, Jing Chun and Shui Yun, the 2 Taoist disciples, did not have any strange expressions. Only Yushu revealed a trace of surprise. She was here to pick a servant. So why was the talent that this steward mentioned was actually the descendant of an official? He did not look like someone who was suitable to be a study attendant. He was good enough to be adopted as a son. How much does it cost? In fact, Yushu didn't know much. The common servants referred to servants who had been sold. However, servants were also divided into high and low ranks. The better ones were the children of rich and powerful families. He had been educated since he was young, but he didn't let out much. Those who came close to it were poor people who sold themselves as slaves because of poverty or famine. Apart from that, there was also a type of servant who had a high status. He also had a good upbringing, his body was pure and clean, but because his family declined, he was reduced to a slave because of his crimes and entered the Ministry of Revenue's slave registry and was detained by the imperial court, unable to escape. They could only serve others as slaves, and this type of servant could never be bought outside. Even more despicable would be the prostitutes in a brothel. That's enough. You don't have to read them out one by one. Shui Rui interrupted the middle-aged manager. "Bring the people you just mentioned to me first. Let me take a look at them." "Yes, sir. Please wait a moment." The middle-aged steward closed the booklet and turned to Yushu. "Young master, young lady, please wait a moment as well." He retreated to the door and gave the order. Not long after, servants carried 2 small tables in. For treasures of the study were placed on the table, and a pair of cushions were placed on the ground. Yushu was puzzled about what was going on when she saw the steward who had just left leading a few people back in. Looking closely, there were 4 youths. Their figures weren't ordinary, but they all had good looks. Their heads were lowered, and her expression couldn't be seen. But their ages were about the same, and they wore cotton robes of the same style. Their colors were different, and the most eye-catching one was the one in the middle in a blue robe. His lips were red, and his teeth were white. He was very beautiful, and no one would believe that he wasn't a child raised by a rich family. Perhaps it was because of her preconceived notions that they were all full of energy, and Yushu had a cold heart. She didn't have much sympathy for their past experiences and how they were reduced to slaves. She was only thinking about how much it would cost to buy such a book boy. If she didn't have enough money on her, she would have to borrow from Shui Rue. Sir, these are the ones. The middle-aged steward extended his hand and pointed at Shui Rue. He then turned to the four youths behind him and said, "This is Lord Shui from the Supreme Court of Justice, and also the eldest son of the Minister of State. There are also the other young masters and young ladies. Why aren't you greeting them?" "Greetings to Lord Shui, young master, and young lady." Perhaps the steward had instructed them beforehand, but the four youths greeted them politely. If it wasn't for the fact that Yushu had heard that they were either from a scholarly family, or that they had fallen to such a state after becoming an official, she would have thought that they were four young masters raised by some family, and that their parents had called them out to show off in front of the guests. Ta! Shui Rue wiped the teacup in his hand and looked at them one by one. He then said to them, "You should be able to read and write. Write a poem for me to read." "Yes." Yushu looked at the four youths sitting on the ground in front of her, writing at the small study table. Only then did she realize what the four treasures of the study were for. Bring their 8 characters and 4 pillars over. Taking advantage of the time they were writing their poems, Shui took a piece of paper from the steward of the conclave and passed it to Yushu. "Take a look, see if there's anything wrong with it." Yushu nodded and carefully compared the 8 characters in her hand. She secretly calculated, but there was nothing that countered Yu Xiaoxiu's fate. These youths didn't waste time. Soon, one of them finished writing a poem. The maidservant serving tea brought it to Shui Rue's hand. Shui Rue glanced at it, nodded, and handed it to Yushu. He casually joked, "This character's writing is better than yours. Take a look." Yushu glanced at him and looked at it seriously. Although she didn't know much about poetry, she could at least see that it was smooth. At least this 5-character sentence was something that Yu Xiaoxiu, who had only been in school for a few months, couldn't write. "Miss Yu, let me take a look." Shui Yun stretched out her hand and asked Yushu with some interest. Yushu passed it to her and casually asked, "Does Miss Shui know poetry?" "I know a little. My father taught me." Shui Yun nodded and tilted her head to look at Jing Chun with a smile. "But I'm not as good as senior marshal brother. Miss Yu doesn't know, but my second marshal uncle said that if senior marshal brother went to the capital to take the imperial examination, he might be able to become the top scorer." "Oh, is that so?" Yushu turned her head to look at Jing Chun. Her mood was a bit complicated. She couldn't help but say, "I've known you for so long, but I didn't know you knew poetry." After saying that, she felt that she had spoken too quickly. Her words sounded like she was complaining and more or less sounded a bit depressed. However, this was inevitable. No matter what, Jing Chun was the person she had liked wholeheartedly. He was a man who she had wanted to spend the rest of her life with. How could she just say that she didn't care? Jing Chun met Yushu's gaze. It was unknown if he had noticed something, but he seriously said, "At that time, I lost my memory. I could even forget martial arts and Taoism, let alone these things. If I don't remember, how would you know?" Yushu's eyes moved, and she said in a low voice, "That's true." Jing Chun still wanted to say something, but Shui Yun pulled his sleeve to look at the poem and diverted his attention. Yushu looked at the pair of martial siblings who had a close relationship in front of her and couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. When she turned her head, she happened to meet Shui Rue's dark and bright eyes. Her eyelids immediately twitched. Afraid that he would see through her discomfort, she coughed to conceal it and said, "Didn't you say that this place is interesting? How come I don't see it?" Shui Rue moved his gaze away and casually pointed at a youth below. He said in a warm voice, "Tell me about your background." Chapter 319. Virant's life experience wasn't strange, but it could be said to be full of twists and turns. His grandfather was once a high-ranking official, and he grew up in luxury. However, after his birth mother passed away, he was mistreated by his stepmother, and he suffered hardships at a young age. Later, his grandfather, Bai Wei, delayed the military plan in the northwest town 2 years ago and angered the emperor. His entire family, old and young, were punished. Some died, and some became slaves. Byran was sent to the upper house, and now it had been a year. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Yushu was engrossed in listening, and she sighed slightly with emotion and sighed with emotion. She even understood where the interesting Shui Rue spoke of was. Presumably, every single one of these young masters that had met with misfortune had a story to tell, and these stories of real people and events were much more interesting than those fake dramas fabricated by storytellers in tea houses. After the young master finishes, there is nothing else to talk about. After Byran finished his story, his face became gloomy. He retreated to the side of the desk and continued to write poems. However, his mind had already flown to somewhere else. Yushu turned her head to look at Shui Rue. Shui Rue commented, Bai Weiwu was a wolf in the imperial court in the past. However, he was overconfident and stubbornly acted on his own accord. Due to a moment of carelessness, our imperial court was defeated by Wala in the battle at Wang City 2 years ago. His crime cannot be forgiven and brought disaster to his descendants. Yushu always thought that the Dan dynasty was rich and the people strong. This was the first time she heard about the war in the surrounding areas. Only then did she know that the world was not completely peaceful. The whole country should not start a war. Winning or losing is heaven's will. Why should we blame people? Shui Yin suddenly said. Her words were very disrespectful. She said that the people who led the army should be blamed for the defeat. Wasn't that referring to the emperor? Everyone in the room turned their heads to look at her in surprise. However, she was calm and composed, as if she did not know that her words were shocking. At the same time, Jing Chun, who had not spoken much, did not change his expression. Hee. Miss Shui is a person of Taoism. Naturally, you are weak and do not fight. All right, let's not talk about national affairs. Let's listen to the other people's life experiences. Shui Rue smiled and changed the topic. This also made the people in the room calm. A look of understanding appeared on her face. Yushu touched her chin and secretly glanced at Shui Yun again. She didn't know much about her junior sister in the celestial master Taoism, but from what he had said just now, perhaps he was a straightforward person. Following that, the remaining 3 boys each told their own personal experiences, but none of them were as euphemistic as Byran's. Yushu compared their handwriting and always felt that Byran's was definitely better, and his temperament was better. He had a good image, and she liked him. If she brought him back, not only would he be Yu Xiaoxiu's study boy, he would even be able to teach him how to read and write. But it was because he was too good that Yushu felt something was wrong. She tilted her body and whispered to Shui Rue, Big brother. What's wrong? Shui Rue tilted his ear and heard her whisper. In my opinion, this consecration courtyard was frequented by guests. With Byran's character and appearance, why hadn't anyone taken her away for a year? Will there be any problems? Yushu's worry was not unreasonable. After all, she bought him to accompany Yu Xiaoxiu. She didn't want to bring any trouble back. Shui Rue also had this little doubt. Byran had been taken care of very well in the consecration courtyard. It was reasonable to say that she should have been taken away long ago. There must be something fishy about keeping her until now. So he thought for a moment and put down the tea. He called the middle-aged steward to him and pointed at Byran. His face was slightly cold. Is this person clean? Seeing his serious face, the steward hurriedly replied, Clean, of course clean. What are you talking about? I'm scared and don't dare to deceive you. I won't hide it from you. This person is personally taken care of by me. Since last February, she hasn't even left the gate of the consecration courtyard. How could she cause trouble? Shui Rue's complexion improved. He waved his hand to let the steward retreat to the side. Then he asked Yushu, Have you seen him? Which one do you think is suitable? When Yushu heard what the manager said just now, she felt a lot more at ease. She didn't waste any time and immediately raised her chin towards Byran. She said, Let's choose him. Based on his character, he should be compatible with little Xiao. After seeing good people, who would pick a bad one? The middle-aged steward had long seen that the person who wanted to buy the person was not Shui Rue, but he didn't care about anything. After all, in the consecration courtyard, the person who came was the master. If you can afford the price, you can take the person away. Shui Rue nodded and said to the steward, "Bring me his list and the indenture contract." The steward happily said, "Wait a moment, I'll go." Bai Ran, who stood below, heard their conversation, and her beautiful face suddenly went grim. She swiftly raised her head to glance at Shui Rue, and she shuddered without anyone noticing. Her lips trembled as she suddenly spoke in a low voice. Her voice wasn't loud, yet it was heard by everyone in the room. I'm not willing to sell." The corners of Shui Rue and Yushu's brows raised at the same time when they heard this. The manager walked to the door before turning around with an embarrassed expression, and he first smiled apologetically to Shui Rue and said, "Sir, please don't blame him. It's the first time he's met a guest, and he was too nervous and lost his sense of propriety. Please sit down. I'll take him to the back and preach to him. I'll bring him back later." With that, she winked at the servant at the door. Someone came forward and supported Bai Ran's arm. He wanted to take him out, along with the other 3 youths who were not chosen. Yushu clearly saw that among those who were submissive, only Bai Ran showed a struggling face. The youth's eyes were full of unwillingness, which made her heart inexplicably moved. After pondering for a moment, she called out to the steward, "Wait a minute, don't leave in a hurry. Let me ask him a few questions." The steward was hindered by Shui Rue, so he couldn't refuse. He had to stop the person and turn back to answer. "You just said that you don't want to sell yourself?" Yushu bluntly asked. Bai Ran braced himself and said, "Yes, I don't want to go out and be a slave. I'd rather stay in this consecration courtyard for a lifetime." Yushu frowned. She couldn't tell what was strange. She vaguely felt that the reason Bai Ran didn't want to sell himself was not because he couldn't bear to be a slave to serve others, but because of some other reason. Since you've entered the consecration courtyard, sooner or later you'll have to be a slave. Whether you're willing or not, it's not up to you. Why do you have to be so stubborn? Shui Rue could roughly see that Yushu was very fond of this Bai Ran to be Yu Xiaoxiu's errand boy. She also somewhat cherished talents. So, with a good temper, he persuaded Bai Ran, "My sworn sister is taking you back, but not for any other purpose. She has a younger brother who is smart and sensible. He's about the same age as you, and he needs an errand boy to accompany him. Their family's elders were born in Xinglin, and they opened a medical center to save people. They're kind, and although they don't come from a rich and powerful family, they're still well off. My sworn sister is a barter, and in the past, she also had a bright future. If you go to her house, there's no better place to go. Other people wouldn't even come if they begged for it. So why wouldn't you be willing?" Listening to his words, Bai Ran was stunned. He looked at Shui Rue and then looked at Yushu. His face revealed a sudden realization, but it disappeared in a flash. He lowered his head again. After a moment, he raised his head and asked Yushu, "May I ask Miss Honorable surname and great name?" Yushu stared at his expression and said, "My surname is Yu, and my given name is Shu," without a character. Chapter 320. Presumably, because of Shui Rue's reputation, the residents of concubines didn't dare to raise the price. Yushu spent 200 taels of silver to obtain Bai Ran's indenture. After that, she got a servant girl to serve tea, a guard to watch the door, and a servant woman to sweep the floor and cook. When it was almost noon, Shui Rue intended to return to the Forgotten Opportunity Tower with Yushu. When he saw that Jing Chun and Shui Yun intended to continue following them, he invited them as well. The two of them didn't stand on ceremony and accepted his invitation. This time, for people were taken away. Except for the housekeeper who was going to be sent to Aunt Shui, the other 3 were going to be taken home. Yushu thought about it and asked Shui Rue to ask for a carriage from the supply house to send Bai Ran and others to Zhao Hui's house. After sending them away, Yushu looked at the remaining housekeeper and said to Shui Rue, "Eldest brother, I want to go to my mother's place." You and Jing Chun go to Wangji Lu and wait for me. Let old Shui send me. Shui Rui looked at her and turned to Jing Chun. Daozi, do you still remember where Wangji Lu is? Jing Chun nodded his head. He had been to that restaurant several times and knew the way. Shui Rui said, Then you and Miss Shui go first. I will accompany Shu. Let's meet in Wangji Lu later. After that, he didn't wait for Jing Chun to have any different opinion. He pointed to his carriage and let Yushu get on it first. Yushu hesitated for a moment and then got on the carriage. After thinking for a moment, she opened the curtain and said to Jing Chun, who was standing on the side of the road, See you later. Shui Rui also got on the carriage. The maidservant was arranged to sit next to the coachman, Lao Chui. The carriage started to move slowly. Jing Chun watched as the carriage disappeared around the corner. Only then did he hear Shui Yin calling him. Senior brother, let's get in the car too. It's a little cold outside. Shui Yin tugged at Jing Chen's sleeves. The weather in the morning was fine, but now it had turned cloudy. The cold wind at the intersection blew, making her face turn red. Jing Chun turned his head and saw her shrinking her neck. He remembered that she had just recovered from her illness, so he stopped thinking. He hurriedly led her into the car. When they arrived at the corner of Aunt Shui's house in the east of the city, Yushu asked Shui Rui to wait outside in the car and led the servant woman who was cooking to the small courtyard. Aunt Shui had just escaped from the Ji family for a few days when she realized that the Ji family hadn't sent anyone to catch her. Now that he was safe and sound, his sharp tongue came back. When he saw Yushu, he didn't have anything good to say. He scolded her for being unfilial and blamed her for making him suffer. Yushu knew that this woman was snobbish. The Dian examination hasn't been released yet, so she didn't have any achievements. He didn't expect Concubine Shui to treat him well for the time being. He left Concubine Shui behind and left with a few pieces of silver. He didn't even mention to Concubine Shui that Yu Xiaoxiu had been pushed off his horse and was bedridden. Returning to the carriage, as soon as Yu Shu sat down, she heard Shui Rui ask, How is your mother? Is she used to living here? Because the two met in Yang City. Shui Rui was very clear about the situation of Yu Shu's family. He knew that they weren't close, but no matter what, she was still Yu Shu and her brother's biological mother. He still needed to show his concern. What's there to not be used to? She eats well, sleeps well, and no one hits or scolds her. Compared to the Ji family's woodshed, it's much more comfortable. Yu Shu lightly ridiculed. Hearing this, Shui Rui cleverly changed the topic. Is Xiaoxiu feeling better today? Is his head still dizzy? When Yu Xiaoxiu was mentioned, Yu Shu's face brightened up and she said, Much better, but he doesn't have much energy. He needs to recuperate for a while before he can regain his strength. Shui Rui nodded and took note of this. The two continued to talk about the banquet at the princess residence the day after tomorrow. This banquet was ordered by His Majesty. There will definitely be many guests that day. How about I go to Aunt Huai's house to pick you up first, and then we can go together? Shui Rui suggested. Okay, then I'll wait for you home the day after tomorrow. Yushu was happy to have Shui Rui as her companion. It was better than being alone. While they were talking, the carriage passed from the east to the north of the city and stopped in front of the backyard of Wangji restaurant. The four of them sat at a table and had lunch. Originally, Shui Rui said that he would take them to a nearby theater to watch shadow puppets. However, it seemed that Shui Yun had eaten something and was not feeling well. So, Jing Chun had to take her away first. Yushu sent them to the door of the backyard. Shui Yun got into the carriage first while Jing Chun stood outside. Before leaving, he finally had a chance to speak to Yushu. Xiao Yu, you don't know where the princess residence is. I'll send someone to pick you up the day after tomorrow. Previously, Yushu and Shui Rui had agreed to go together. So, she shook her head and smiled. No need to trouble yourself. I'll go with Shui Dage. Hearing this, Jing Chun subconsciously frowned. He looked at Shui Rui, who was standing behind Yushu. Seeing the two of them overlapping each other, he didn't know why his heart felt a little empty. We're going back. As Yushu watched Jing Chen's carriage leave, she couldn't help but inwardly let out a sigh of relief. She didn't know when it started, but she couldn't be as relaxed as she used to be when facing Jing Chun. Shui Rui saw her every move. He was well aware of it, but he didn't point it out. He didn't explain it. He was waiting for Yushu to look down on their relationship and wait for the best time to make a move again. Let's go in. Since we're here, I'll check the account. She turned around and said to Shui Rui. The two of them went back to the restaurant one after another. Shui Rui clasped his hands behind his back and slowly followed her to the second floor. Shui Rui planned to have dinner with Yushu and then send her back. But in the middle of the afternoon, his subordinates came to Wangji restaurant in a hurry. Shui Rui was not a person who would forget his private affairs. He immediately greeted Yushu and went back to the Supreme Court with his subordinates. Of course, he didn't forget to ask Lao Chui to send Yushu back. After reading the account book, Yushu planned to go home. But as soon as she went out, she bumped into the waiter Gui Lu. "Miss, someone sent a letter to you." Gui Lu took out a yellow envelope and handed it to Yushu. Yushu took it and opened it. She asked curiously, "Who is looking for me?" Gui Lu shook his head, didn't say. "It's a maid. She asked me to give it to you." Yushu's mind lit up and she knew what was going on. She opened the letter again and saw that it was indeed Xia Mingming's handwriting. There was nothing fancy about the content. It seemed that Xia Mingming also knew that she was a rough person. "Ashu, si Xinjia. We agreed to meet at the end of the month. I've been waiting bitterly, but I've been waiting for so long." After reading the letter, Yushu patted her head. Things were so messy these days that she forgot about the meeting with Xia Mingming. On the day of the Lantern Festival, Xia Mingming and Ji Xingxuan had caused a ruckus at the Wangji Tower and were caught by her. It had been half a month since then, and the two of them had been communicating through letters, but they hadn't met in private once. She heard from Shui Rui that Xia Mingming was going to be the 9th prince's wife. She was worried about her. She had to see Xia Mingming in person first. "Where is the person who sent the letter?" Yushu looked up and asked. Gui Lu said, "He left the letter and left." Yushu nodded and folded the letter. She put it in her arms. "Go and ask old Che to send me home." Gui Lu replied with an F. Not long after, he came back with a red food box. "What is this?" Yushu asked as she locked the door. Gui Lu smiled. Young Master asked the kitchen to stew it when he came this afternoon. He said that he wanted to bring it back for young Master to eat. Chapter 3:21. In the evening, when Yushu returned home, Yu Xiaoxiu had already met Bai Ran. From Bai Ran's mouth, he found out that Yushu had bought him a page boy. After dinner, Yushu called the people she bought today to Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui kindly recognized them and assigned them detailed tasks to do. She also arranged a place for them to eat and sleep. Then, Yushu pretended to be a black face and reprimanded them a few words before letting them go with Shinmama. After they left, Zhao Hui asked her about Bai Ran. Yushu said that Bai Ran was a scholarly son who had fallen on hard times. In the morning, when she took him out of the senior's courtyard, she told Bai Ran not to tell the family about his life. She was afraid that Zhao Hui would feel uncomfortable knowing that he was the son of the provincial governor's family. So, Bai Ran was very obedient and didn't say anything. Zhao Hui was a woman and couldn't read many words. When she heard that Bai Ran was literate and could read, she had a much higher opinion of him. She discussed with Yushu, "This child, I think he is a sensible child. His life is also pitiful. Since he is found to accompany Xiaoxiu, I think we shouldn't arrange for him to live in the servant's room. Let him sleep in the same room as Xiaoxiu. Boys also have something to talk about, so that Xiaoxiu won't have to lie in bed for a few days. What do you think?" Yushu nodded and agreed. As long as Godmother thinks it's good. Yu Xiaoxiu's room was spacious. There was a small room opposite the hall, which was originally empty for the page boy. There was a set of simple furniture in the room. Zhao Hui asked Shinmama to add 2 more quilts so that the bed could be made to sleep. Suddenly, there was a boy who was about the same age as him in the room. Yu Xiaoxiu did not have much resistance. This was inseparable from Bai Ran's gentle and quiet temperament. Of course, it was mainly because he was brought back by Yushu. In Yu Xiaoxiu's view, no matter what his sister did, it was for his own good. In the evening, Yushu looked after Yu Xiaoxiu's room for an hour and then went back to her room. She had been running outside during the day and was a little tired. She leaned against the headboard of the bed and read for a while with the classics. Then he fell asleep. On the other hand, Yu Xiaoxiu slept a lot during the day and couldn't sleep well at night. He supported his tightly wrapped head and sat up from the bed. He put on his clothes and got out of bed. Just as he was about to find a book on the table to read, he heard a soft voice outside the door. "Young master, have you rested?" After hesitating for a moment, Yu Xiaoxiu walked over to open the door and saw Bai Ran standing in the dim light. Bai Ran was looking at him with some embarrassment. The boy had not grown up yet, and he was at most 2 fingers taller than him. "Young master, did I disturb your rest?" Hearing such a polite boy call himself a villain and respectfully call him young master, Yu Xiaoxiu scratched his neck and shook his head uncomfortably. "No, I haven't slept yet. I haven't slept yet. What do you want?" Bai Ran bowed her head and said, "I just got up to check the door and window. I saw that the light in your room was still on, so I asked about it. Young master is injured. Don't stay up late. It's better to rest early. If there's anything, just call me. I'm sleeping opposite you. I can hear you." Yu Xiaoxiu was the same as Yushu. "If you respect me, I will respect you tenfold." After listening to his caring words, he immediately had a good impression of Bai Ran. Just as he was bored and couldn't sleep, he moved sideways to make way for him and called him in. "I have been sleeping during the day. This will make me dizzy lying in bed, so I got up to find a book to read. Come and accompany me." When Yu Xiaoxiu was in Yang City, he was often bullied by others. Because his family was poor, he was often bullied by others. His temperament was eccentric, and he had an inferiority complex. When he was a teenager, he was still a little gloomy. After he followed Yushu to the capital, his personality gradually became more cheerful. A boy of his age loved to make friends. He felt that Bai Ran was a newcomer and sold herself as a slave. She didn't even have a relative. "Yes, young master." Bai Ran followed Yu Xiaoxiu's intention and entered his room. He looked around the room. He had been here during the day. The size of this room, compared with his residence when he was a young master in Jiangzhou's Bai Mansion, was really small. However, even though the house was small, it had everything it needed. There was a desk, a bookshelf, a vase, calligraphy, and paintings. It had everything it needed, and it was clean and tidy. There was even a brand new short bao hanging on the wall. For a family like this, it was quite rare. It could be seen that Yu Xiaoxiu was very spoiled at home. "Don't stand, sit down." Yu Xiaoxiu pointed to the tea chair and took the lead to sit down. He opened the gauze button on the tea table. There were 2 plates of delicate and small desserts. They were brought back by Yushu from Wangji Building and were specially prepared for Yu Xiaoxiu by Shui Rui's order. A piece of suha blowing leaves and a piece of candied peach cake were Yu Xiaoxiu's favorite sweets. Yu Xiaoxiu had eaten a lot at dinner, so he didn't have time to taste the desserts. He was hungry in the middle of the night, so he picked up a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. He handed another piece to Bai Ran and said, "Try it." "Thank you, young master." Bai Ran had been taught in the Institute for Concubines for a year. He learned a lot about people's expressions. He could see that Yu Xiaoxiu liked him. He breathed a sigh of relief and took a bite of the dessert. The faint fragrance of lotus spread in his mouth. It was so sweet that he was stunned and triggered a vague memory. This dessert, well, what? Yu Xiaoxiu didn't understand what Bai Ran said, so he looked up and asked him. Bai Ran came to his senses and smiled implicitly. "This dessert is really delicious." Yu Xiaoxiu didn't think much and generously pushed the plate in front of him. "If it's delicious, you can eat more. Wait here, I'll go pour some tea." Then he stood up and walked to the bedside to pick up the teapot. Bai Ran saw this and hurriedly stood up to stop him. "Young master, don't move, let me do it." Seeing that he was flustered, Yu Xiaoxiu touched his head and sat back. When he came to pour tea, he stared at him for a while and suddenly said, "That Bai Ran, right? My sister said that you should study with me in the future and see each other all day. Don't call yourself a villain in the future. I feel uncomfortable. What do you think?" Bai Ran, who was pouring tea, paused and raised his head to look at Yu Xiaoxiu. Under the light, his eyes met with Yu Xiaoxiu's simple and pure eyes. He couldn't help but grin and nod. All right. Yu Xiaoxiu felt comfortable. He felt that he was a little closer to this fair and clean boy in front of him. He stretched out his hand and patted him on the shoulder with a smile. My sister said that you can read. Did you go to school before? Yu Xiaoxiu asked curiously. Yes, I went to homeschool for 2 years. Bai Ran replied modestly. That's good. I've only studied in textbooks for a few months. There are many words that I don't recognize. Yu Xiaoxiu said enviously. There are words that I don't know either. Young master, where are you going to school now? In Baichuan Academy. Have you heard of it? It's in the north of the city. When my injury is healed, I'll take you to the academy. Oh, right. Do you know how to ride a horse? Chapter 322. Yesterday, Xia Mingming sent someone to deliver a letter to the forgotten airport. The next afternoon, Yu Shu went to wait for her as promised. Xia Mingming was very punctual. As soon as the sun set, she showed up. Yu Shu asked the shopkeeper in the front building, Old Lin, to keep an eye out for Xia Mingming. When Xia Mingming appeared, he immediately led her to the back building to meet her. Knock, knock. Lin Fu knocked on the door on the second floor. Miss Xia is here. Xia Mingming stood outside the door, visibly excited. Her watery eyes stared at the door, waiting to see Yu Shu. Let her in. The door isn't closed. Yu Shu was sitting in the living room with her legs crossed, drinking fruit tea. She could see the figure on the screen and had just responded when a yellow figure squeezed into the room. They looked at each other and realized that they had reunited. Yu Shu was still fine, but Xia Mingming could not help but pout. He looked like he was about to cry and felt wronged. Yu Shu was the most annoying person who made people cry. She frowned when she saw this scene. She didn't open her mouth to greet him, nor did it sound like she hadn't seen him for a long time. Instead, she sounded a little impatient. Why are you still in the capital? Didn't you say that you wanted to go back to the south and find a remote mountain or forest to seek immortality? What Yu Shu mentioned was a secret of Xia Zhang's family. It had been passed down by Xia Mingming himself. As of now, it was a somewhat old matter. Speaking of which, the Xia Zhang family was the leader of the Southern School of Yi, but they didn't have many children. In recent years, there were signs of a lack of talent in the School of Yi, so the older generation came up with a rotten idea to send the girls of the family to the mountains to seek the Tao. This was akin to sacrificing the children to lure the wolf. As the Xia Zhang family's fifth miss, Xia Mingming was originally the Xia Zhang family's candidate for this generation to seek the Tao. However, Xia Mingming heard the news in advance and was unwilling to accept the fate of the rest of her life, so she ran away from home. She wanted to participate in the Triennial de Yin examination in the capital to escape. Who would have thought that she would suffer along the way? She became acquainted with Yu Shu and the others, forming a friendship through trials and tribulations. However, Xia Mingming dreamt that her fourth sister was murdered. After she contacted someone to warn them, the one who should die still died. The young lady of Xia Zhang's family was murdered in Taisha Library. This case caused a sensation in Anling City for a while. When Xia Zhang's family received the news, someone in charge quickly came to the capital, so Xia Mingming was naturally arrested. After that, Yu Shu went to look for Xia Mingming, but Xia Mingming's father seemed to be quite wary of her. Yu Shu stopped her from seeing him. After not seeing him for a few times, Yu Shu also calmed down. Originally, she thought that the two of them would never see each other again. Who knew that they would meet again on the opening day of the Wang Ji building half a month ago? What made Yu Shu feel even more uncomfortable was that at that time, Xia Mingming and Ji Xingxuan, that girl looked like two sisters. If she didn't know that Xia Mingming didn't know about her grudge with the Ji family, it was understandable that she would be won over by Ji Xingxuan, who was good at money and power. Just based on this point, Yu Shu would definitely not pay any attention to this former friend in trouble, no matter what Xia Mingming was secretly planning. She didn't want to make friends with an ungrateful wolf. Ah Shu, I'm sorry for making you worry about me these days. Xiao Mingming walked in front of Yushu with red eyes. Her two white and tender little hands were placed in front of her, not knowing where to put them. She was like a child who had made a mistake. She couldn't be blamed for this. From a moral point of view, she was indeed the one who had let Yushu down. Speaking of how Yushu treated Xiao Mingming, there was nothing to say. They met by chance. She saved her life in the past and took care of her later. Coupled with their friendship, perhaps in Xiao Mingming's eyes, except for her father, there was no one else in the world. Yushu was the one who was closest to her. What did I worry about? Don't flatter yourself. Yushu pursed her lips. She didn't want to admit that at the beginning, she was indeed worried about Xiao Mingming's situation. But after she used the time of calamity to divine for him and knew that he was safe, she gradually put him at the back of her mind. Xiao Mingming didn't mind Yushu's cold words. It was probably because she had written some things about herself in the letter she had sent to Yushu. It wasn't hard for her to speak now, but she was careful. Looking at Yushu's expression, she said, "Shu, it's right for you to be angry at me. You treated me so well, but I left that day and didn't even send you a message. I've heard that you came looking for me, but you were chased away by my father. Don't blame my father. That's just his temper. He always thinks that others covet the benefits of our Xiaojiang family. I've told him many times that you're not that kind of person, but he doesn't listen." As she mentioned it, Yushu remembered that day when Xiao Biao and Bai Qing bumped into her in the capital and wanted to kill her. She went to the Xiaojiang family for help, but was rejected by the Xiaojiang family. She couldn't help but snort and say in a bad mood, "You're wrong. I'm that kind of person. The few hundred taels of silver that your father asked someone to give me as a reward is still in my cabinet. Since I've accepted the gift, we're even." Seeing her cold attitude, Xiao Mingming was scared. She really wanted to break up with her. Her tears fell again. She was usually eloquent, but at this moment, she could only choke with tears. Don't be angry with me, Shu. Sob, sob, sob." Seeing that she was crying so sadly, Yushu knew that she had scared her enough. She wasn't angry, but mainly to test how many old feelings Xiao Mingming still had at her heart. If there were less, then she could save the rest of her words. After all, she wasn't someone who had nothing better to do. Why should she bother with a person who wasn't worth it? She could just say a few perfunctory words and send him away. Yushu's face softened. She sighed pretentiously. She stretched out her arm to hold Xiao Mingming's cold little hand and pulled her to sit beside her. She casually grabbed the handkerchief on the table and wiped her face with it. Xiao Mingming didn't realize that she was almost treated as a passerby by Yushu. Seeing that Yushu's attitude had improved, she was stunned for a moment and then cried even harder. It seemed that she wanted to vent all the worries and fears of these days. She held Yushu's hand that was wiping her tears and cried loudly on her shoulder. Hearing this devilish voice piercing her ears, Yushu had to exert a great deal of effort to restrain herself from turning hostile again. She raised her hand and then lowered it again, gently patting Xiang Xiaolong's back. Hitting someone with a stick and then giving them a carrot was her usual trick of coaxing people. It was effortless. All right, I'm just teasing you. All right, you brought people to my restaurant to make trouble, and you don't allow me to lose my temper? You're a big girl, yet your snot and tears are everywhere. Don't be ashamed. Don't cry, or your eyes will be swollen. If your father sees it when you go home, he will be suspicious. Did you sneak out today? And Xiao Mingming raised her tear-stained pear blossom head from her shoulder. It wasn't as embarrassing as Yushu said. Instead, she was beautiful. She nodded and sniffled. And last time I made trouble in the restaurant, my father punished me to not go out. Shu, you really don't blame me? Chapter 323. Xiao Mingming had nothing to hide from Yushu. She knew about her marriage with the ninth prince before Yushu did. Now that she heard Yushu mention it, she didn't make a fuss. She looked dazed for a moment before nodding her head. Yushu saw that she didn't look happy or angry. She didn't seem to have any conflict with this marriage, but she didn't seem to have the shyness that a girl should have. Yushu couldn't tell what she was thinking. After all, not everyone had the idea that once you marry into a noble family, it's as deep as the sea. As an ancient person born and raised here, perhaps she felt that marrying into the royal family was a good thing to bring glory to her family. Then, do you like this marriage? Yushu's question was purely out of concern. Xia Mingming raised her head. There were still tears hanging in the corners of her eyes. There was a hint of ridicule in her eyes. It's not up to me whether I like it or not. This is His Majesty's grace. Yushu nodded. She immediately knew that Xia Mingming had accepted her fate. This was also good. In such a big family, how many people could make their own decisions? Moreover, marriage was a big matter, so it was best to be open-minded. Yushu originally planned that if this marriage was real and Xia Mingming was dissatisfied, she would try to persuade her. Of course, she wasn't going to persuade her to run away from home again, but to persuade her to think on the bright side. Running away from a marriage was just a joke in novels and dramas. It wasn't worth it to implicate the whole family for her own selfishness. I've seen the Ninth Prince. Yushu's words surprised Xia Mingming. You've seen the Ninth Prince? Yushu nodded and comforted him. That Highness looks like he's a man of few words, but he's actually quite generous and talented. Oh, do you still remember? On the day of the Lantern Festival, you came to my place to cause trouble. After that, there were a few riddles that you guys couldn't answer, and one of them was written by His Highness. Xia Mingming's expression became strange. She quickly asked Yushu which question it was. Yushu still had a little impression of it, so she told her the beginning. Xia Mingming continued, somewhat indignantly saying, that riddle was very hard to pronounce. I thought at the time that it must have been suggested by a man of many minds. Then, she thought of something and looked around the room. She pulled Yushu's hand and asked, who owns this restaurant? Why is it that even the Ninth Prince came to support us on the day of the opening? How are you managing things? Aren't you going to set up a stall in Autumn Osmanthus Lane for fortune-telling? Yushu did not answer but asked, tell me first, what's going on between you and that Ji Xingxuan? Why did you suddenly come to cause trouble that day? It seems like you did it on purpose. Being stared at by Yushu, Xia Mingming didn't dare to look straight at her. He shifted his position uncomfortably and said awkwardly, I was just having fun on the spur of the moment. Of course I won't mess around. Yushu raised her eyebrows and felt that it was necessary to make things clear to her. The Ji family met with an accident not long ago. Have you heard about it? Xia Mingming frowned and nodded. Although I didn't go out, I heard from my father that the right judge of the Ji family was corrupt and dared to steal the Dayan examination questions. He was exposed and committed suicide in court to escape punishment. Yushu saw that she knew about it, so she skipped the explanation and told the truth. That's right. I was the one who exposed it. Xia Mingming's pair of jade-like eyes instantly widened. You? Yushu squeezed her somewhat cold palm and said slowly, I remember that you were very curious about my background at the beginning. I won't hide it from you today. My mother was originally a widow. A few years ago, she remarried into the Yi Shui Ji family in Yiyang City and became a concubine of the third master. Xiaoxiu and I were abused in his family. Later, I secretly became a disciple of a master and left his family. You are. Xia Mingming's face was full of disbelief. She originally thought that a capable woman like Yushu, even if she didn't come from a reclusive family, it was impossible for her to be taught by a small family. Who would have thought that her background was like this? Don't interrupt. Yushu reprimanded her. Xia Mingming obediently shut her mouth and listened to her. She pricked up her ears for fear of missing a sentence. You know what happened next. I brought Xiaoxiu to the capital to make a living. I wanted to live a down-to-earth life. Who knew that Ji Xingxuan, that girl, met me and recognized me? She happened to find out that I knew the secret of the 6 lines divination, so she came to tempt me to hand over the unique skill. I refused, so she went back to discuss with the old master. Since she couldn't tempt me, she threatened me. It was during the Dayan examination, so I signed up for it. Yushu roughly told the whole story of how the Ji family plotted to learn her 6 lines divination and used the Yi Li exam paper to force her to give in. She didn't add any details, but it was enough to make Xia Mingming gnash her teeth. After a long while, she finally said, really, really shameless. When it came to aristocratic families, Xiaojiang had hundreds of years of history and had a deep foundation. She disdained those unorthodox people the most. Xia Mingming had been influenced by what she saw and heard since she was a child. Regarding the Ji family's greedy behavior of plotting to learn other people's unique skill, it was not much more than burning, killing, and plundering. Moreover, she begged Yushu in every way to teach her the 6 lines divination. Yushu was calm. Seeing that Xia Mingming felt unfair for her, she pretended to be generous and waved her hand, saying, "Death is a big deal. The old master of the Ji family asked for it. Evil has its retribution, so let's not talk about his merits. As for the matter of him stealing the exam paper, I accidentally discovered it and was forced to report him. It wasn't a capital crime, but he wanted to protect Ji Xingxuan's innocence and brought about his own death. In short, I've already formed a deep hatred with the Ji family. I'm afraid that Ji Xingxuan is the one who wants me dead. I'm telling you all this to tell you that if you still want to interact with me in the future, stay away from that Ji Xingxuan. If you want to benefit from both sides, get out of my sight as soon as possible." Yushu's words were too harsh. She knew clearly that Xia Mingming was nervous, but she didn't soften. How could she not know what this girl was planning? It was because Xia Jiangying's murder case was too strange. She was unwilling to accept it and wanted to get close to Ji Xingxuan to find out the truth of the murder case. But how could a fox's tail be so easily revealed? Ji Xingxuan was a shrewd person. She must have already seen through Xia Mingming's ulterior motives. With her 4th Mrs. level, it would be a piece of cake for her to trick Xia Mingming. Xia Mingming could barely be considered as half a teammate now. In the future, they would fight monsters together and level up. How could Yushu stand to see her being tricked? Tricking Xia Mingming was the same as tricking herself. If she wanted to seek revenge for her sister, she could, but she had to train her body first. Yushu made her words clear. Xia Mingming was conflicted. In the end, her reliance on Yushu won the upper hand. Her eyes darkened. She thought to herself that revenge couldn't be rushed. The real culprit would be found sooner or later. She threw away the burden of her thoughts and shook Yushu's hand. In a soft and coquettish voice, she said, "I'll listen to you. I'll stay away from her, all right?" Chapter 324. Xia Mingming was surprised when she heard from Yushu that Jing Chan was the famous Taoist in Anling City not long ago. Yushu told her about the friendship between Jing Chun and the 9th Prince. She told her everything she could. As for what Xia Mingming thought, she didn't care. When it was dark, Xia Mingming reluctantly said goodbye to Yushu. She sneaked out when her father went out to visit friends today. If she was found late, she would be grounded for a few more days. Yushu knew that Xia Jiang Helong didn't like her, so she told Xia Mingming not to mention her in front of her father. After seeing Xia Mingming off, Yushu and Lin Fu said goodbye and went home. Today, she didn't see Shui Rue for a whole day. Yushu guessed that there was a big case in the Supreme Court. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left in such a hurry yesterday. When Yushu got home, she went to Yu Xiaoxiu's room first. She saw Bai Ran sitting on a small chair beside the bed, holding a book in her hand and reading to Yu Xiaoxiu. She was satisfied and walked over. "Don't read it. Wash your hands and get ready for dinner." When Bai Ran saw Yushu coming back, he quickly stood up from the chair and stood aside with his head down. "Daxio." Yushu nodded to him. She looked at his submissive appearance and turned her attention to Yu Xiaoxiu. She took the clothes at the end of the bed and put them on him. She reached out and touched his head. "How long did you sleep in the afternoon? Are you still dizzy?" Yu Xiaoxiu replied obediently. "I slept for a while after you went out at noon. Fortunately, I didn't faint today." "Sister, where did you go in the afternoon? Did you go to visit my mother?" "Look, it was said that the old don't rest, the young don't have a conscience. But her son was much more conscientious than her mother." Yushu said, "Didn't I go there yesterday? I was busy this afternoon. Do you remember your sister?" "I saw her." Yu Xiaoxiu was surprised. "Xia Mingming? Didn't they say she went back to the south with her family?" Why is she still in the capital? I didn't manage to leave. I was held up by something. Yushu didn't tell the child more about the inside story. After fooling him for a while, the maidservant came in with the food. Zhao Hui thoughtfully asked the servants to prepare 3 pairs of bowls and chopsticks, including Bai Ran. Under Yushu's invitation, Bai Ran sat next to the brother and sister in a somewhat reserved manner, eating without saying a word. Yushu was quite satisfied with his behavior. She didn't like to follow the rules, but that didn't matter. She liked people who followed the rules. The next day at dawn, it was rare for Yushu to sleep in. Zhao Hui's little maidservant, Yindo, stood outside her window. She knocked on the window lattice and softly shouted a few times, asking if she wanted to eat breakfast. When she didn't hear any movement inside, she went back to report. Zhao Hui was distressed that she had to run back and forth every day, so she didn't let people call her again. She asked Yindo to prepare a portion of breakfast and put it on the stove to keep warm, waiting for Yushu to sleep. Who knew that she would stay in bed until noon? Yushu slept too much. When she got up, her head was dizzy. After washing up, she walked around the courtyard. She walked to the door of the small courtyard in the west wing, hesitated for a moment, and then lifted her foot to enter. After a winter, the courtyard was no longer the same as when Jingchun lived here. The trees in the courtyard had a layer of new buds, giving off a faint green color. The weeds in the corner had been cleared during the new year. The pair of red couplets in front of the door was still very new. She pushed the door open and entered. The furnishings in the room hadn't changed much. Since Jing Chun left, no one had lived in this room. Occasionally, when Pei Jing got drunk and stayed overnight, he would stay in the room next door. Yushu walked to the window and looked at the thick stack of books on the desk. Although she had never read these books before, she could recognize the names of the books. These were the Taoist classics that she had picked out from the exchange store and bookstore. At that time, in order to help Jing Chun recover his memory, Yushu had been scratching her head a lot. She casually flipped through the dusty books on the table, and it wasn't difficult to find the biography of Lu Yi. This was the only book that she bought for Jing Chun that had nothing to do with Taoism. It was a story about love between a man and a woman. She still remembered that on the night when he left in a hurry, this book was upside down on the table. In a daze, Yushu recalled that day. It was the first snowfall, and it was freezing outside. She crazily ran out to find Jing Chun, and in the end, she was almost frozen into ice. Now that she thought about it, she was really stupid. For a man, she even risked her life. Was this something stupid she would do? So stupid, so stupid. Yushu shook her head. Although she said so, she didn't regret it all. She rearranged the books on the table, picked out the biography of Lu Yi, and put it in the drawer. After finishing all these, she went out of the room and closed the door. She took a deep breath, and her mind became clear. When the sun went down, Shui Rui came to Zhao Hui's house to pick him up. The coachman, Lao Chue, called the new gatekeeper to deliver the message. After a while, Yushu came out. Shui Rui had changed to another carriage today. It looked very gaudy from the outside, and it was spacious inside as well. It was enough to seat 7 or 8 people, but there were only 3 people in the carriage, so it was really a little empty. Oh, I have to mention that Shui Rui brought a manservant with him today, and he was sitting at the corner of the carriage with the curtains drawn. He looked very smart, and he seemed to be 15 or 16 years old. Yushu had never seen the servant beside Shui Rui before. She looked at him a little more. He was just a servant, so Shui Rui didn't introduce his name. He looked at Yushu, who was wearing a beard and had her hair tied up. He touched his forehead and regretted that he didn't remind her to dress up the day before yesterday. Tonight was the banquet, which was appointed by the emperor. It was the first time that Daozi appeared in public. Maybe there would be an imperial edict. None of the female guests dressed so casually. What's wrong? Yushu looked at Shui Rui. The way he looked at her was a little strange. Nothing. How is Xiao Xiao? Is he better? Shui Rui saw that she didn't seem to be aware of it. He shook his head and thought, forget it. He didn't want to talk about her. Anyway, the host of this banquet wasn't someone else. Yushu smiled. He's recovering well. Godfather said that in another 7 or 8 days, he can go to school. That's good. Shui Rue prepared to talk business with Yushu. This was the main reason why he took a detour to pick her up. There are a lot of people going to the Princess Fu tonight. Among the same generation, those who should come are all here. At that time, there will be many people asking about Daozi's arrival in the capital. The Emperor has rewarded you before, so it's not small. There are many people here who know that you have done a meritorious service in escorting Daozi. If someone talks to you at the banquet, you just need to be polite. You don't need to say much to them, especially about Daozi's death on the road. Remember not to talk too much about it. Otherwise, there will be people who have bad intentions towards you. Yushu had long thought that this banquet wouldn't be easy. Maybe there were people who had bad intentions towards Jing Chen mixed in. After listening to Shui Rue's advice, she nodded and said, I know. Don't worry, I know how to deal with it. Chapter 325. Yushu could still remember when she first arrived at a dynasty. She was at the Ji family's ancestral home and felt that the pavilions were very grand. Afterwards, when she strolled with Shui Rue to Prince Xiang's elegant and unique Dingbo pavilion, the Ji family's ancestral home was no longer pleasing to her eyes. Today, when she came to the princess royal residence again, the Ji family's ancestral home simply became a run-down courtyard. If one were to use women to describe the Ji family's old residence as a young lady who never left the front door, then the Dingbo Hall would be a graceful beauty. This princess royal's residence, which occupied a long street at the foot of the Huanghua, was indeed a beautiful woman with a noble and threatening air. Yushu held the invitation in her hand as she followed closely behind Shui Rue and entered the entrance of the princess residence that had just been repainted with gold not too long ago. Seizing the opportunity when Shui Rue was chatting with his acquaintances, she fiercely glared at the row of trees that were over 6 meters tall that were planted around the flower bed in the front courtyard. The crowns of the trees were connected above their heads, and they were lush to the point that they didn't care about the season. They were illuminated by the innumerable flower-winged golden chandeliers that hung above the garden, and they seemed like numerous dragons that had taken form as they circled in the air. She had followed Taoist Qingzheng before and had heard of such a precious tree. It grew in the courtyard and was green all year round. It did not bloom nor shed leaves, but its leaves could attract 3 wealth and gather 4 treasures. Its branches could suppress the 5 evils and ward off the 6 calamities. It was said that even in the face of natural disasters, if one hid under this precious tree, one would be able to turn misfortune into blessing. Because the crown of the tree rarely formed the shape of a dragon, the predecessors called this precious tree Dragon Courtwood. If anyone had such a precious tree in their house, they would wake up smiling even in their dreams and would probably have to sleep under this tree every day. Yushu concluded that the row of trees by the flower bed was most likely the Dragon Courtwood that Qing Zheng spoke of. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She thought to herself, good heavens, such a rare treasure is actually placed here to guard the door. After Shui Rue finished talking to the people, he turned around and saw that Yushu was staring in a direction. He looked over and did not see anyone, so he asked, what's wrong? Yushu pointed at the row of trees and asked him, do you know what kind of trees they are? Shui Rue raised his head and looked at the huge canopy of trees, his face revealing a trace of admiration. Yushu was shocked when she opened her mouth. It's the Dragon Court wood, isn't it? Hey, you recognize it? Shui Rue only glanced at her with a smile, and then followed the maidservant leading the way into the garden. Yushu rubbed her chin and followed. She wanted to ask him how he recognized this treasure, but then she thought about it. The Shui family was one of the wealthiest families in the capital. What kind of rare treasures had young Master Shui not seen before? Perhaps his family had one as well. Brother Rue, someone shouted from behind. Shui Rue stopped with his hands behind his back. Yushu turned around and saw Feng Zhaomiao running after them. He was not surprised to see Yushu here. He grinned at her and said, I haven't seen you for a while. How have you been? I heard from Brother Rue that you were injured. Have you recovered? The young master of the general's mansion had some personal friendship with Yushu, so he was closer to her than ordinary people. Yushu saw him and was also very happy. She raised her hand and showed him her little finger that was wrapped with medicine. She said, "I haven't recovered yet." Feng Xiaomiao did not know that one of Yushu's fingers had been forcefully twisted off by the Imperial Astronomer's man. From the outside, he thought it was just a scratch on her skin, so he did not ask any questions. Inwardly, he thought, girls are always so delicate. The three of them chatted and walked to the door of the banquet hall together. They handed the invitation with incense to the eunuch, who bowed in front of the door. They followed the eunuch's loud voice and entered the door. The Shaoqing of the Supreme Court, Lord Shui, is here. The eunuch only read one of Shui Rui's invitation. This was the rule. Feng Xiaomiao was a young master and did not have an official position, so he did not need to read it. Yushu was a commoner, and she was an examinee of the Dian examination. She could only use it to fool the common people. Here, she was not even worth a fart. Yushu squinted her eyes because of the dazzling splendor inside. She looked around and saw the main character sitting at the front and surrounded by a table of people. Jing Chun, who was wearing a white jade robe. She quickly looked at the guests at the other tables and was not surprised that none of them looked familiar. Jing Chen's table was big and could seat 11 or 12 people. There were still a few empty seats. As expected by Yushu, she and Shui Rui were led by a waiter to that table. Yushu finally got a clear look at the other people at the table when she was almost in front of them. She recognized a few of them here. Needless to say, the 7th Prince Lu Hao and the 9th Prince Lu Tan, the other two young men with golden hair coiled into a bun, were certainly of the imperial generation. Prince Xiang's youngest heir, Lu Jiong, and Princess Xiwen were sitting together. One was chatting with Jing Chun, while the other was pulling Jing Chen's youngest apprentice sister. Both of them had their palms open, as if they were reading palms or something. Since the beginning of the banquet, Jing Chun had been sitting like this, listening to their conversation. From time to time, he would look towards the door. When he saw Yushu enter the door, his face revealed a bit of a happy color. Just as he was about to stand up, he suddenly remembered Lu Tan's exhortations yesterday, advising him not to act too close to Yushu in front of others. Thus, he sat still and waited for her to come closer. Shui Rui is late. Congratulations on Daozi's relocation. Shui Rui first bowed to Jing Chun before greeting the princes. He was indeed delayed by official business and came late. Fortunately, no one present wanted to make things difficult for him and didn't mention drinking as a punishment. They all nodded and intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Yushu behind him. Those who hadn't seen Yushu before could more or less guess who this unfamiliar girl was. Yushu and Princess Xiwen had some conflict. On the night of the Lantern Festival, they had pulled faces. Today, when they saw each other, Xiwen only shot a cold glance at Yushu. Yushu pretended not to see it. There were 2 empty seats next to Lu Tan. Shui Rui took Yushu to sit. Feng Xiaomiao scratched his head and looked left and right. He saw that the left side of Xiwen was still empty, so he moved over to sit. Yushu obediently sat down. When she raised her head, she could see Jing Chun. The two of them happened to be sitting face to face, separated by a large round table. When Jing Chun saw her raise her head, he cast his warm gaze over. Yushu pursed her lips and smiled at him. She then turned her attention to other places and didn't make eye contact with him. The banquet in the Princess Fu was more extravagant than Yushu had imagined. There were plates of delicacies and nectar on the table. If Yushu hadn't seen the world in Wang Ji Lu, she probably wouldn't have been able to recognize any of them. The small plates and bowls were all carved from white jade. They were so clear that people couldn't bear to dirty them. Yushu held the heavy jade bowl, afraid that she would accidentally break it. Behind her, there was a servant responsible for serving the dishes. She didn't need to reach out to pick up the dishes, so the servant added a small bowl for her. Unfortunately, she could only pick up one mouthful of each dish. It wasn't enough for her taste. The chatter in the banquet hall didn't stop. The guests took advantage of the banquet to drink and ask each other about some news. Their eyes were all fixed on the main table on the east side, waiting for a chance to curry favor and become familiar with each other. Now, in Amling City, there were few people in the court who didn't know that the emperor doted on this nephew who had just been found. Even the Princess Fu, which had been empty for more than 10 years, broke the rules and gave it to someone to live in. This Taoist master's background couldn't be underestimated. Not only was he a relative of the emperor, but he was also the descendant of Ez. He cultivated in the mountains since he was young and learned a lot of skills. Chapter 326. When Jing Chun was still a baby, he was sent to Mount Longhu by the royal family. He had been away for 18 years and stayed in the deep mountains and forests. Since he could remember, he had been taught by his martial uncles and learned both literature and martial arts. He had never done any heavy work, nor did he have time to play. When he was younger, he began to wander in the mountains and forests. Compared with humans, he was more familiar with flowers, birds, and beasts. Listening to Jing Chen's plain and straightforward answers, the people at the table listened with great interest at first, but then they became bored and gradually changed the topic to Jing Chen's journey to the capital. "Cousin, I heard that you encountered some danger on your way to the capital and were injured. Is that true?" The one who asked this question was Lu Jiao, the 8th prince, who was ranked between Lu Hao and Lu Tan. His biological mother was an unfavored noble in the palace. Like the 11th prince, she followed Lu Hao in and out of the palace all day long. Shui turned to glance at Lu Hao when he heard this question, and he came to an understanding in his heart. Jing Chun was framed on his way to the capital, and the murderer was unknown. The emperor ordered to keep it a secret, but the investigation was handed over to Lu Hao. Few people outside knew about it. Where did Lu Jiao hear it? He must have been instructed by Lu Hao. Jing Chun had stayed in the palace for a while, but the person he saw every day was the emperor. Most of these cousins had only eaten a palace banquet together once, so they were still very unfamiliar with each other. Looking at Lu Jiao, who was concerned, he hesitated and nodded. After all, he was not used to lying. Jing Chun just made a small movement, but everyone at the table was shocked. They all looked at him with concern and asked at once, "What happened? Where was he hurt? Is it serious? Was it a natural disaster or an accident?" Yushu looked at the people at the table who were fawning over her and secretly observed their expressions. She secretly analyzed whether any of them had anything to do with the bastards who hurt Jing Chun. This was the main purpose of her coming to the banquet today. As Yushu observed, she found something strange. Shui, Lu Tan, and Lu Hao were sitting and drinking. Not only were they unmoved, but why was little Princess Shiwen pulling little junior sister Shui Yun to study her palm? As if sensing Yushu's gaze, Shiwen turned around and their eyes met. Another sneer. Then she turned her face and whispered something to Shui Yun. Shui Yun raised her head and looked at Yushu for a while. Then she turned her head and said a few words to Shiwen. Shiwen burst into laughter. Yushu looked at her smiling face and didn't know what Shui Yun had said to make her so happy. If Yushu had been sitting closer, she would have been able to hear the conversation between the two of them. "Sister Shui, do you see the lady opposite us? Can you help me look at her face? Will she be rich or noble in the future? Miss Yu has a neutral appearance, but she is not destined to be rich and powerful." "Oh, sister, in the 10 classes of people that you mentioned to me just now, which class do they belong to?" "She should be in the 9th class. Then she is just a lowly person." Shui Yun frowned and didn't answer, but she let go of Shi Wen's hand without a trace. Shi Wen was too happy. She didn't notice the disapproval in her eyes. The people at the table all knew how to read people's faces. After caring for a long time, they saw that Jing Chun was unwilling to say more. Most of them settled down, but there were also some who didn't know what to do. "By the way, I also heard of something." Lu Jiao scratched his head and glanced in Yushu's direction. A while ago, the palace bestowed a reward to a girl who was said to have escorted cousin to the capital. Is there such a thing? Jing Chun liked peace and quiet the most. He had a headache after being surrounded by this group of people for a long time. But when someone asked about Yushu, He concentrated and answered, "Yes, I was in danger on the way. Thanks to a friend who took care of me, I was able to reach the capital safely." "Oh, which lady is it? Is she here today?" Lugio looked left and right, pretending to be confused. The others looked at Yushu. It was obvious that this unassuming young lady was qualified to sit here with them, because she had escorted Daozi. "Yes, she is here." Jingchen didn't plan to introduce her, but everyone knew it. Yushu found that she had become the focus of the table. She put down her heavy white jade shoes and smiled at them. Because there were some sesame seeds on the corner of her mouth, she looked a little silly. "May I ask for the lady's name?" Someone asked, replying to Your Highness, "This student's surname is Yu, and my first name is Shu." Yushu saw that the one asking the question was a prince, so she didn't dare to offend him. Shuerue, who was sitting next to her, was drinking wine and watching her deal with it. "Oh, you call yourself a student. Are you an examinee this year?" "Oh, the imperial examinations don't accept women." "Are you an examinee for the Great Yin examination?" "This student is untalented, but I am an examinee for this year's Great Yin examination." "Oh." Lu Hao, who had been silent for a long time with his wine cup in hand, suddenly interjected, "May I know where Miss Yu is from and which aristocratic family she comes from?" Yushu had heard Shuerue mention the relationship between Lu Hao and Ji Xingxuan. She was wary of this Prince Ning. She paid attention to the traps in his words and carefully answered, "Your Highness, please don't laugh. This student is not from an aristocratic family. My hometown is in the southern wetlands. I only had a master to guide me. Later, we were separated by fate." "Is that so?" Lu Hao narrowed his eyes and said with a fake smile, "Then Miss Yu's master is really capable. The disciple he taught is much better than the students of the Imperial Historian's Library." Lu Hao's words caused the eyes of everyone at the table who were originally dispirited to light up, and Shuerue's hand that held his wine cup tightened as he raised his head to stare at Lu Hao with an unfathomable gaze. Someone asked excitedly, "Seventh brother, where did you get these words from? Is this Miss Yu more capable than the people of the Imperial Historian's Library?" Lu Hao nodded. Yushu's eyelids twitched. She guessed what he was going to say at almost the same time he opened his mouth. "Last year, I went to Imperial Uncle's Dingbua house and made a bet with Lu Jiong and the others. The person who accompanied me was the fourth daughter of the former Celestial Commissioner, right, Judge Ji family. I'm sure you all have heard of her reputation. 3 years ago, she passed the Great Yin examination, and this year, she took the exam again. She aimed for the title of Great Yin Master. In the end, she lost to this Miss Yu. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Imperial Prince if there was such a thing." Lu Jiong was innocently affected. He looked at the smiling Prince Ning and then looked at the gloomy Shuerue. He answered dryly, there was such a thing. Chapter 327. "Miss Yu, this prince invites you to attend the Double Sun gathering next month. What do you think?" The first person to ask was the fourth Imperial Prince, Lu Si, whom Yushu had met for the first time today. He was also the person with the highest seniority at the table tonight. If Shuerue hadn't introduced him in a low voice earlier, Yushu wouldn't have been able to tell that this fair and tender young man was 5 years older than the 7th Imperial Prince, Lu Hao. Double Sun gathering? Yushu didn't hide the confusion on her face. She smiled apologetically at Lu and then turned her head to look at Shuerue. Her eyes sent a signal. What's going on? She knew about the Double Sun gathering. Starting from the 2nd of the 2nd month, on the 49th day of the 7th month, there was a large-scale talent selection in Anling City. But why did the 4th Imperial Prince invite her? When Shuerue saw Yushu's clueless expression, he secretly frowned. Just as he was about to say something, someone interjected, "Nothing much." Yushu glanced sideways and looked at the 14 or 15-year-old handsome young man sitting next to Lu Hao. She pouted unhappily and said to Lu Si, "Why should I go with 4th older brother? I haven't found a suitable person yet. This year's Double Sun gathering, I'm also going. At that time, you can sit with me at the same table." The last sentence was said to Yushu with his chin raised. The arrogance in his eyes made it seem as if he was giving Yushu a lot of face, and it was up to her whether she agreed or not. Yushu is still confused, but Shui Rui's face is a bit gloomy. He turns to look at Lu Hao and sees the troublemaker watching the show with a satisfied expression. Not far away, Lu Tan, who is close to Shui Rui, also shows a trace of worry. There were a few people left at the table who had planned to invite Yushu. When they heard this little ancestor open his mouth, they hesitated for a moment and tactfully closed their mouths. As for the excellent King Lu Si, who had been choked, his face revealed an awkward expression. In front of everyone, it was not good to show weakness. He could only summon up his courage and say with a dry laugh, 11th brother, this is your first time participating in the Twin Sons gathering. Just go and watch the excitement. Even if you bring people along, they might not be of any use. He addressed him as 11th brother. This allowed Yushu to guess the identity of this young man. He was the 11th prince, Lu Yi. After hearing Lu Si's words, Lu Yi's face darkened. He squinted his slender eyes and said to Lu Si in a strange tone, if I don't need them, will you need them? She did not know if it was an illusion, but Yushu felt as if the entire banquet hall had quieted down. Turning her head to look, she saw that more than 10 tables of people were all staring in their direction. Lucy's expression could not hold back. He seemed to want to explode in anger, but when he saw Lu Hao beside Lu Yi, he suppressed his anger. His face quickly turned red. This deadlock continued. Jing Chun suddenly spoke. What's wrong with the Twin Sons gathering? Why did you invite Xiaoyu along? It was Jing Chen's words. Just as he voiced Yushu's doubts, everyone at the table looked at each other. Only then did they think of this Taoist who had only recently appeared in the capital. He had always lived in the mountains and probably did not know the crux of this matter. It's like this. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. Seeing that it was Crown Prince Lu Jiong, they waited for him to speak. I believe that Taoist has heard of the Twin Sons gathering. This gathering is held once every 3 years. It coincides with the imperial examinations and the Great Yin examinations. Talented people from all over the world gather in Enling City. Often, there are those who were born at the wrong time and did not achieve their ambitions. The imperial court has ordered the Twin Sons fighting ring. No matter if it is a scholar, a martial artist, or a scholar, they can all compete here. Those who come out on top in each category will be able to win the prize. Lu Jiong looked at Jing Chun and saw that he was listening seriously. Then he continued, in our dynasty, the princes, when the year is right, will have to appear at the Twin Sons meeting to watch the arena. Before the curtains fall, from the people who are participating in the arena, a few people who are most likely to win the prize will be chosen. If they guess correctly, then they can be directly called into the curtains. If there are 2 princes who guess correctly, then they will be called in and asked about their ambitions. That's why, when the princes watch the fighting ring, they will accompany the E-Masters to help them find the right person to win the prize. At this point, Lu Jiong's mouth seemed to be dry. He raised his wine cup, and the manservant behind him hurriedly poured wine for him. As he was moistening his throat, someone at the banquet naturally took over the topic. It is also because of this reason that when the princes attend the Twin Sons gathering, they will always be accompanied by a large entourage. They will be accompanied by many masters who will give them advice. 2 dynasties ago, there was once a prince who invited 4 masters to give him pointers. In the Twin Sons gathering, one person won the 8 prizes, causing the others to return disappointed. The former emperor used this as an excuse and ordered that during the Twin Sons gathering, the princes will only be allowed to sit. There will only be 2 seats, 1 Qian and 1 Kuan. Shui Rui's voice paused for a moment as he intentionally glanced sideways at Yushu, and then he said, only men are allowed to sit at the Qian banquet, whereas only women are allowed to sit at the Kuan banquet. Moreover, those that occupy these 2 banquets can't be officials of the Directorate of Astronomy or officials of the Imperial Court. Hearing this, Yushu suddenly understood why Lu Si and Lu Yi invited her to the Twin Sons gathering. They heard what Lu Hao said and thought that she was stronger than Ji Xingxuan. So they wanted her to sit at the Kuan banquet and help them look at the faces. This was not surprising. The Qin banquet and the Kuan banquet could only bring 2 people. In addition, there were many restrictions. It was still okay to bring a man, but if a woman met the requirements, it would not be easy to find a guest. I see. Then you guys want to invite her to sit at the banquet, right? After listening to Lu Jiong and Shui Rui's explanation, Jing Chen nodded and went to ask Lu Si and Lu Yi. Lu Si and Lu Yi were staring at each other. The former was the first to react and turned to smile at Jing Chun. That's right. Jing Chun, don't worry. Miss Yu protected you on the way here, so I will not neglect her. Lu Yi snorted coldly and did not say anything. Jing Chun did not reply to Lu Si and turned to ask Yu Shu, do you want to go? Yu Shu naturally didn't want to go. Not for any other reason, but merely based on Shui Rui's expression from before. She knew that this wasn't a good thing. If it was a good thing, then there would have been people fighting over it since a long time ago. How could a nobody like her have a chance? The Twin Sons meeting is held once every 3 years, so there are very few opportunities to see the arena up close. Miss, you might as well go and take a look. Lu Hao seemed to be calculating the time to speak, so he stopped Yu Shu from saying no. He swirled the wine cup in his hand and said to Lu Si with a faint smile, didn't fourth older brother already invite Miss Zhuge from the Imperial Historian's Library to take charge? Let's not fight with 11th brother and let Miss Yu sit with him. Lu Si's expression froze, but he quickly concealed it. He could use his older brother's identity to pressure Lu Yi, but he did not dare to openly oppose Lu Hao. Even though he was unwilling, he still forced a smile and nodded his head. Lu Yi smiled proudly when he saw this. He turned to Yu Shu and said, come to my residence tomorrow morning. Yu Shu pursed her lips and did not wait for the man beside her to speak. She stood up first and cupped her hands towards Lu Yi. She lowered her head and said, many thanks for your highness's favor. However, this student is not talented and is afraid of delaying your highness's business. Please find someone else. Chapter 328. Many thanks for your highness's favor, but this student is not talented and is afraid of delaying your highness's official business. Please find someone else. At the banquet, when Yu Shu was faced with Lu Yi's invitation to the Twin Yang Society, she had tactfully declined because she had sensed the depth of the situation. Even though her attitude was respectful, her unhesitant refusal in front of everyone still hurt the young and spoiled 11th prince's face. Most people saw Lu Yi's unfriendly expression and sat up straight, waiting to watch a good show. Of those who were able to attend the banquet at the Princess Fu tonight, who did not know in their hearts that the Daozi, who had lived in seclusion since childhood, had suddenly returned to the capital. He was greatly favored by the emperor and would inevitably gain some power in the future. Logically speaking, he should be the target that the princes who were about to leave the palace and start their own manners would fight to win over. However, it was rumored that the 9th prince, Lu Tan, had been cultivating in a Taoist sect deep in the mountains due to his illness these past few years and was in the same sect as this Daozi Jingchen. There were also people who heard that Jing Chun had been staying in the palace to accompany the monarch these past few days. Every time he left the palace, he would travel with Lu Tan. From this, they knew that the rumors were not false and that the two were already close friends. Although the princes who had originally wanted to win over Jing Chun were wringing their hands, most of them did not give up on the idea of befriending Jing Chun. Before they came, they had investigated this Daozi in detail, wanting to curry favor with him. However, they knew very little and were worried about where to start. When Ning Wang had mentioned that Yu Shu had once defeated Ji Xingxuan of the Grand Historian's Library in the Art of Yi, they had all sent out invitations. It was all because they valued the relationship between Yu Shu and Jing Chun and wanted to use her to get close to Jing Chen. Otherwise, with just a nameless minor character like Yu Shu, even with a few good words from Ning Wang and Lu Hao, these shrewd geniuses would not treat her differently. Just now, when Lu Yi had snatched the initiative, the people at the banquet were dissatisfied, but because of some fear, they could not say anything. Who would have thought that this little examinee would dare to not by Lu Yi's words and throw away Lu Yi's face? If it was someone else, perhaps they would have given face to the host of the banquet and not bicker with Yushu. But the one who had been rejected was Lu Yi. How could he be someone who would swallow insults? As expected, Lu Yi slammed the wine cup in his hand down heavily on the table, making a pong sound. He turned to look at Yushu and coldly said, "You are full of empty words. You are a woman. If you do not have any outstanding abilities, how could you have escorted Daozi safely back to the capital? I heard that Daozi had met with danger on the way and was only able to escape because of your rescue. Imperial Father had issued an edict to reward you. Now that I am inviting you to the Twinyang Association, you're saying that you do not have the ability to do so. Could it be that the matter of you escorting Daozi is false? Could it be that you are deceiving the Emperor?" As he said the last few words, Lu Yi's eyes shone with a murderous light. He did not care about Jing Chun, the host, and directly attacked Yushu. Jing Chun frowned. Seeing Lu Yi's aggressive attitude towards Yushu, he was about to say something when Shui Yun, who was sitting next to him, touched his elbow onto the table. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at her. In this moment of distraction, Yushu had already respectfully bowed in the direction of the distant imperial city and left without waiting for anyone else. She said, "This commoner is terrified. To be able to assist Daozi on the way to the capital was due to luck. I do not dare to claim credit for this. However, His Majesty is benevolent and generous and bestowed a reward. If your Highness has any doubts, then..." She raised her head and looked at Lu Yi with a cautious attitude. Half of her face was respectful, and the other half was embarrassed to speak. There was also a trace of craftiness hidden in her eyes. She stammered, That is not something this commoner dares to casually discuss." Lu Yi had used the Emperor's favor to find fault. Yushu did not stop him. If he wanted to find fault, then let him. As long as he had the guts to question his Emperor, if he said that she was deceiving the Emperor, then he would undoubtedly be offending his superior. This move of borrowing force to attack force, Yushu could not be said to be lacking in eloquence. Just looking at Lu Yi's frozen expression, it could be seen. Everyone present heard Yushu's words and couldn't help whispering. Lu Yi's expression was dark, and he was momentarily speechless. He glanced sideways at Ning Wang, Lu Hao, who was sitting on his left. Lu Hao did not even look at him and did not speak up for him. He minded his own business and drank as if the person who had just started this matter was not him. Lu Yi did not speak, so Yushu could only brace herself and stand. She had just offended an imperial prince. Although she could handle it, she was actually very nervous. She, this fake ancient person, did not have much respect for the imperial family, but she would not think that she, a commoner, would be able to challenge an imperial prince. Before coming to the banquet, she had done a divination for herself and knew that tonight would not be smooth sailing. She needed to be accompanied by a noble person in order to be safe from danger. Yushu's eyes slanted and she glanced at the youth sitting beside her. Coincidentally, that person's gaze also turned over and their eyes met. Shui Rue held the exquisite and small magnolia wine cup in his hand. Because he was sitting close to her, he was able to see the minute changes on Yushu's face more clearly than the others. He saw the shrewdness in the depths of her eyes. Earlier, when he heard about the invitation to her, he was still a little gloomy. Now that he shook the clear wine in his cup, his face became handsome again in the blink of an eye. Since she has no intention of accepting the invitation, there is no need for your Highness to force her. If we continue to pursue this matter, it will be unbecoming of us. After all, tonight is a banquet to welcome Daozi. It is not good to get angry. Shui Rue spoke amidst the whispers around him. This attracted everyone's attention. They all thought that eldest young Master Shui was going to speak up to smooth things over. They all stopped their discussions to see Lu Yi's reaction. Lu Yi looked at Shui Rue's smiling face and did not dare to act up. He said in a strange tone, "Why would I lower myself to the same level as this unruly commoner?" Shui Rue smiled and turned to signal to Yushu, who was still bowing with her head bowed. "There is no need to stand. Sit down. Yu Shu understood and did not foolishly sit down. Instead, she bowed to Lu Yi, regardless of whether he paid her any attention. This commoner has been rude. Many thanks for your highness's forgiveness. After she finished speaking, she sat down. When she raised her head, she saw Jing Chun, who was sitting far away, looking at her with a worried expression. She secretly winked at him, indicating that she was fine. After calming the small disturbance at the banquet, Shuirui cleared his throat and said, "It is rare for us to gather together. On such a good occasion, why don't we talk about some interesting things?" Prince Yang's heir, Lu Jiong, and Shuirui were cousins. The two of them had always been good friends. When he heard Lu Jiong's voice, Lu Jiong grinned and continued, "This Anling city is only so big. Throughout the year, there are only a few interesting things. Everyone's ears are tired of hearing it. Since Brother Rui said this, you must have something interesting to talk about. Don't keep us in suspense. Quickly tell us." Shuirui shook his head and declined, saying, "You know that I am currently working in the yamen and do not go to the tea houses and restaurants much. How can I have anything interesting to talk about? If I want to talk about it, I can only talk about some cases. It is boring to talk about, so it is better not to talk about it." Unexpectedly, Lu Jiong became spirited and said with great interest, Don't. Just talk about cases. I like to listen to this. You are afraid that we will be bored. Do you not know how to pick strange things to talk about? For example, unjust and false cases. Is there any?" Shuirui pretended to think and said in a low voice, "There really is a case that could be brought up to talk about. However, it is not a case in Jing City. It is in Gan Province, outside of Baili City. Official Shui is really well informed. You can know about the matters in Gan Province just by sitting in Anling." Ning Wang suddenly interrupted with a laugh. Shuirui paused, as if he did not hear this joke. Seeing that everyone at the table was waiting with interest to listen to him, he continued, "A few days ago, the Supreme Court received an edict to sort out the old cases in the Treasury. 2 colleagues and I accepted this task. After several days of investigation, we really did discover a few cases that had no beginning or end. Among them, there was a strange case that came from Gan Province. The case that Shuirui was talking about happened in the early winter 2 years ago. In a city in Gan Province, there was a merchant family with the surname Wang. In one night, 19 people in the residence were all murdered. All of them were killed with their throats slit with a sharp weapon. There was not a single chicken or dog left in the residence. It was such a shocking and tragic case of family extermination that the Yamen investigated for 3 months without any clues. In the end, they could only report it to the Supreme Court and hastily close the case. From the case files, when the 19 people of the Wang family were murdered, most of them died on their beds. They lost their lives in their sleep and did not even have the chance to struggle. Not a single cat or dog in the residence was spared. They were all dead. If it was robbery, there was not a penny missing from the family. If it was revenge, old Master Wang was a kind person and close to the villagers. He did not have any enemies. From anyone's point of view, the annihilation of the Wang family in one night was an undeserved calamity. After half a year, the Yamen's investigation was fruitless. Unfortunately, the murderer is still at large. Shuirui finished narrating the case in detail. He ordered the servants behind him to refill the wine and tea. He sighed lightly and did not speak anymore, leaving everyone to speculate and discuss. Ning Wang silently tightened his grip on the wine cup in his hand. He expressionlessly swept across Shuirui's cultured face, and a thread of wariness appeared in his heart. Yushu saw that the attention of the crowd had shifted away from her. She finally turned her stiff neck and wiped away the sweat at the tip of her nose. She poured herself a cup of thick wine and slowly drank it. It was so spicy that she narrowed her eyes. She felt much better and was about to take another cup when the place where the wine pot had been placed had been replaced by a purple silk teapot. When she touched it, there was a layer of heat that burned her fingertips. She stared at the teapot that had appeared out of nowhere for a moment, and her brows gradually relaxed. Just as Yushu was sipping on a cup of hot tea, Princess Shiwan, who was at the same table, was looking at her and secretly gritting her teeth. The two of them had quarreled during the Lantern Festival. This little princess of the Xiang Wang Fu was also on good terms with Ji Xingxuan and naturally could not bear to see her live a good life. Not long after, the imperial edict was delivered. Following the loud announcement outside the door, a group of eunuchs and servants from the palace rushed into the banquet hall. The person at the front was holding a bright yellow banner. Everyone stood up. Jing Chun and the princes left their seats and went forward to kneel to listen to the edict. The late emperor's eldest daughter, Princess Lu Yu, was filial and kind, virtuous and wise. When she was on her deathbed, she entrusted her only son with her mother's wish and sent him to cultivate in seclusion. He worshipped the three pure ones for more than 10 years. Today, he has returned. Jin will take good care of him and announce it to the world. He will be conferred the title of Daozi and be bestowed the name Zhuoran. All officials below the 5th rank must bow when they see him. His salary is equal to that of a prince's heir. Moreover, he is specially permitted to walk in the front court. This imperial edict was voluminous and clear. It was to rectify Jing Chen's name, confer a title, and announce it to the world. It was enough to show the emperor's love for him. The sound of the imperial edict was still echoing in the richly ornamented beams and painted rafters. For a moment, the minds of everyone at the banquet were spinning. Looking at the tall white figure who received the imperial edict, some were shocked, some were envious, and some were flattering. After Jing Chun had received the imperial edict, the people from the palace left. Following that, a group of guests swarmed forward and surrounded Jing Chun, congratulating him generously. In the distance, Yu Shu stood behind the crowd and looked at Jing Chun, who was surrounded by people and was getting further and further away from her. Not only did she feel a sense of loss, but she also felt a sense of worry. Chapter 329. When it was almost midnight, the guests who came to congratulate the princess's residents left one after another. At the end of the banquet, the princes at the main banquet table said their goodbyes. Jing Chun got up to see them off after being reminded by the chief steward behind him. Yu Shu followed behind a group of more than 10 people and walked to the main entrance of the front yard. She watched as Jing Chun, who was originally ignorant of worldly affairs, bid farewell to Ning Wang, Jiao Wang, and the others in a somewhat unfamiliar manner. She watched as they boarded their carriages and left. In the end, there were only a few familiar faces left at the entrance. Martial uncle, cousin, I'll go back to the palace first. Lu Tam looked at the moon. He hadn't built a residence yet and was still living in the palace, so it was inconvenient for him to spend the night outside. He bid farewell to Jing Chun and Shui Rui and then said to Shui Yun, youngest martial aunt, I'll send someone to pick you up at the Shuangyang meeting. Shui Yun smiled slightly and said, don't worry, I'll help you. Yu Shu listened to them talk. Seeing Shui Yun standing next to Jing Chun, she knew that she would live with Jing Chun at the princess's residence in the future. Yu Shu uncomfortably shifted her gaze to the Longting wood in the courtyard. She thought that they were fellow apprentices, so they naturally had to take care of each other. Miss you goodbye. Lu Tan said goodbye. Yu Shu turned around and saw him nod at her. She quickly cupped her hands and bowed back. Take care, Your Highness. Now that it was quiet in front of the door, Jing Chun finally found the opportunity to talk to Yu Shu. Xiao Yu, I don't need to live in the palace now, so it'll be more convenient in the future. Don't you want to learn astrology from me? How about I start teaching you tomorrow? Yu Shu's eyes lit up and she happily said, that's great. Then I'll come and find you tomorrow. Jing Chun nodded. Then I'll send someone to pick you up tomorrow morning. Seeing that they were going to meet again, Shui Rui calmly reminded the two of them. Today, the Taoist was conferred the title of Taoist. There are many spies outside. If Shu frequently goes in and out of the princess's residence, it's hard to guarantee that she won't be targeted and get into trouble again. How about this? Why don't you arrange to meet at the Forgotten Machine Tower? That's our own place, and it's convenient for us to act. Yu Shu thought that it was reasonable and agreed with Jing Chun. She didn't think as much as Shui Rui, so she naturally didn't have any objections. The two of them then changed from the princess mansion to the Wanji Tower. What he didn't know was that Shui Rui was thinking, it seems that Shu hasn't given up on Jing Chun yet. If I let them continue to get along, they might rekindle their old feelings. Since it's inconvenient to stop them, I might as well put them under my nose and watch them. Lao Chui drives the carriage to the door, jumps off the carriage, and hangs up the curtain. Shui Rui urges Yu Shu, who is still talking to Jing Chun. It's late, and it's cold outside. Let's talk tomorrow when we meet. Get on the carriage first, I'll drive you back. In Jing Chun, then I'll be leaving. Come find me at the Forgotten Opportunity Tower tomorrow. Okay, be careful on the road. Yu Shu walks in front of Shui Rui and gets into the carriage. After sitting down, she opens the window and looks outside. On the high gate of the princess mansion, there is a row of bright lanterns, which clearly illuminates everyone's faces. Jing Chun and his junior sister are standing side by side under the lanterns. As the carriage moves, their figures gradually get further and further away, blurring into a group. That faint feeling of sadness comes up again. Yu Shu thinks unhappily, does this count as a successful retreat? Close the window, the wind is blowing in. A big hand reaches over and puts down the curtain. Yu Shu rubs her nose, which has turned red because of the cold wind outside. She turns around and looks at Shui Rui. She smiles embarrassedly. She is afraid that he will notice something, so she hurriedly lowers her head and pretends to play with her clothes. She murmurs, just now on the table, I have to wash it. Shui Rui notices that Yu Shu is acting strangely, but he doesn't expose her. He just looks at her quietly. He remembers that when they reunited a few months ago in Autumn Osmanthus Lane, she was still doing fortune-telling at a roadside stall. She was dark and skinny, and anyone would think that she was a tomboy. Since Zhao Hui's family moved from Yang, she lived with her elders. Her food and drinks were all taken care of. Her skinny and dry body just gained a few pounds of flesh. Later, when Jing Chun disappeared, she lost weight again. This happened repeatedly. It was not until the end of the Dian examination and the closure of the Ji family's case that her cheeks slowly became round again. It was not in vain that he secretly asked the Forgotten Opportunity Tower to give her a special meal with tonic soup. He is not a young man who has his first awakening of love, but other than his mother and younger sister, this is the first time that he is so interested in a woman. He definitely likes her, although it is not to the point that he must have her. This little girl who is stubborn and competitive and has someone else in her heart makes him feel pity and worry about her. In the carriage, both of them have their own thoughts. After a moment of silence, the carriage turns around the corner. Yu Shu thinks of something and clears her throat. She curiously asks Shui Rui about tonight's banquet. The princes are unusually enthusiastic in inviting her to go with them to the Shuangyang group. Shui Rui says with a smile that is not a smile. They have ulterior motives. They are not targeting you, but Daozi. Finishing, he sees that Yu Shu's face is still a little confused, so he explains a little more clearly, although not many people know that you were mistakenly taken to the Celestial Commissioner's office that night, but the Ji family's case has caused such a stir. After the incident, the palace has also sent out rewards. Daozi's danger on the road is no longer a secret. He has just arrived and does not have anyone close to him. You, an examinee without any scholarly honors, can sit at the main table tonight with a group of nobles. How can it not be eye-catching? Naturally, there will be people who want to use you to get close to Daozi, or feel indignant, or take out their anger on you. Fortunately, you are clever tonight, and no one has any information that can be used against you. Yu Shu furrowed her brows and thought back to tonight at the wine table. That 11th prince who had turned against her after failing to invite her, the person sitting next to him seemed to be Ning Wang Lu Hao, who is also Ji Xingxuan's flower protector. Yu Shu thought of something and asked, Ning Wang and the 11th prince are from the same mother? Shui Rui shook his head. The 11th prince was born in Yin Fu Palace and is the son of consort Lu Xian. Because consort Xian's body is weak and sickly, he was raised by consort Shu's side when he was young and is very close to Ning Wang. Shui only spoke up to this point and did not point out the crux of the matter. Since Yushu knew that the two princes were from the same nostrils, how could she not know that Lu Yi's treatment of her was due to Ning Wang's orders? She thought about it and was still puzzled. Tonight, it was I who refused to attend the meeting with him. So he took the opportunity to make things difficult for me and almost accused me of deceiving the emperor. If I were to listen to them and agree to go with him to the Shuangyang group, what would they do? Could it be that they really want me to give them advice at that time? A cold expression flashed across Shui Rui's face, and his tone was chilly. If you agree, then your future will be ruined. Yushu asked in astonishment. Is it that serious? Shui Rui did not reply. There were some dirty things in this that he was not willing to tell her in case it dirted her ears. Actually, tonight, it was Yushu who had refused early. If she had spoken up a step later, he would have stood up for her and not allowed her to be taken to Lu Yi's fu. Yushu saw Shui Rui's expression and was silent for a moment. She said in annoyance, I think that the 11th prince is not someone to be trifled with. I embarrassed him tonight, and he must bear a grudge. Do you think he will do something in secret? Should I be on my guard, lest one day I get caught again and break another finger? Shui Rui detected her uneasiness, and his expression relaxed. His voice was steady. There is no need to worry about this. Ning Wang is cautious in his conduct. Right now, Daozi is in the limelight. He will not allow the 11th prince to act against you. Shui Rui was half lying. It was true that Lu Hao and Lu Yi would not act against Yushu, but there was another fate. The corners of Yushu's lips jerked. Because of Shui Rui's reassurance, she was much more at ease, but she did not lower her guard. At the corner of the street, not far from the main entrance of the Princess Fu, a carriage was parked in the darkness. Watching from afar as the carriages and horses left, the window was pulled down with a schwa sound. He turned his head with a cold expression. His two hands were in the golden fur sleeves. He said to the man drinking tea in front of him, We really underestimated Lu Tan in the past. We only thought that he lived in the mountains and cultivated a pure heart and few desires. We didn't think that he was also ambitious. It hasn't been long since he returned to the capital, and he has already found 2 good helpers. Who would have thought that the only son of the eldest princess would be sent to Jiangxi to cultivate, allowing Lu Tan to get involved so early? That's fine, but that two-faced Shui Qingbi. A few years ago, he was still with 7th brother. Who would have thought that after 2 years of fooling around, he would turn his back on us? Humph. Lu Hao held a cup of hot tea with his brows slightly furrowed. He appeared to have a lot on his mind. He did not know how many of Lu Yi's sarcasm had entered his mind. And that stinky girl who came out of nowhere. Just because she has someone backing her, she dared to humiliate me in front of everyone. Who does she think she is? The more Lu Yi spoke, the angrier he became. He slapped his thigh and said fiercely, She isn't even fit to warm my bed. Tomorrow, I will have her tied up. Lu Hao raised his brows and finally had some reaction. He said in a low voice, Don't be impulsive. Lu Yi said disapprovingly, 7th brother, you are too cautious. Lu Hao knew that this brother of his was impetuous. He was afraid that Lu Yi would not listen, so he put on a stern face and lectured, The Double Yang group is coming. You better behave yourself. Don't spoil things for a woman. Do you understand? Lu Yi nodded reluctantly and said gloomily, I know. I won't touch her. TSK, I really don't know what you are worried about. Even if I really kill a little girl, will that Daozi fight me to the death? Lu Hao shook his head and narrowed his eyes. He was not afraid of that Daozi who had the heart of the dragon. It was just that there was another person, Gan Province. Lu Hao's lips moved, and he silently murmured. His eyes gradually became gloomy. He was thinking about the tragedy that occurred in Gan Province that Shui Rui had mentioned tonight at the banquet, and he didn't know if it was intentional or unintentional. 7th brother, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lu Yi looked at Lu Hao's changing expression and asked in confusion. Lu Hao waved his hand and took a deep breath. He said softly, I am fine. I drank too much and have a headache. Let's go. Stay at my residence tonight, and don't go back to the palace. Chapter 330. When Yushu got home, it was already late. Zhao Hui and her husband had already gone to bed. Before they went to bed, they told the gatekeeper to leave a door open for her. Yushu stopped in front of Yu Xiaoxiu's door when she passed by. When she saw that the lights inside were off, she turned to her own room. As soon as she entered, she saw Yun Do snoring on the table, and the stove at her feet was almost extinguished. A few days ago, Yushu brought back a few servants from the Institute for Concubines, so Zhao Hui switched her maidservant Yindo to her room. On the other hand, Shen Nanny, who used to do chores, was promoted to be the housekeeper and serve Zhao Hui. Yushu woke her up. Yindo rubbed her eyes and quickly got up to pour some hot water on the stove for Yushu to wash her face and rinse her mouth. She took a wooden brush and combed Yushu's hair. Finally, she ran to the kitchen to boil a bowl of hot tea for her to sober up. When Yushu was lying on the bed, she folded her clothes and put them on the cabinet before she quietly left. Yushu actually didn't like being served. She had too many secrets and liked to do things herself. There were many important manuscripts and handwritten notes in her room, and she had to organize them herself to feel safe. To put it bluntly, she was paranoid. Zhao Hui spent a lot of effort to get Yindo to be placed in her room. Yindo, this maidservant, was honest. She didn't know that Yushu didn't like her, so when she was assigned by Zhao Hui, she served her wholeheartedly. She was well-behaved and sensible, which made Yushu feel good in just 2 days. She didn't think about driving her out for a while. Yushu slept like this until the rooster crowed the next day. She got up and went to Yu Xiaoxiu's room before breakfast was served. When Yushu opened the curtain and entered the room, Bai Ran was coming out of Yu Xiaoxiu's bedroom with a basin of water to wash her face. When she saw Yushu, she politely stopped and greeted, "Eldest Mississippi." Yushu saw that his clothes were neat and tidy, and he looked diligent. She gently smiled at him and said, "Is Xiaoxiu awake?" "Young master has already woken up," Bai Ran said. "He just washed his face and is sitting down. I'll go to the kitchen to see if breakfast is ready." "All right, you can go now." Yushu went straight into Yu Xiaoxiu's bedroom. They didn't try to avoid suspicion. After all, the two of them had lived under the Ji family's roof for a period of time. They had even slept head to toe on the same wooden bed. Yu Xiaoxiu was sitting on the edge of the bed, flipping through a book. He looked up and saw Yushu coming in, so he put the book down. "Sis, why are you up so early? You don't have to go to school." Yushu walked over. He took the book in Wei Xiaobao's hand and looked at it. On the somewhat old cover were written the words "Herbal Survey" in 4 small seal characters. There were pictures and words inside, but it was a medical book that taught people how to recognize herbs and medicines. Dr. Yi's study was filled with medical books. Yushu didn't find it strange that Yu Xiaoxiu would take it out to read, so she casually flipped through 2 pages and put it to the side. She turned her attention to other things. "How are you getting along with Bai Ran? Is there any discomfort?" Yu Xiaoxiu touched his neck and said, "No, it's pretty good." Yushu said, "Then when your injuries are healed, ask him to go with you to the academy. Bai Ran has martial arts skills. If someone dares to bully you, just ask him to beat them back." She would rather spend an extra 20 taels a month to have someone by Yu Xiaoxiu's side to look after him. She didn't want what happened last time to happen again. She didn't want Yu Xiaoxiu to be pushed off the horse by Shui Wenjia and have his head broken and bleeding. It almost scared her half to death. "Sis," Yu Xiaoxiu called out awkwardly. He seemed to feel embarrassed and didn't want Yushu to mention that again. "You came back late yesterday, and I was already asleep. Tell me what the princess palace is like. Is it really made of gold bricks and silver tiles?" "Ha ha, silly boy. Can a house built with gold and silver be lived in? Won't you freeze to death?" Yushu teased him, then seriously told him about the style of the princess palace. Speaking of the dragon court wood in the front yard, she felt an itch in her heart. She thought that when she saw Jingchen later, she would ask him for a few branches and bring them back to grow as a potted plant. Yu Xiaoxiu still couldn't believe it. He stammered and asked, "Sis, is Brother Jing really the princess' son? I've seen the imperial edict. How can it be fake?" Yu Shu touched his head. Your brother Jing is now a noble, a relative of the emperor. Yu Xiaoxiu chuckled. He was still young, and his heart was pure. He only felt happy for Jing Chun, and didn't have any other messy thoughts in his mind. The siblings chatted for a while. Then Yindou was called by Zhao Hui to ask Yu Shu to eat breakfast. Bai Ran brought food into the room for Yu Xiaoxiu. Yu Shu ate breakfast with Zhao Hui and then went out with Yifangji. One was going to the clinic, and the other was going to meet at Wang Jilu. At dawn, Jing Chun practiced a set of sword techniques in the princess palace's backyard. His complexion was ruddy, but he was slightly out of breath. Shui Yun, who had been watching from the side for a while, walked forward with a smile. She handed over the sweat towel in her hand and generously praised. Shi Xiang's flowing cloud sword technique has 90% of my father's skill. If he saw it, he would be very happy. Jing Chen shook his head, but he was dissatisfied with himself. Before I lost my memory, I couldn't practice for a period of time. I slacked off a lot. As he spoke, he took the sweat towel and wiped his forehead. He carried the sword to where the servants were waiting, took a piece of fur from the tray, and carefully wiped the rusty, ancient sword in his hand. Shui Yun stood to the side and watched his actions. She couldn't help but find it funny. This sword does have spiritual energy, but it has no edge. What's wrong with you treasuring it so much? Why don't you find a blacksmith to polish it? Shui Yun's suggestion was good, but Jing Chun was unmoved. This is something that was given to me, so I should cherish it. What's more, when we practice the sword, we comprehend the Tao. Why do we need an edge? Shui Yun saw that he had a reason, so she didn't try to persuade him anymore. Then she thought of the unparalleled sword that he had lost on the way and said regretfully, if second Marshal Uncle knew that the gentleman's sword that he had painstakingly forged for you was lost as soon as it was unsheathed, I don't know how heartbroken second Marshal Uncle would be if he knew that the gentleman's sword that he had painstakingly forged for you was lost as soon as it was unsheathed. After he finished speaking, he saw Jing Chen's face reveal a remorseful expression and secretly scolded himself for being too talkative. He looked at the sun and changed the topic. Didn't you have an appointment with Miss Yu? Quickly go wash up. Don't make her wait. Thinking of today's appointment, Jing Chen's expression couldn't help but soften. He nodded and was about to leave. He had only taken a few steps when Shui Yun stopped him. That's right, Shi Xiang. HM. Shui Yun wanted to say something, but hesitated. She knew that Jing Chun had the intention of passing on the teachings of their celestial master Taoist school to Yu Shu. She wanted to advise him, but she felt that he might not listen. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but she didn't blurt them out. She waved her hand and said, "It's fine. You should go quickly." Watching Jing Chun walk away, Shui Yun stayed in the same place. She was thinking about when to make an appointment with Miss Yu in private. In the small study room in the rear courtyard of Wangji Building, the maidservants served a few exquisite and special refreshments and then retreated. Yu Shu and Jing Chun sat facing each other. After so many days, the two of them finally had a rare opportunity to be alone. Are you used to living in the princess residence? Yu Shu looked at the well-dressed Jing Chun and deliberately asked. In fact, she had already heard from Shui Rue last night that the emperor seemed to have appointed a capable chief eunuch to be the steward of the princess residence. He also assigned a group of servants. Jing Chen's daily necessities were all taken care of by people, so how could his days be bad? MHM, I don't have to go through the trouble of applying for a waste token. It's more comfortable than living in the palace. Jing Chun obviously didn't answer her question. More than 10 years of cultivation wasn't for nothing. His foundation was stable, and he was quiet and had few desires. It was difficult for him to be blinded by ostentatious things. He could live a life of luxury and live a simple life. Yu Shu touched her nose and suddenly felt that she had the heart of a petty person. Ahem, that's good. Now that you're exposed in front of others, I suspect that the group of people who harmed you are hiding in the capital. They may find a chance to attack you again. You should be careful. Jing Chun heard Yu Shu's worry and comforted her. Don't worry about me. The emperor has already ordered to investigate this matter. There will be a result in the future. Yushu didn't think much of it. She thought that the person responsible for investigating Jing Chen's death was Lu Hao, the Prince of Ning. He took on this task, most likely to protect Ji Xingxuan, and might not be doing his duty. After chatting for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Jing Chun took the initiative to jump to the main topic. When he still lost his memory, he promised Yushu that one day, when he regained his memory, he would teach her the secret skills of Mount Longhu. Now that he had nothing to do, he could fulfill it. Our celestial master Taoism has a total of 7 sections. My master, Huai Xianjunren, came from Full Moon Peak. He was obsessed with the art of stargazing and formed his own sect. Unfortunately, my aptitude is stupid. I only inherited 30% of my master's skills and didn't understand the Great Path. In addition, I also know a thing or two about the art of reading people. Also, Jing Chun first explained his family's foundation. Yushu heard from his tone that he planned to teach her everything. She was surprised at first and then worried. Is it inappropriate for you to teach me all of this? There should be rules in your sect that some secret skills can't be taught to outsiders, right? Jing Chen's expression didn't change. He said, "It doesn't matter. Mount Longhu has many guests every year. Sometimes my master will ask his brothers to teach me a thing or two. It won't break the rules. When I return to the sect in the future, I will report to my master." Yushu thought that since she had learned other people's unique skills, she wouldn't teach it to others and wouldn't cause any trouble for Jing Chun. So she didn't have to worry about this anymore. The two talked for a while and reached a consensus. Jing Chun wanted to teach Yushu a set of stargazing skills that his master, Huai Xianjunren, had deduced. This skill focused on deducing the celestial phenomena and seeing through the mysteries of heaven. It could actually predict natural disasters and earthquakes in the human world, as well as wars and beacons. It could be called a strange skill. Jing Chun roughly explained a small part of it. Just listening, Yushu felt fascinated. A year ago, she learned astronomy and geography from Taoist Qing Zheng in Yang City. In fact, she only knew the basics and didn't know how to use geometry. That was why she was absent from the Great Yin examination, because she knew her own limits. I will first memorize the general principles and details of the Celestial Divination Manual. I will slowly explain it to you later. When Yushu heard that she still had to wait 2 more days before she could read the strange technique, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. Because she couldn't wait any longer, she shamelessly urged him, "Then why don't you go back now and copy it?" Jingchen couldn't help but smile. He said, "There's no rush. There's still one more thing to do." "What is it?" "Go out and find some usable materials. When I return, I will make an astrolabe for you so you can use it." You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.